Oh,
That is cool. So that is that your merch?
yes, right.
Nice.
The other part of it is my mug. Did I ever send you a mug?
You said you were going to.
But I didn't.
I
Oh,
never got one.
I never got one. Well, I'll do it. I still got some. I'll make sure you get one. Um, yeah, email. I should have your address somewhere.
Yeah.
Send it to me. Yeah.
Did you see the title of the stream?
Oh no.
I named it "Change My Mind, Lou."
Oh, cool. Oh, that's funny. But you have to have a premise before that. So what's the premise?
Why is everybody getting all religious?
Oh, okay, okay. It's got yeah. How do I word that? How would you do that? That's funny. So now you believe in God. Oh,
No, I don't actually.
now we're just using that as the title.
Right? Yeah, I don't. I've been seeing a lot of people, a lot of academics, and a lot of intellectuals discussing
Well,
religion and spirituality.
Peterson kind of started it, I think,
Yeah.
with this whole. Uh, how did he put it? He said, ultimately, you have to confront the reality of Christ, of Jesus. I guess he said.
What is the reality of Jesus? Because I hear a lot of people talking about him right now.
Um, well, it's Jungian, really. It's archetypal. It's the archetype of a perfect person that actually existed in history.
But isn't he supposed to be the son of God?
Yeah, what that means is that there was no sin in him, which is um, which is an impossible condition to the human condition. So what we're confronted with is this historical figure that existed outside the not just the norms, but the fundamental reality of the human condition as a perfect person.
Hmm.
And if
Yeah,
and
I
if
was actually talking with one of my clients who I love talking about religion with her because she's a retired professor and she was like in uh, in the sciences, but she's super religious. And she made a comment about Jesus coming back, but a lot of people aren't gonna like it because he's something about him being angry or something.
right, well, I would dare say, I think what we're beginning to experience now is is can really be understood as the wrath of God because we've been such an evil nation, and not evil in the sense that all of the woke crowd want to think of as evil, because that's not evil. That's actually good. We've been evil in our insistence upon things like abortion, which has caused the slaughter of 50 million children. That's greater than any other Holocaust in human history. And of
Yeah,
course, it's not just here in this country, it's global. We slaughter an almost infinite number of babies in the name of our our own personal comfort and pleasure and whatever. Who was it? Some movie star type recently said that she was very happy about her abortion because her life was more important
oh yeah,
than an unborn human. I mean,
right.
how deeply evil that kind
Self-centered
of mentality is.
fucking bitch. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not completely against abortion. I'm not a big fan of taking care of people their entire life. Like if there's something really wrong with the baby, I think that would be grounds to. I don't know.
You understand what you're saying. Go to the um, there are countries that, as a matter of principle, if not law, terminate the abortions of all children who are mongoloid,
Mm-hmm.
who have that genetic
Was
condition.
Iceland? Was it Iceland?
I think so. I don't remember. It's some Nordic country or other. But when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, I worked as a counselor at a summer camp for retarded and primarily mongoloid children, and it was a magnificent experience. I mean, these are perfectly healthy, happy, normal human beings who are not geniuses by any stretch, but they bleed.
Yeah.
They have an emotional life, they have an intellectual life. Many of them achieve things. There are some surely who are completely incompetent. I mean, there are babies born that can never talk and never think and never see.
Right.
They and that's a different kind of thing.
Right. Like,
That's a dreadful thing when that happens.
oh yeah, because they turn into adults that are still babies that still need the care
Well,
of
yeah,
a
exactly,
baby.
exactly. They tend not to live long,
Yeah.
for obvious reasons. But that's really not the issue. That's like, the argument that, well, we have to have abortion in order to terminate the life of of a child that conceived in rape. As though
Right.
that child is as evil as the act of rape.
Right.
And it's a spurious argument because that represents such an infinitesimally tiny portion of the total number of abortions.
Oh
I mean,
yeah, it's
that's
tiny.
not even 1%. It's like
Right.
the whole thing with coof. You know, we want
Right.
to we want to jab our children because 0.00001% might get sick.
Right.
Not that they'll die, they just might get sick. And so we have to, what that does, and it's part of the same issue, it creates, and it will create, because they're going to do it, it's going to create a holocaust in which there will be hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of children who will die from the jab. And we know it's true. We know it's going to happen. And how is it possible then, knowing that, to conceptualize anything other than the fact that the people who are doing this are people who are absolutely committed to substantially reducing the population of human beings on the earth?
Yeah, but why? It's these same fucking idiots that learned at a university that, oh, global warming, oh, we're overpopulated, oh, all these other things, so they're
Yeah, it's
fearful.
exactly
They
right.
actually think these fucking things are true.
I know. That's exactly right.
So,
That's exactly right. And it permeates the thinking of virtually all media.
who trained the media?
Indeed, indeed. So the issue then is, how do you overcome that?
Well, fire all the women.
Step one.
Yep, fire
Yeah.
fire all the women. And actually fire all the retarded people. We have a lot of developmentally retarded people that lack the ability to have any control over their emotions. All those people need to be fired. And they're mostly women. It's mostly the women that are hysterical.
Yeah, yeah, I know. So they're two. Seems like there are two movements now as a response to the kind of tyranny that's going on globally. Based on Kuf, a tyranny based on a threat to health.
Yeah,
The
but
the two reactions are to one, run away, or two, get right with God.
what? Wait.
There there are two. We just talked about this. There
Yeah.
are two. There are two reactions that people who are aware of and understand the malice and the destructive
Right.
influence of the tyranny that's
Right.
growing around the world. There's a
Yeah.
global tyranny that's building.
Yeah.
It has brought a crushing blow to Australia. And when Australia is now, for all intents and purposes, a communist nation.
Yes, because
Dom,
the men are listening to the scared, fear-mongering fucking women.
oh, it's absolutely right. They
Like,
absolutely are. Right. Not all of them are, but here's the point. Okay, so the ones who are not listening, the ones who see it for what it is, who understand what's going on, they they're they they, they are of two minds. They are either looking for ways to bug out, or they are looking to a higher authority which will ground them,
right.
so that they'll be able to deal with this worldly power that's tyrannizing us.
I mean, but
So
it's
they're bugging out or getting right with God.
yeah, but that doesn't have to be your only two options. The
But
third option would be tell the women to knock it the fuck off, fire these women that are in these positions that they have no business being in, because their mommy skills don't belong in the government.
it's hard. I think it's really hard to avoid that conclusion. That it's increasingly difficult. I mean, if you look at the Biden administration,
Oh.
it's being run by women.
Well, the Democratic Party is run by women.
Run by women, right? And we know who they are.
Yes,
And they are deeply, deeply disturbed people.
Yes, they're all mentally fucking ill.
They're damaged goods,
Yes.
if you will.
I mean, any woman that would want that job anyway is questionable.
I think that's probably true. I don't know. There are the Margaret Thatchers of the world,
Yeah.
or the Golda Meir. There have been a few women who have been magnificent.
Probably not by
You
choice.
can count them. You can count them on the fingers of one hand if you cut 2 or 3 fingers off.
Right.
A few biblical ones. A few.
Like who?
No more than 2 or 3.
Who? In the
Well,
Bible?
Mary and Ruth. That about
Mary-
wipes it out.
Mary was a mom. Didn't
Mary was the mom. That's right.
Who's
And Ruth was too, in point of fact. She wasn't a political leader. She was just a woman with a very intense faith and willing to stand with her people.
Well,
Let's see. I'm just reading my monitor here. It says, "You're in the show. Everyone can see and hear you." Well, that's nice. Are we are live. I'm not getting a count at the top. Did you get a count at the top?
oh, it says 1, but Smith is in here. Raven Wolfcat, Ryan came in, said hi.
Oh, okay. I'm not able to. Oh, I'm in. Okay. I was in private chat. I see.
Smith.
All right. Hi, guys. Feminism hater. Raven, right. God is surprisingly easy to get right with. Be excellent to one another, Bill and Ted. Well, yeah, there is that. There is that. What about um, Peterson's position that getting right with God or confronting the living Christ is an act of abject terror?
Well, it's something that I always heard him say. Like he's never openly said, "I believe in God." He always says, "I act is as if though God exists."
Um, what he does say, though, is that uh, he talks about Jesus more than he talks about God. What is this? Smith W. That's nonsense.
What?
He's saying Jesus was leading an insurrection against the Roman occupation. There's nothing. There's nothing in the recorded documents that 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 demonstrate that that's true. Nothing at all. I mean, there were some complaints to that effect, but the Roman authority, in fact, found that that was not the case. So they were not at all intimidated. There were some priests trying to make that case, but it was not a case that could be made. Unfortunately, that position has reverberated down through Jewish history for 2,000 years. There are now some Jews who are looking at that in a new light and saying that, whoops, maybe we made a mistake. Maybe this really was the Messiah.
Hmm.
The chosen. Hmm.
Well,
Judas. Yeah, I think Judas probably did think so. I think that's true. And I think that really is the tragedy of Judas, that he could not see beyond his worldly condition to have any real understanding that this was a spiritual movement and not a political one. And when the people I think who are speaking the most intelligently about what we're facing today are saying we got to deal with this on a spiritual level because it's a spiritual issue. It's not really a political issue, and it's what you're saying
see,
because what you're saying is that the core of the problem is women who are in authority, who are themselves people who are disturbed, people who have no essential moral foundation in their lives, who are simply operating on their own emotional life, which
yes,
is like the weather. I was
and
talking
lies
this,
and
yeah,
lies,
right,
the lies of feminism.
and the lies, right, yeah, yeah.
So I look at it like a physical and literal political problem because it's all these people that are literally physically in seats that they have no business being in, making decisions that they shouldn't even be fucking regarded.
Well,
Like,
we okay. The problem from a political standpoint is that we have built up for the last 100 years
yes,
um, a and it's just been about 100 years exactly, a set of principles based on equality of opportunity and equality of authority between the sexes, and we've got to confront that in order to be able to deal with what it has caused.
Well, in an actual meritocracy where there would be equality of opportunity, a lot of these positions men would beat women in if there wasn't any fucking policies that gave women preferential treatment.
Right. So what we've done is justify preferential treatment by virtue of a perceived inequality as a way
Well,
of as a way of overcoming
no,
that inequality.
but there is an inequality because there's so many things that men are so much better at, like broad scale, than women. And not having a monthly hormone fluctuation is one of those things that keeps men, I think, a bit more rational than women. And women are super empathetic. So, like, they absorb very easily other people's emotions. And so they're
Right.
very easily indoctrinated
Manipulated.
into
Right.
bullshit. Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
So,
Exactly. Uh, what else is going on in the chat here? Literally can do anything. Oh, talking about the Vax passport.
yeah, I don't care about this stupid virus.
Well, yeah,
I just care
I,
about the people that fucking care about the virus and that are in powerful positions trying to tyrannize our country.
yeah. I don't think they care about the virus. I think they simply see it as an opportunity to establish a greater authority. It's power corrupts. Power. A person in power, anybody in power, is seeking to number one solidify their power so it can't be taken away, and increase their power in the process.
But these people don't have any power. They're fucking victim cowards. They're they're perpetual victims. How is that
Well,
powerful?
yeah, it's
They
because they're
only have the power other people fucking give them.
true enough, and it's a power based on that is not based on principles, not based on good principles in any case.
I don't get what principles they are based on.
Of self enhancement, uh, maintaining maintaining their elitist status.
Hmm.
I mean, think about Nancy,
I
and
not to.
what her life is, what her life is based on. From the time she was a little child, she was not just given everything, but taught that everything belongs to her.
Mm. So she's
So,
always been a selfish little fucking bitch.
oh, she was evil when she was 2 years old. I met her when she was 15, and she was a nasty girl, running around Baltimore with a little cadre of girls tittering after her, looking down her nose at absolutely everyone, because no one was as good as her. Her father was the mayor, and her
Mm.
uncle was the governor.
So she used her privilege of competent male role models in her life to ascend the top of the fucking dominance hierarchy in our country.
Yeah, except that the men in her life were not competent; they were criminals.
Mm,
They were
really?
part and parcel of the Italian mafia.
Well,
They may have been competent, but they were not good.
I don't know. I prefer the mafia over our government currently. They at least have strong principles that they adhere to. It's not subjective whenever you feel like it. There's fucking rules.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. Well, the mafia that we're seeing now is the Mexican mafia, the cartel that is just profoundly evil. And they're a murderous mob. Not different in some respects from what we have in the White House today.
Right?
Not different at all. And it may be that that's precisely why the White House is throwing the doors wide open to them, because they are brothers in arms.
I don't know. Maybe we can get the cartel just to take out all the stupid, crazy bitches we have in our government.
I don't know, maybe. I think that it's an interesting idea. I wonder if there are any women in the Mexican cartels in positions of power. I'll bet there are not.
I bet there are not also.
I'll bet there is not one. I'll
Mm.
bet you there's not one. That's really interesting.
Maybe I'll have to find some. I mean, I'm in Texas. Our borders apparently
Yeah, really.
unprotected.
Yeah,
Maybe
you
I need
should.
to go find some and have a discussion with them.
That would be fun, wouldn't it?
It
Really?
would.
Yeah.
Actually, I get along with criminals very well.
I don't know. I guess what we're really facing is is a is a fundamental conflict between what has come to what we referred to 50 years ago as the New Age, and anything that can be considered traditional values. So it's the notion that somehow everything that's come before is inadequate and and not worth considering, not worth holding on to, because we have some magnificent utopian vision of how wonderful life could be if we only surrendered to those who know best how to achieve it. That's madness. I mean, that's utter madness.
But I think the people that are doing all this stupid shit are sacrificing the the talent and the good people of our country
No
to
question.
lift
Yeah.
up people from other countries and also try to equalize the playing field, like, because we do have a lot of people in our country that don't work as hard as others and receive tons more benefits for other people's fucking labor. And I think the people that are making these decisions feel sorry for these other people and just want to take care of them like they're their children.
Maybe. I'm not as benevolent. You know, I think there I think there are more darker, more malicious agendas at work. I mean, there certainly is that mentality, but that's not what drives the women who are running the White House or the women who are running the Congress. They're not driven by some altruistic. They may mouth the words, but the reality is they're in it for their $20,000 refrigerator and their $500 ice cream.
Yeah.
You know, they're in it for what benefits them
Well,
the
then
most.
why do they get to use women and children as a prop then, because that's what they all say. It's for the children. Oh my God, the children this, the children that.
I know.
All the women say the same thing.
Right. Well, that's that's what all tyranny is based on. Somebody made a comment the other day. They were trying to equate Hitler and Trump, and saying that they had a list of items where they were saying similar things.
Oh, did they
And
both have hair? Was that on the fucking list?
that hair,
Yeah.
no, that wasn't on the list. But I looked at that and I said, okay, so there are several of these things that Jesus said. So what's your point? The reality is that every tyranny is based on wonderful ideas. I mean, Hitler was not raving popular because he said nasty things that frightened people. Quite the opposite. He said the kind of things that inspired people and got them excited and thrilled and visionary. And, I mean, he used that kind of manipulation in order to create a very evil empire. Saying the same things, but with a different agenda. So it's the agenda, I think, that's the issue, and not the words that are being spoken. What's the agenda? What are they doing? Don't look at what they're saying, look at what they're doing.
Right. Because these fuckers are lying.
Right.
They're lying.
Oh yeah, they're lying. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think most of them know they're lying. And they do it because they can get away with it. And because they are getting away with it, because there is enough sheepdom in the country.
Yeah, everybody who's not physically actively removing people from office, they're all sheep.
Right, bleeding
Every
away, bah, bah, bah,
everybody
following along.
Physically, actively removing people from seats. By the way, V Stag is in here. Killyfish. Killyfish?
Who?
I don't know. It's a fish person. It's one of your people. Right? I don't know. I've never seen him before.
I don't know. V Stag. Is it Stag? It's Stag, yeah. No, I don't know who that is. Killyfish. What's FTW? You both are awesome.
I don't know. What is FTW Stag?
I don't know. Raphael saying Rockefeller agenda was to provide welfare to the world. On your dime is Democrats owned the Section 8 housing, so they would be only ones free. Yeah. Watching the technocrat agenda inspired by Hitler. Go read the books, Raphael says. Yeah, I think that's true. I think the technocrat agenda is elitist. It's to set themselves up as the primary authority. That's what we're seeing with all of the social platforms. They're all operating as moral elitists who are there to judge all of the peons and determine who will have a voice and who will not. And you don't get to have a voice if you say anything they disagree with. It's like I'm right and you're wrong, therefore shut up. There's no dialogue there. There's no sense of dialogue. There's no interest in dialogue. Dialogue is dead to those people.
Because they can't. They're not smart enough to.
Well, that's exactly right. Yeah, because
they're
they
just
don't.
Puppets.
Yeah, they don't have a brain that functions.
No,
what they have, they are the very computer that they are managing. All they are is a bunch of input that's been going into their brain, and that's all they know. They've never learned to think,
Yeah.
and that
Why
goes
though?
top to bottom. I mean, really, these are not thoughtful people. These are people who understand how to play games and
Um,
how to manipulate um, data.
no,
But then,
because people that I know that play games that are actually good at playing games are smart and strategic and work together as teams and can formulate plans and have kind of a big picture kind of thinking. These people that have been university indoctrinated, grew up on social media, are severely mentally ill, and have zero relationship with their parents because their parents, I guess, didn't give a shit or something. I don't know, but they never discussed stuff, or maybe their mom was the helicopter mom and was constantly telling them what to do 24/7, so they don't know how to think for themselves.
yeah, I think my father was a very thoughtful man who who did not have an education. He dropped out of high school. Um, but he and I would engage in these magnificent conversations that sometimes got rather hot. My mother never understood them. She always thought we were fighting. So
Because you
she
guys
did, yeah,
debated.
she didn't get it at all. So she thought I didn't like my father.
Yeah.
But my father was the dearest person in my life, the
Yeah.
person I was closest to and most admired because he treated me as a rational adult
Right.
and insisted that I think things through. And he
Yeah.
would get rather wrothy about it if he saw me being intellectually or morally lazy in some way.
Right.
He would come down like thunder on me.
Yeah, my father too, man. He used to call me dummy when I couldn't. I'd ask him like a stupid question. He's like, "What are you, dummy?"
Right.
He said, "Think about that for a second."
Yeah, my father used to say if he jumped off the roof or jumped off the cliff, would you follow him?
Right. Yeah.
And then I went to college, and I was fortunate enough to go to a small southern college that had a very a very vigorous intellectual life based on a couple of people at the college, one of whom was head of the philosophy department. And I think actually he was the only member of that department. I think he taught all of the philosophy courses. I don't, there was another. There was another. There were two. And then an English department that had two people in it, one of whom was a retired Shakespeare um, scholar who was a woman. She was in her 70s, early 80s when she came as emeritus. And she was just a deeply scholarly, a very gentle, kind soul, but a deeply scholarly person who taught us how to understand what we were reading because it was basically unintelligible.
Hmm.
And then another man who was in the literature department, who was a writer, not a scholar at all, but a very creative writer who taught creative writing, and that was remarkable too. So, I had some really powerful people early on in my life, in my undergraduate, who were extremely important people to me. They really molded me and forced me to think about things, to study, to learn, to really to learn how to think. because I didn't know how to think.
Right.
I mean, my father helped me, but they made it a discipline, and I'd never really thought of it that way.
Hmm.
Philosophy courses today are not based on thinking. I don't know what they're based on, frankly, but they're not based on thinking.
Well,
Yeah.
the philosophies in the humanities department, and since feminism and gender studies, and since women took control of psychology, also, it's kind of screwed everybody up. This is totally off subject. What the hell is in that tank next to you with the turtle in it? Is there an
It's
emu?
Yeah, it's called a siren, Siren. It's a salamander.
Oh, because I saw him wiggling around.
He's about 18 inches long, about a foot and a half long.
Oh wow.
Big
What
guy.
what does he eat?
Uh, Whatever he wants.
Does he
He
get
eats
out and like go to the
a
fridge?
lot of worms. No, he eats a lot of worms. He'll eat crayfish if I can find them. Mainly, I feed him worms, fishing worms, big ones.
What where'd you get him?
He was caught locally
Oh,
on a rainy night on the road. I think I've had him for 4 to 5 years.
wow.
He was about 10 inches long when he came in. Neat
Hmm.
animal.
So
I have a,
he eats fish?
yeah, he eats fish.
Okay.
It's a little tricky for him to catch him. He stays in shallow water. Of course, he breathes air, so he's not in deep water. He
Okay.
stays in streams, creeks, marshes, those kinds of places.
Hmm. Yeah, I saw the turtle. Actually, I have a turtle in my pond. It's kind of funny because he moved in last year and he was little. I found him in the bottom of the pond when I was cleaning it out.
Uh,
And now, I mean, it's like triple the size now. And he comes up when I feed the fish now. It's pretty
right,
funny.
right. Yeah. Turtles are neat. That was one of the really popular things that people wanted, especially children. And it's so bizarre because there theoretically is a ban on selling them, although it's completely unenforced.
Yeah.
Um, I think because Biden hadn't found it yet. They're going to start enforcing it because it'll be one more bit of authority they can exercise.
Right. Now
Start throwing.
this one that wandered into my yard is a red ear slider.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Yeah, he just
they
moved
get.
in.
Yeah, they get right big. They'll get. No, the females get humongous.
Really?
Males will get like that, 8, 10 inches. Females will get 20 inches.
Shit.
Same as the yellow belly, but it'll take a while.
Well, I don't want it to eat my fish.
Yeah, that's yeah, the kind of fish you have that would definitely happen
Yeah.
because they're slow moving. So
I
they
think
become
the koi are the only ones that are safe.
probably. Yeah.
Mm. Well,
Uh, if we beat this horse to death,
I'm still not convinced that,
there's a God.
religion's gonna save our fucking country.
Well, religion built the country. I mean, read the Constitution. It is not just riddled with religion. It's foundational to it.
Right. But do you think all the talk that's been going on around religion and all spirituality is gonna like change people's minds on
I
being better?
think a lot of it. I think a lot of it is still far too new agey to really have much of an impact. They're the 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 conservative, patriotic American who is a Bible believing churchgoer. That's a different category altogether. A lot of the a lot of the stuff that we're hearing though is really kind of a rebottled new age. And it basically is a sort of a modified reality. Say, oh well, I heard this recently. Somebody, I have a Discord channel that has about 600 members right now, with about 100 people active at any one point in time. And we've got a number of channels. It's mostly based on tropical fish. That's really what it's about. But there's one channel that we call memes, the meme channel, where anything goes.
Really?
So long as it's not um, vulgar or obscene. Vulgarity and obscenity is
Right.
not permitted. But but you can post anything political, anything religious, anything esoteric. There have been a few people who have been upset about that, but I've insisted on keeping that open. And it's really kind of interesting because there's a real dialogue going on there, where
Yeah.
people who are pretty strongly opposed to each other's ideas are engaging each other. It's not always comfortable, and it's not always pleasant, but it's happening. There's there's genuine dialogue there because we got people in the community who
Right.
who are coming from very different places,
Yeah.
politically, religiously, philosophically,
Yeah.
across the board, and
Yeah.
we're forcing them to talk to each other. In effect, I don't I don't see that anything has resolved itself as a result of that, and
Well, maybe.
I don't really have any hopes that it will.
Right.
I just like to see the conversation.
Okay, so what do you think the ratio is male to female in that whole group?
It's probably 25% female, 75% male, I would say. Might not be 25% female, might be smaller than that. I
Yeah.
know when I look at the demographics on my YouTube channel, it's 80 plus percent male, and
Yeah.
most of them are 30 to 45.
Yeah, that's what I noticed, just in the whole fish keeping community, no matter what kind of fish, it's predominantly male.
There are some women who are extremely high caliber fish keepers.
Yeah.
I mean,
Small percent.
remarkably, yeah, really remarkably so.
Because it's very scientific.
Well, I think because it. No, I think they bring a maternal kind of instinct to it.
Yeah.
I think they bring a kind of caring and female sort of instinct to fish keeping that that the fish love. They love to be pampered.
Well, yes, goldfish, especially.
Goldfish, especially.
Goldfish love it.
Really.
Yeah.
So
They do.
I think in many ways, women are better fish keepers in that sense.
Really.
Yeah, and as I've evolved with this, I've come into this community with an attitude that 90% of what you guys are doing is fucked up
Yeah.
because what you're really concerned about is making money and buying stuff and showing off, and that's
Yeah.
fucked up.
Yep. Yep.
So my position is what you need to think about is how you can create a really natural, wholesome environment. And the foundation of that is so horrifying to most people that they just think I'm absolutely insane.
Well,
I would have put dirt in my tank.
Right. Well, the men like their things. They like their tools. They like their
Yeah, it's
pumps. They like
exactly
their
right.
UV. They like, yeah.
Yeah, it's exactly right. Now, what I've discovered though is by really promoting this, I've got a bunch of young guys in their 20s, a bunch of them who are gung ho, who are just jumping at it and, trying to do it and making it happen and doing really amazing things.
Hmm.
So I find that very interesting that they're really rebelling against the whole technocratic approach to the hobby.
Good. Good.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I love it. I just mainly have fun with it.
Yeah.
I told you what my latest is. My latest is water memory. Water memory. It,
Yeah.
it's based on research that's been going on since about 1995, studying the ability of water to retain electromagnetic uh, information long after whatever it was that put that information there is gone. And they've actually demonstrated this in laboratory experiments, and beyond that have have been able to encapsulate that information digitally and send it to a body of water somewhere else, and teach it to that water so that that water then retains the same information.
So, so is this information, is it particle or wave?
No,
In
it's wave, it's
okay.
energy. It's not
So,
particular at all. No, it's energy.
hmm.
It's electromagnetic pulses, basically. That's what they're using as their what do I want to say? Their their information node is electromagnetic pulses.
So what is
But
the information
light
for?
would also be part of that. Part
What is the information for?
it's it's well, that's a good question. That,
Like, what is within the information exactly?
well, here's a good example. What
Yeah.
One of the things that could be done uh, from a medical standpoint, if you got the information from a healthy liver, you could teach that to a sick liver, and that's been done. And they've been able to. Um, I don't know how they did it. It wasn't genetic. Um, they took the information, the electromagnetic information of involving a helix, involving a genetic helix, and implanted it, taught it to a foreign environment that assimilated it. And that was that in one case that was actually done medically, involving two livers, where they had a sick liver and a healthy liver, and
Hmm.
they took the information from the double helix in the healthy liver, electromagnetically digitized it, and then played it to an unhealthy liver, and the unhealthy liver responded. I don't
Hmm.
know to what extent it responded, but it did respond. So that's the exciting part of that about the research. It's also They're also looking at ways of using it in food preparation by ensuring that the quality of the food or the quality of the amniotic or the water is healthy. So I did a video today on this, talking about it in terms of fish tanks, and taking the position that when you put water in your tank, you have to realize where that water has come from. It's either come out of the ground from a well, or it's come through a bunch of pipes and chemical processes. And as
Right.
such, it's going to have two very different signatures that are
Yeah.
going to initially impact the animals that you put in that water. But that in time, those animals will change that information, will change the impulses in that water and cause it to become um, more homeopathic, if you will, or more in simpatico with the fish and plants. So
Well,
you
yeah.
have to think
The
about the
water,
water then. Water is a living thing from that perspective.
but the water has particles in it that change. By the way, your camera. I
I
don't know
just
why I
knocked
pushed
it.
it.
I know. I keep playing with the wire.
Well,
And
no, it like slowly kept turning up.
it's because I was playing with the wire.
No.
Pull, tugging it. Here's why. I've got it sitting on this microphone.
Okay.
Okay,
You need like
sitting
a.
on top of it. So when I pull the wire, the microphone tilts.
Okay, that's funny.
So I need to tighten it up.
That's funny.
There, I make it tight.
Hmm.
So
Well,
here you go. That I went online and I started looking at. I wanted to get a picture that I could post um, for um, um, for my video, a thumbnail. So I started looking at. I'm sorry. Started looking at living water cartoons. And of course, what I came up with was a whole lot of religious stuff.
right.
I had one I was going to use, had a guy dressed up as a priest sitting at a little table that said living water free. And right next to him was a little kid sitting at a table with a picture on it that said lemonade 25 cents.
Little future capitalists.
I didn't use that one right.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing what you're doing in the fish keeping community.
Well, you know, it's a way for me to be able to be, I don't know how to describe this exactly, to, to be an influencer and to create an environment that it's just about fish. But it
And then
but it's
subvert it.
yeah, but it really is about so much more.
Oh yes.
And some people get it and some people don't. The people who don't get it really don't like it.
Yeah.
They get very wrothy about it, and they treat me with extreme contempt.
Really?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
In your Discord server.
No, not there. On
Oh,
YouTube.
oh.
We've had one or two people come into Discord who have been really ornery, and we just kick them out.
Hmm.
We'd
Who?
let them. We'd let them stay. But that hadn't happened much. We've only been spammed. We had a gang come in one night at about 10 o'clock at night, and they came in hell bent for leather. They were going to tear this. They were they were going to tear this place up.
Really?
And well, the only person we had at the gate was a very genteel lady, middle 35-year-old lady in Holland, who saw this stuff coming in and saw the vulgarity and immediately began just deleting their comments.
Hmm.
And it was strange because a couple of other people found it and started helping her. But we had it set up at that point so that none of them had the ability to throw these people out. I was asleep in bed.
Oh.
I woke up And I came in here about 11 o'clock at night and saw this going on. It had been going on for about half an hour. And I shut it down and just kicked the gang of them out. And then we changed the protocols so that the group we call the Sharks had the ability to be able to kick people out.
Nice.
Really.
Sharks. Yeah, I was. I wonder how many of those people. Because I remember when I first started my channel, I posted my channel in one of the fish keeping groups I was in, and whoever was that, some bitch that was moderating, fucking kicked me out, like deleted it and fucking kicked me out of the group. I was like, really?
Yeah,
I know who it
remember
was.
that.
I know who it was.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah, she used to come into my streams, but she hasn't for a very long time. Yeah, I made a comment at one point. It was talking about environmentalism. And I made the comment that far too many environmentalists are really not interested in nature. They're really interested in a kind of Marxist power grab, in which they just want to put everything under the authority of government. Right. And there were two women who got mightily offended about that and left in a major huff. One of whom came back and the other one never did.
Well, good. You don't need that kind of negative energy around.
Really?
Yeah. The people I know that are like that are dependent on government assistance.
Yeah, one way or another, that they are. That's right. I was just looking at the comments here.
Oh, Raphael. Yeah, Rex came in.
Yeah, Raphael's here. You want to bring anybody else up here?
Actually,
you were going to get those South African guys.
Yeah, Emmanuel and Psyche. Yeah, because seeing Coach Red Pill's video this morning kind of concerned me. Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
Braxton Spivey.
Yeah, Brax. All right, I sent it to both of them. They write so much. I'm like, do you guys just want to talk instead?
Right. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, Brax says there's been tons and tons happening for the past 2 months.
Braxton saying there's been, tons and tons-ish.
Oh,
there sure has.
Yeah, I still see a lot of people in fucking positions they don't belong in, continuously ruining our country. I mean, a lot of people complain about it.
What do you think it's going to take for that cleaning up operation to occur?
It's probably going to take me going up there and grabbing these bitches by their hair and dragging them out the door and throwing them into the parking lot.
Right. What's it going to take for that to happen?
I mean, I can be there tomorrow.
Okay, but if you did that, you'd be arrested.
Would I if I brought the cartel with me?
Depends which cartel. Oh, that's it. Yeah, the Mexican cartel. That would be fun. That would be really fun.
Wouldn't it?
It would.
Wouldn't it?
And they ought to come in though. They ought to come in uh, to um, congratulate the president on his deeply principled um, of, uh, actions in opening the border to the poor and the disenfranchised of the world. And they come in with guns
Yes.
and knives and other similar weaponry,
Yeah.
and then put them to use.
Yeah.
He probably would welcome them with open arms. I think he would.
We should have a big celebratory dinner for him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Since he's certainly enfranchised the cartels in ways that they never dreamed possible, and he didn't just do it on the border. I mean, he's applied this principle really universally. He's just kind of a remarkable man. The way he was able, for example, to change the complete character of a little band of wannabe terrorists in the mountains of Afghanistan. 3,000 or so men hiding out. He was able to empower them to such a degree that they now have not just a country, but a military and have the sole support of China. And Biden did that. I mean, he's an absolute genius to have been able to achieve that. He has found a way to empower all of the most evil people in the world. It's amazing.
He hasn't done anything, Lou. It's Nancy Pelosi and the stupid, ignorant bitches that we have controlling our government.
Oh, I know, but I want to give him some credit. He deserves some credit. He spent his whole life trying to figure out how to impress other people with his utter corruption. And he's had to hide a lot of it. He's like, his constant pandering to children, and not just pandering, but what's the word that's used to describe prepping a child for sexual
grooming?
Grooming, yeah, thank you. He's groomed so many children, or at least tried to, and he's had to do it surreptitiously. And now he doesn't have to anymore. He's achieved something substantial with his life. He's been able to turn what everyone considered foolish and nasty and vulgar and contemptible into our primary focus. And he has an entire industry of media that are just out there praising him every day. It's just remarkable. And he's done that. I mean, I realize there are a bunch of women that prime him and tell him what to say. But he's the one doing it. He deserves all the credit for that.
It's his wife. He is the typical sacrificial lamb. He's the scapegoat for all of this nonsense. All of it.
Somebody said, what if his wife is the one who gave the order to for the military to leave Afghanistan?
What do you think, Zang?
Hey, How are you?
Yeah.
I'm doing fairly well.
You're alive. I'm glad to see you're alive.
Thanks.
You haven't been genocided yet.
Yeah. I am, yeah, things are starting to heat up because before the end of the year, they have two bills at the moment in Parliament. One of them is to radically remove like property protections in the Constitution, and the other one is going to institute a parallel land court system that will be politically appointed, that they don't have to be judges that are appointed to these courts. They just have to have a history of land rights, which means that essentially they can appoint activists to act as judges. They don't have to use the normal evidentiary, that they can use hearsay, so it's, and you can't, they're going to make it so that you can't appeal a land court judgment to like the ordinary court system. So it's very scary. I mean, like, it's kind of sort of going full steam into authoritarianism kind of territory, sort of. So by the end of the year, we could officially kind of, or fully be a banana republic, a kind of tin pot, kind of. But it'll be interesting because if they do, the independence movement where I live is has been recently emboldened because. The provincial governments where I live is not the same as is not the same political party that rules the national sphere. So there is a kind of democratic, sort of mismatch. And so a lot of people, I mean, that's the whole argument for there's a successionist movement to separate from the country because basically we can't get rid of the national government. We've never voted for the national government. They've never received a democratic endorsement from like the province where I live, and there's nothing that we can do to get away from their horrible rule and get, and so that's the general sort of argument. I think that there's a stronger argument to be made purely on the level of the Constitution, that how they've institutionally corrupted and betrayed the Constitution, especially by all these political appointments in the judiciary. Like the Constitutional Court has been, I mean, it's even come out. It's a common knowledge that they have these things called cadre deployment committees within the ruling party, where it's a political partisan committee. It's part of the ruling or the governing party, the ANC. They decide who gets deployed where, and they have chosen Constitutional Court judges, I believe, because these are basically political plants, that they have the right ideology. They are there to facilitate, this reinterpretation of non-racialism in the Constitution. They've already abrogated many things in the Constitution. They have not they haven't properly tested the legislation, like the Black Economic Empowerment and its particular form of corruption that it perpetrates. When that was challenged in the courts, the courts basically said, we're not allowed to have a look at this because there's they invented this thing called a governmental prerogative. They said, like, this is for the democracy to decide. It's not for us to decide. And we don't have a kind of democracy like you have. We have a supreme constitution that has very strict things. It says you can only infringe on a constitutional right in terms of the limitations clause, and they would not apply the criteria in the limitations clause. They just basically rationalized an excuse. And anyway,
well, our Supreme Court has done exactly the same thing by refusing to invest, to look at, and to make determinations about the last election. Same issue. They threw it back and they said, "This is a matter for the electoral process. We can't get involved."
Yeah.
They abrogated any responsibility for the constitutional aspects of that.
See, but the way I look at that, they're wrong for doing that, because right now they're almost like parents of a whole group of children that have competing ideologies. So shouldn't they have the final say on all the other governments?
Well, I think they do. I think they're cowardly. They're simply acting cowardly. They don't want to be the ones to tear down the edifice that's been built up by the wannabe tyrants.
They're the bosses of the courts, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. supposed to be, but they have abrogated that. They've determined that there are things that they will not touch.
Father Fisher, I don't want to be. I just sort of be this foreigner talking about the American legal framework and things like that. But I do think there are a lot of procedural protections in the American constitutional system, and I do think that there is a clear argument to be made that, for example, I think specifically there was an issue where the states themselves had a problem with each other, and the Supreme Court has to adjudicate over those kinds of issues. They can't refuse them, and they did refuse them.
Yeah.
I think it involves, and so that I think is a clear violation of your whole structure. So I don't want to
right.
diminish your
No,
arguments.
you're right. Absolutely.
Yep.
But I do think that in terms of the other stuff, the American system has never been designed to really protect constitutional rights through the courts. It's always, in my view, it's always been there as a cultural primer for the democracy, that you can't expect the judges to really weigh in on I think even from a jurisprudence point of view, it doesn't really have teeth, and in some sense it is meant to translate directly into the democracy. And in some sense the only protection that you really have is more like the guns, like that your freedom of association will never be infringed because maybe there's enough, right. Which I understand is not, to me, that's not a good enough protection. To have a real republic, my general argument is that America doesn't have a legitimate republic because the republic is more owned by the democracy than it is by the individual citizen. And in some sense,
well, yeah, and I think that happened during the Civil War and early in the 19th century when the Senate was no longer determined by, or was members selected by the state, but by general election. That was a fundamental change that democratized the system that was Republican. And the Civil War was the other time when, after the Civil War, the Republican influences were democratized. What actually took us into the war was not what took us out of the war. So yeah, I think you're right. I think we've lost the meaning and the spirit of the foundation of the republic out of some misguided notion of being for the people, or the people being at the core of the government, which was never established. It was just never was established that way. But we have so demonized the foundation, the founding of the republic, and the principles that brought it into existence, that I don't think we can get back there.
Who demonized it?
The Democrats. The whole Democrat Party has been, they were the loyalists. That was the party that from the very foundation of our country has opposed its very existence. And they finally have achieved some effective control.
Why did we allow them to remain in this country?
If they opposed this
country?
Yeah, I don't know. Out of some sense of fairness, I guess.
See, I would have slaughtered all of them way back in the day. I will be right back. I'll let you guys chat for a second.
Well, we did have a war over that, after all.
Well, I think I'm a bit sketchy on some of the history and some of the ideological movements, because I have these disparate factoids in my head which don't kind of line up. Which is that I've heard, and maybe I'm misinformed or I didn't hear it correctly, but that the federal constitution, the rights in the federal constitution, only applied against the federal government, not against the states individually, until the 1950s. It was only in the 1950s where it was regarded that the guarantees in the federal constitution limited states and not the federal government.
It really started before that. I mean, you're right. It started under Wilson, who who began to abrogate the authority of the states for the sake of the authority of the federal government. So it started in the 30s. But yeah, that's exactly what happened. And it's gotten completely out of hand to the point where today the states have literally no authority. That's the struggle Florida and Texas are having right now with Biden, because he's trying to impose things that they're both saying, we're not going to do it.
Yeah.
We're not required to do it. So we're coming to that point, I think, where the states, some states, a few, there are actually 31 of them that whose attorneys general have taken positions opposed to the kind of intrusion that the Biden administration is seeking to create in the states.
My general polemic that I'm trying to raise, though, is almost a completely alternative critique of the system, because in some sense you're describing that the more local state democracies are at odds with the federal, sort of collective democracy of the entire country, and that mismatch is obviously, could be practically resolved if there was more decentralization or there was more sort of sanctity of the of the federal structure.
Right. Yeah.
But my general thing about, and this is not necessarily an absolutely true critique against the whole American structure, because states could have independently broken themselves out of this general format that I'm about to characterize. But my general argument against the legal framework in America is that how it treats the republic as rented space of the democracy, and it respects the democracy, I think, too much. And it uses the Supreme Constitution. If you're going to have a Supreme Constitution, what's the point if you're not going to do anything with that supremacy, if you're not going to entrench actual substantive values? Because as far as I can see, the only values in the Constitution are a kind of procedural balance that you can use to kind of get a kind of procedural fairness, but there's no substantive entrenchment where you can have the individual stand up against the state. The judge is always going to be on the side of it's called the intention of the legislature. You're always going to have your rights over rationalized away, and as sort of, oh well, if you want to pursue happiness, the way that you pursue happiness is with your democracy, so it's right that the democracy gets to, you can always just create a rationalization that you can semantically get around infringement, whereas there's no rigidity to the rights, because you don't have a full set of principles and values. They're just kind of, they're soft, they're primed as a kind of soft democratic, like, well, if you care about these things, make sure that you vote for people that also care about these things. That's your only real protection. The judge is not going to side with you against the legislature, against the lawmakers, as it were. That's I see as a fundamental sort of corruption almost.
I think that's right. There's a general recognition in this country that the Constitution is dead and buried. It has no effective influence.
See, I think it would work better if we didn't have so many fucking retarded people with really stupid ideas and zero principles. Like, if we had more disciplined people with core values, and I don't think it's so much the legal framework and the structure. It's just, yeah, democracy is okay when you don't have half of your country that's retarded, pretty much. I think
you're right, and that's the end game of democracy, to put the fool on the throne.
But it started with letting women vote.
No, I think it started before that. That was certainly a turning point.
I mean, I just want to say that I practically agree with your point there, that the democracy can sort of, if it has enough morality within itself, it can keep itself. But I just think that there is something to be said about having a structure that has a requisite amount of integrity, that you can actually have a coherent and self-consistent justice system. Because I do think it comes down to a basic concept like justice. If justice becomes the rule of man, becomes whatever the democracy says it is, and they get to promulgate morality, and you don't have this way in which the individual can actually stand and push back against that with a kind of substantive, coherent framework, then I think that you don't necessarily even have, you've tarnished the concept of justice to the point at which that you are allowing corruption, you're allowing a creep of a kind of I do think that there's a particular form of corruption that happens in here, because I mean, I have all these sophisticated arguments about, you know, sort of when politicians morally grandstand and they, you know, they declare war on something, they declare war on drugs or war on this or war on that, it becomes like what the actual effect of their policy no longer matters, because it's a righteous thing to be doing, and so you can always just kind of pontificate and morally grandstand and double down, and that I think creates a kind of blind spot. And I think that when you do that with the concept of justice, when justice isn't properly grounded within the republic, then I think you're just waiting to sort of be the frog that's boiled, and then you get an idiot at some point. You know, you get a jester.
That's right.
But like the war on drugs, like that is a very noble pursuit, but it should be the war on why do people want to check out and disassociate and use drugs. Like that's where the war should be.
I have a general cultural commentary right now, which is that, you know, it's interesting that, you know, let's say gender roles and cultural norms have all gone sort of, you know, because we've liberalized so much that we've gone haywire. And I actually think that this is a necessary teething problem, although obviously having these ideologies which are so incoherent and nonsensical and stupid, and which, you know, encourage people to do stupid things, is obviously not a good thing. Right. But I think that what's happened is that people for a long time had inherited traditional ways of doing things, and they didn't understand the wisdom in the conformity that they were behaving according to. And now that we've liberalized these things, I think what we've actually liberalized is wisdom. And so we're now people are actually having to develop it for them in their own experiences, and then maybe transmit it authentically rather than the traditional transmission that we had before, which, you know, was a very, I think, fundamentally corrupt way of doing it. Because if you dislocate the wisdom and the, you know, the experiential wisdom and the knowledge from just conforming, you know, you're going to let a lot of anyway. So I see this as a necessary teething period that we're going through, and obviously having these. I mean, the problem is that the ideology that we're up against is potentially very, very dangerous, because in some sense, it's not worth it even pointing out how incoherent and stupid they are. That's not the point, because the point is that they know in some sense that it doesn't work. The point is that they can control who gets blamed for their own sort of failures. And that is like a spiraling, tyrannical, you know, sort of very malevolent force. And so, so this leads on to the point where I don't like it when people try to play devil's advocate with their arguments too much, because in some sense the point is that it is incoherent. It's part of their fuel for their, you know, they need to be agitated in order to give themselves the impetus to drive forward and sort of burn more things down or go and be more destructive. So, you know, trying to argue against them intellectually is not really the point, and we do have to deal with our own problems, I think, into creating a system that is not vulnerable to their kind of malevolence and corruption, which I do think that America does structurally have problems, even from before all of this. Like, you know, just decentralizing democracy, I think, is not, although it might be a practical solution that might work in some historical contexts, it would be better to have a justice system that actually was self-consistent and protected itself against the liberal intolerance paradox. Like, my general argument here, you know, the McCarthyist, you know, commission of anti-American activities, I am deeply sympathetic with that solution to that problem at that time. Yeah. But to me, it fundamentally shows that the American system was not capable of preserving itself while playing by its own rules, because it was basically creating a little inquisition in order to protect itself. And it's somewhat necessary, but if you have to break the rules of your own game in order to preserve the continuance of your own game, then it shows that it has a fundamental deficit that needs to be fixed. And so I do think that the justice system needs to be updated or revamped, that you need a more rule of law and not so much this
Rule of
connection to
man.
democracy, because then when the democracy starts to get corrupted
Yeah.
and the morality gets lost in the democracy, you have no structure to save you. The frog is boiling.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. The end game of democracy is tyranny, because the end game of democracy is the breakdown of all justice, of all sanity, of all social health and social welfare. And in
Okay.
that environment, that's the environment that the strong man rises up in and takes authority.
Okay. So could that also be used to bring it back to center, or bring it back? I mean, like, say I decide to be that tyrant and I go around collecting all the crazy bitches, pulling them out of their seats by their hair. I mean, would
Well,
that
yeah, actually, it is,
would that
because
be a better
not,
solution than letting them tyrannize everybody else? Like, if that is
it's
the definite end game of something like this.
the tyrant is not the end game, though. The tyranny is not the end game. Tyranny is another step in that process. What follows tyranny is a republic. In a sane, that's exactly what happened in the colonies. What followed the tyranny of the king was a republic. It was not a democracy.
Right.
The democracy was seen as the perpetuation of the tyranny. So it has to kind of go full circle, I think. So we have to have the tyranny in order to understand that democracy is not the solution to a healthy society or a healthy government. And that's what we're experiencing right now, is the early onset of utterly tyrannical government that is clearly not in the interests of the people. So it's the failure of democracy that will lead us back, I think, to our foundation, to the republic.
Well, I think our society is very primed for me to take over, because everybody's already used to listening to women. It's just they listen to the wrong ones.
Right. Well, if we're going to get some of the women out, we got to get all of the women out.
Yes.
So you're not allowed.
No, I want nothing to do with politics. That's man's work. That is men should be in politics. Seriously.
Just grab them by the hair and drag them out the door.
Yes. Our government needs to shrink substantially.
I think that's why they've now decided that girls are going to have to be, what's the word I would taken into the military.
Or is it conscription?
Precisely, yeah. Pardon?
The draft?
The draft.
The draft.
Yeah, the draft, right. That girls are going to have to be drafted.
Dude.
That's kind of the final straw. Now, Israel has done it effectively, but I don't think we have that kind of society.
No. We're severely far less disciplined.
Far less
disciplined. Our women.
Precisely.
Don't hold women accountable for anything.
Yeah, put women right. Don't give me bombs, somebody said. There was a video the other day, some woman saying, "Don't give me a bomb."
Right.
Whatever you do, don't give me a bomb.
Well, with the internet, you can look up 27 different ways to make them.
Well, she was talking about being drafted and being given control of deadly weapons. Yeah, it's tyranny. Tyranny has a subtle kind of attraction to the control of chaos. And as we become increasingly chaotic, we look to to that leader who's going to establish an authority that will control the chaos. But then in the process of doing that, we discovered that we've lost everything we find precious. So we
Well, if it's a man, probably. If it's a woman to control the women, that would be proper, wouldn't it?
I've in recordings that I'm still busy uploading. I've got a big backlog that I just started uploading recently. That I was getting into almost the spiritual issue of liberty and things like that. Because like what liberty means in a coherent sort of liberal open society is that in some sense, and I was also trying to take this on from like a Christian, or at least my understanding of the Christian doctrine perspective at looking at the state, and to have a kind of to conserve liberty, as far as I can see, the state actually has to endorse a kind of moral anarchy, that there has to be some kind of and that the individual should be somewhat agnostic about, let's say, the lack of, because in some sense there are two types of coherence which are needed. Like an individual, a private individual needs to maybe be concerned with their own moral coherence of their own spirituality or their own individual ethic or whatever. But then the secular state needs to care about a kind of collective secular coherence. And the collective and the individual should not be the same, should not have the same standards, you know. And in some sense, the state should just really guard against tyranny. It should guard against the liberal intolerance paradox that, you know, you have to know, the individual has to know where they are allowed to be intolerant of other people. That's what freedom means, you know, that you have to allow for people to reject one another and have a kind of soft cultural intolerance is part of freedom. And so, you know, having a kind of structured, systematic agnosticism that should be the structure of the system, should permit that kind of, that's what freedom means, is that you have to give a kind of agnosticism to a state that does that. And so I do think that there are perhaps some grounds where you should limit some speech where people, you know, are basically are calling for politically campaigning and trying to create, you know, like an authoritarian, you know, sort of alternative to the government, you know, like you know, establish themselves as a warlord. You know, that's.
But guess what? I'm allowed to do it because I have boobs. Men are not allowed to do it in my country. I'm allowed to say whatever the fuck I want and get away with it. Yeah. Why?
I think John Adams felt exactly that way. That was his notion of what the federal government should be, and that it should be substantially limited. It should have very prescribed authority. That's out the window. That is long gone.
Well, because our government's huge now, full of bureaucratic women trying to control people.
And evil men. There are plenty of evil men in that party as well.
One of the general themes of my critiques of how the American structure, I think, has led to its own corruption to some degree is that when you see the government as a kind of Unitarian church of morality, that it's there to promulgate morality and it's there as a kind of as a conduit for people to make the world better, rather than it's endorsing a kind of moral anarchism. Because I do think that essentially the private freedom of association scale of life has been neutered. It has been displaced by, you know, essentially charity has been centered under the governmental, you know, sort of dispensation of services. So you've got a kind of secular Unitarian moral sort of justice, and that has clouded the realm of an independent freedom of conscience, you know, of the classically liberal individual that is sovereign in their own right. Is now
I think you're right, and I think it's happened because the government has been given the responsibility for managing and directing the culture, the society. The government that you're describing would be an explicitly managerial class with no authority beyond very rigid limits and no ability to pass moral judgment on anything. And that's that doesn't exist anywhere in federal or state government. It did. That's what we were founded on, but it's gone.
You see, I wonder though. Well, I mean, obviously, my country and my country's constitution was able to absorb the experience of the American structure. And so, like we have very clearly delineated constitutional duties that the government has. So you have very clear mechanisms of the things that they have to basically, that it's their job to do. And in some sense, if it oversteps that mark, it's got the limitations clause that a citizen can use against the government. So I think that, you can get some moral work out of the government to some degree, but it's very tightly confined, and so the ambit of democracy is anyway. I think it's properly contained, but in some sense we don't have to worry too much because the Constitution substantively provides so much rights of the individual that fundamentally the government has a duty to respect and uphold and essentially guarantee is part of their mandate as being the government under a constitutional, a supreme constitutional order. But obviously, the institutionalized corruption that we have gotten, which has largely been from this ideology, which and also importing what I would call corrupt American jurisprudence, because your system has already corrupted itself in this way, so it's already kind of developed these arguments, and we've just cottoned onto them wholesale. Anyway, sorry. But I do think that the South African structure is a solution to this. It's just that in some sense the democracy in my country just got history has not been kind. That essentially that very cynically the government got in. It was not really that interested in development and transformation. They kind of are playing the strategy of the top of society and the bottom of society against the middle. That you create a false revolutionary, sort of political consciousness, and then you can just kind of people farming. It's a kind of sort of the Chinese.
Right. Well, it's become global, hasn't it?
I mean, I've also characterized it that way. That this is, I think, Coach Redpool in the video. I don't know if you saw that. A good mother shared it with me.
No, Amanda was talking about it earlier.
Because I do think that we are becoming like China and Russia. That's what the woke lefty is. It's
exactly. That's absolutely right.
Yeah, that you're trying to implement a kind of credit score, a social credit score, based on vaccination passports and all those sorts of things.
Sure. Yeah, it's totalitarian. It's anti-freedom. It's anti-individual. It stands for it's really tribal.
I mean, it's just amazing how there's no one that there isn't a judicial mechanism to say you can't. How dare you try to make mandates like this without even exemptions and how you could exonerate yourself based on just basic common sense. So I mean, it just shows. I mean, even if it had those things, I would still say it would be an overstepping of the bounds. But the fact that those things are explicitly not there, it just shows just how flagrant, the kind of the ideological sort of malevolence is.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's funny.
I think that's what. Yeah, go ahead.
A lot of the people that got the vaccine are still wearing masks because they're pissed that a lot of people aren't getting vaccinated. So it's kind of funny.
It's a very interesting physicalization of the identity politics sort of worldview. It's a very interesting sort of. It's almost nice to have this parallel because it shows, just the absurdity and the insanity,
Oh, Zang, I did not tell you. I had a client a couple weeks ago that kind of went off a little bit because she was terrified because of all the crap she was consuming she'd been vaccinated. She's a mother of 6, has grandkids. She literally said to my face, I hope all the unvaccinated people die. Or all the people that refuse to get vaccinations die. Because they're killing all the people that want the vaccine but are too young and way too unhealthy to receive the vaccine. So she's wearing her mask. I'm like, wow. And we've had that conversation 4 times previously, and she knows where I stand on getting the vaccine. But she was not in her fucking right mind when she told me that she no longer wants a hairstylist. Yeah, she was, but she's retired. She sold her house last year. She lives in an apartment. She has nothing better to do with her time now, and she's afraid. And her subjective experience is her son's ex-wife and her granddaughter fall in both of those categories. So she wants to be able to see them for Christmas. So she's gonna fucking wear a mask, and she hates everybody who refuses to get a vaccine.
It's sad, but I mean, I guess this is. I mean, it's sort of it's two things. It's probably, I don't know. I've heard this concept recently, luxury beliefs, which I think is something that I'm going to try to use. But I think it's a combination of luxury beliefs, and it's a combination of CNN and MSNBC sort of spouting all this propaganda constantly about it. And so it's sort of...
No, she's a retired university professor, and her sister, she's from Canada, and her sister apparently works in the field of virology or whatever. So all the information she gets, she trusts the sources, and they are also hysterical and irrational fucking women.
I mean, it's our maybe I shouldn't say this. This might be dangerous to say on your stream.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you on your other account?
Which one?
Are you? Because didn't you make a separate account because you got so many strikes?
Oh, the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp one.
Oh, so are we on your? Because I don't want to get you banned.
Oh, you can't get me banned.
Oh, so are we on a different account?
No.
Oh.
No, all of my strikes have been. One was for medical misinformation, and the other one was for copyright because I played a bunch of shit I probably shouldn't have.
But if you get a third strike, then within 4 months, doesn't your whole channel disappear?
No, I'm down to 1 strike now.
Oh, so it's reversed. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm good for another. Go for it.
I believe it's actually better for vaccinated people, for other people not to be vaccinated, because like the immunity that you get from actually having the virus rather than, sort of the vaccine immunity will probably be much more protective in the long term towards adding towards herd immunity and also creates a bigger buffer against mutation, which is inevitable. Like, the virus is not going to be eradicated. If we had 100% vaccine, the virus would not be eradicated. I even argue, or I would even tend to think that because of a COVID virus, it's just going to exacerbate the selective pressure towards mutation and getting it. And the vaccine, I think, is not a particularly. I don't think the protection is that great. I mean, I think that we know that from just how badly it wanes and how, but also, I mean, I've heard I've heard so many conflicting things, because I've heard things from good, credible sources that say that like a lot of the variants don't have the protein that the vaccine is targeting. So like so already it seems to me that it's not. Finally! Oh, that's Emmanuel.
Yes, Emmanuel's alive! Yay!
Hi, Emmanuel. Hello.
How are you guys doing?
Good.
How are you?
Oh, good, thanks. Oi, man, the world's gone kind of crazy since the last time we spoke, man. I know, like the whole thing with the whole vaccine mandates and how it's being, just passed, and everyone's just kind of taking it. It's
right? Bending over willingly. Weird.
They got Black Mirror. It's Black Mirror. It's a Black Mirror episode.
It's insane because I would have thought South Africans of all people would be the ones most sensitive to this sort of thing. Given our history,
Yeah.
The fact that we used to have essentially some that worked quite similarly, where people had to produce some sort of certificate to show all of these sorts of things. I would have thought South Africans would be the first and the loudest to reject this thing, and instead they've just taken it.
The Central Africa has, though. They have rejected it. There's some
Yeah,
African nations that have rejected it.
yeah.
I mean,
South Africa's weird.
I
Yeah.
think that's a symptom of the normalization of the kind of general authoritarian themes that we've been seeing, in political rhetoric and general discourse. Like in terms of how the media narrative, and sort of creating these emotional hyper realism, sort of racial consciousness things. I think that kind of fudged thinking is essentially being. That's why we don't have the. I know from the Zuma presidency onwards, we have really the quality of our political discourse and has just kind of the nature of politics has radically changed in this country. It's radicalized in a way that is obviously there to entrench unaccountable political leadership. Because you can always just divert the blame onto the unvaxxed, or you can just because it's seen through the narrative. You're looking at it through the systematic, sort of perspective. And you're just trying to manage that efficiently or whatever is most expedient. So it's really kind of we've got a moral calculus in people now, which is fundamentally anti-liberal, which is fundamentally anti-constitutional and just fundamentally. Anyway, so sorry. But
I have a
Yeah.
question though. The you guys said the mid Africa is rejecting. I want to know
Yeah,
how
Central Africa. That's what. Yeah.
Central Africa, yeah.
Central, okay. I want to know how many women are in positions of power in that area.
Probably none.
Yeah, probably quite a few. I'm just thinking of countries like DRC. That's they still have wars and things like that there.
So they don't have like university indoctrination.
I'm pretty sure they do. Because a lot of the world has modernized, but not nearly to the same extent that you'd see in, say, South Africa or the more developed parts of Africa.
So
So
there's the ratio of men to women in power is
yeah. It's probably quote worse in Central Africa versus
better.
say
You
South
mean
Africa and yeah. That's why
yeah,
Right.
more patriarchal. Might you say?
yeah. It's more patriarchal. So I'm not surprised. I've seen
Also true in
some.
South America.
Yeah, I think the more conservative you go, the more traditional you go, the more you actually see more a resistance to this thing, and
Right.
the more left leaning, and
Aggressive.
I think in our case, racially active or racially minded a country is, the more they're actually willing to accept this sort of thing,
Right.
which is kind of counterintuitive because you think,
well, because they're too busy focused on fucking race.
yeah, I
Right.
think that's the thing, and
Yeah.
it's unfortunate because I saw this meme a while ago where they said if you put red ants and black ants into a jar and they won't attack each other, but once you shake the jar, then they just rip each other to shreds. And basically the whole point of the meme was that we should be asking who's the guy who's shaking the jar.
Shaking the jar, right.
Yeah,
Yeah, because the ants are hitting each other, and they're like, "Oh, who just hit me?"
yeah, exactly. So I think that's the sort of dynamic that we see, certainly in countries like South Africa, where the go-to scapegoat is race, or capitalism,
Right,
Yeah.
but it's areas that are receiving a lot of psychological and emotional hitting instead of physical. Like people don't know where it's coming from, so they're pointing fingers at the closest.
Yeah, it's narrative, and I think Psyche would actually agree with this. Is that, like you were saying, the problem is that we've had so much racial politics drilled
and
into us,
scapegoating.
and scapegoating, that we can't even think outside of that. I don't know, framework.
Yeah.
It's like our firmware is biased towards thinking in a particular way. That
Yeah.
you can't even comprehend a situation that has no racial, component to it.
Right. Hold on one second. Lou, I'm trying to be conscious of your time. Didn't you
Yeah,
say you
I need to be out of here by 8 o'clock.
okay.
I got
Yeah,
about
so
10 minutes. Yeah.
okay. Just wanted to
Right.
double
Yeah.
check.
Thanks.
Yeah. I think that's the problem. And this can go one of two ways. The video that you sent of Coach Red Pill, I think
Yes.
his analysis is spot on. And I think I said to you that it gave me goosebumps because how he explained the whole thing of once they're done with the white people, then they'll move on to the clever black people.
Yeah, and that
and
means you, Emmanuel.
yeah, that's the thing.
Right? So first
And
it's
we
gonna
already
be
have a
Zang,
term
and
for
then
it.
you're next.
We already have a term for it. It's called clever blacks, literally. And
Really?
either they call them 702 blacks. I think you'll know about this Psyche, or they'll call them clever blacks or whatever the anti-revolutionary blacks. All these
Superior?
what's the
Can
other
we
term they
can we
use?
say superior?
Guys who've lost the black consciousness, all sorts of phrases that they use to um, you know shame people who think differently from them. And
Who are smarter
this
and think more critically and more long term.
this is the problem. And
Well, it's precisely what's happened in every tyranny in the 19th century, the 20th century. You look at Russia, at China, at Cuba, at Pol Pot, at Thailand, not Thailand, then
They demonize
Cambodia,
Muslims.
Cambodia.
mm,
Yeah, they've gone after a given group. And once they were controlled, then it was everybody else. The Bolsheviks are a perfect example. And what Mao Zedong did in China was precisely the same thing.
mm.
You go after one group after another until there's nobody left standing. It's the nature of tyranny to
Well-
destroy everything and everybody because everybody presents a threat to
But
the
this
tyrant.
tyranny is different than all of the other ones because it's women who are doing it, and they're the ones pointing the fingers at the bad guys.
Yeah, it's not just the
Well,
fact that it's women. Sorry, I just want to say this quickly. I think it's a whole drive. It's like a mentality. It's like a
Yeah,
wave
that's
that's taken over the world. It's
But
as
it's women
this
in
person's
my
called
country. It's the women
Yeah.
in my country that are fueling the rest of it because they're so
Exactly.
focused on race and whatever they're pointing the finger at gets the attention. And for your country, it's all about race, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
about race.
I just want to
Yeah.
disagree that this is different. I mean, it's always been this way. The Nazi movement was made popular by the women in the movement. They were the ones who attracted the men into the politics. So,
See, I was waiting for you to say that.
I mean, you can
The
also see
borderline.
this in the Nuremberg dissatisfaction marches. You see the women were leading the cultural push for it. I mean, they might not be the ones administering it, but they're the ones who are the cultural impetus for it. And in some sense, I think
Yeah.
they're the ones who control the apportioning of blame, because it doesn't matter if it's incoherent nonsense and if it's just sort of very highly emotional rhetoric and all these sorts of things. They get to control who gets scapegoated. They get the one who gets to apportion blame on so it's actually good that it doesn't work in reasoning, because then they can use that to creates an impetus to finding someone to blame even faster to offset the incongruence or the the sort of intellectual deficit within their system. So it actually works in their favor. But I just want to say as well about Central Africa. I mean, I imagine that it also has to do with the fact that they don't have a white minority, or they don't have a white portion of their population which plugs into the ideology. And also, if you're just generally poorer, you have to get the basics right. You have to make sure that you're at your universities, that you're learning skills that are actually part of having a functioning economy, and that you're promoting right. You don't have the money to invest into social sciences and strange studies and things like
Right.
that.
Mhm.
That
So-
goes back to what Kevin Samuels always says: feminism only works in first world countries.
But
Really, yeah.
I think we should be talking a lot about luxury beliefs, because I do think that that's part of the corruption that we're sitting with, is that we have this false revolutionary consciousness with all these people that think that they're in league with the people at the bottom, and so they're nominally for the people at the bottom, but they're really just destroying the people in the middle that are actually the hope of actually uplifting
Yeah.
people, and
Oh, yes.
you
Exactly.
come up through the middle.
Exactly.
That's how you come up.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
I think I've actually touched on this very thing that you said, that the problem with people, like, it's one of the fundamental things I don't understand with socialism, is that if you hate the rich, then what do you expect the poor to be once they escape poverty?
Right.
Right.
That's
What
the
do they,
that's the
what do they
right.
shoot for?
the paradox. It's like if you hate people being middle class or rich, but you say you're for the poor people,
Right.
then who are you actually for? Because once the
They're-
people escape poverty, they'll become the people you hate.
Well, no, they
Well,
are.
there's
For the
it's a
poor.
false declension, because the people who are saying that are really saying they want everybody to be poor,
Exactly.
because they
except
want to
them.
they want to be able to
Except them.
control it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to be the authority. I'm going to make sure everybody gets a check. Everybody in the world's going to get a check. Nobody's going to have a job. Nobody's going to own anything, but everybody will be a check, and I'm going to be the one with the signature on the check.
Yeah.
See, and those people need to go first. They need to show us how it's done, if that is the case. They need to lead by example. None of these fucking people give up any of their check that our taxpayer money pays.
Oh
You
yeah.
wonder
Yeah.
why they can't just do a charity. If that's what they believe, why don't they create that as a structure? Why do they have to do it through the government, essentially, as well?
That's what I'm saying. It needs to be like a community thing. They need to go into the private sector and pull that pandering bullshit and see
Well, they
how
want the
successful
power.
they will be.
They want the power. They want the control. They want the authority. They are tyrants. They are at heart tyrants who want to control and dominate and put their heel on everyone. These are evil people.
Yes,
We
I
have
agree.
evil people among us, and we allow evil people to ascend to positions of authority. And what they do, they abuse the power that goes with it. And that's where we're at. It's been going on now for 50 years or more. And it's reached an apex. It's reached a climax globally.
This might be a slightly esoteric point, but I think that what it is that they're trousing and what they're trotting on is that they don't believe that there's a kind of internal locus of control, that there's a sanctity of the individual, and they want the individual to sort of be automatically catered to. The human condition must be systematized into the state, and there's a fundamental sort of dehumanization that you can just kind of collectively solve the human condition. And I think that is where the evilness comes from. Is and it almost you can it we
Yeah, that's
when you just
exactly
look at
right.
it from the narrative.
Yeah. It's a denial of the individual.
Yeah.
It's a denial of that the individual is primary, and I mean that's what this country theoretically is based on, but we've gone so far afield from that anyone standing up for themselves is considered an enemy.
Right.
If you don't take the shot, you're an enemy.
But
Individualism, for those where the mentality is that individualism is what is destructive of society. It's not that it's destructive of it; it's that it is standing against the domination of the body, of the whole body, by those in authority.
But that's why they're hypocrites, because they do believe in individualism because they believe in their own, and then they hold individuals, particularly white men, accountable for shit, and then they mommy others, like giving them or taking away their agency and not treating them like individuals.
Yeah,
They
it's
mommy
exactly
them.
right. Yeah.
They,
It's-
like,
it's
they,
the-
they don't
yeah.
see them having an internal locus of control because they're like parenting them. And because and that goes with the whole supremacy, white supremacy, because it's a lot of white women who are fucking doing it out of shame and guilt for shit that happened in the past. Like,
So I mean, I guess you could add as an alternative that it's the imprudence of combining the state with a kind of moral sanctimony and not having some kind of buffer that
wall.
stops that, you know.
Yeah.
your wall, your fence. Like,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Well, it's a two-class system where there is elite and there's everybody else, and the elites don't have to abide by any of the rules that they impose on anybody else because they are superior creatures.
Lou at
I
Data
think-
Block.
I think this looks, the whole thing kind of it's kind of similar to the sort of problems that people rightfully criticize with the church and government system. Except what's worse about this is that at least with the church they had like a document, a Bible that was independent from individuals. That was some that was like separate. Now you have this situation where the God is, well, each of these people who subscribe to this view are
Yeah,
essentially
exactly.
God, and they dictate what happens at a whim because there's no real solid document to refer to, and it's way worse than having the church and state mixture.
Again.
Yeah.
I have to go, gentlemen. I love it. Amanda, thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us.
It's been delightful. I've really enjoyed it. I'm gonna do. I have a live stream going at 8:30, so we'll see what spills over into that from here.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
He's subverting the fish community, the fish keeping community. It's global, so he's doing
Right.
his stuff for globalization.
Bye, guys. Zang,
Hi, Lou.
nice to be with you. Emmanuel, thank you so much.
Cheers, look.
Yeah, there's something you said, Psyche, about the whole luxury beliefs thing.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about how we have a lot of this champagne socialism in South Africa, where you'll have people claim to be for the poor, but the way they dress, the way they conduct themselves outside of the context of photo ops and places where they can perform like they are for the poor. And yet this is out in the open. This is something that people know. People know, for example, that if you go to some of these clubs that are notorious for having a lot of these politicians, people know the way politicians act in that context, and yet they freely, it's sort of like they willfully forget all of that and then just believe that these people are truly for the poor. What do you think that comes from? Is that like something that's down at the level of individual households, or is it like a more national level issue that we're seeing? Because I don't understand how we can know of, say, I'll give in the South African context, the culture of blessers, the culture of knowing that politicians tend to run things, and yet people just quickly forget when voting time comes around.
I mean, I think that people don't judge a belief by how other people hold it or live it out or contend it. They model it in their own mind, so they wear it themselves. And I do think that in some sense the moral corruption, or at least the perverse incentive for such a belief system, is immediately rewarding because it gives you a kind of moral authority. It puts you on the right side. So there's a lot of built-in automatic suppression of anything that might disagree with you. In fact, it gives you permission to do terrible things to other people that just merely for disagreeing with you, or for not conceding to you your kind of moral supremacy. And also, I've met so many white people who believe in this identity politics bullshit, and also obviously black people, and it's sort of, I mean, it is interesting because it is slightly different between white and black people. Because in some sense, it's always weird when you see white people do it. Because in my mind, I always think, there were actually some Jews in Nazi Germany that fell for, the kind of the propaganda of the Jewish conspiracy theory. So, but it just shows you how alluring seeing the world from an oversimplified narrative that gives you moral certainty, that you can know that when you're looking at something that you can say that this is symbolic of an absolute moral position, or it's like you have an objective criteria through which that you can be absolutely certain that you are on the right side of history. And so like all of those things are just they're weirdly convenient. I mean, they're obvious, it's subtly corrupting, because I do think that, I try to make a distinction that they're like, because this is a stage of development that I see happening in 12-year-olds, that when you're growing up as a teenager, you will have to usually join a narrative before you can remove yourself from the matrix. You almost have to, you have to live through, escaping from a narrative at least once to understand the nature of these things. You have to try it out yourself, and you have to kind of and realize why it's it's corrupting, and why it overshadows your own individualism and your own internal locus of control. That's part of understanding the internal locus of control. And so these people are stuck in that they're almost like narcissists that never grow up, like they have a kind of collective vulnerable narcissism. So, it is a very interesting psychological sort of beast. And
can you remind me again how women are responsible for the atrocities of Nazi Germany and why Hitler got all the fucking blame for it?
Okay, so I'm about to upload videos that deeply go into this. I actually have a whole diagnosis of Generation Z, or you Americans say Z, you don't say Z, but Generation Z has all these problems with, I would say, their sense of humor. They don't have humor anymore. Their humor has been broken down. They don't have individual taste and individual humor. They are completely plugged into the sort of the innovation that comes from outsourcing this in some sense. And the criteria for humor is very ironic. It's very another person made a video on this, which I'm going to link in my link to this, but I just kind of but I think that anyway, if you can't have humor, it is almost as if you can't have diplomacy around your internal locus of control. That's what I think humor is. It's interesting that even in medieval medicine, humor was used. Humor was your vitality. That was your health, was based in your humor.
Yeah.
And you had different humors, and you had different biles and things like that. But anyway, it's an interesting word in that sense. But sorry, so to have an individual taste, to have an individual style, and in some sense how we also negotiate with other people, because we have to do so within the medium of culture, which is shared and mediated by the collective. So I think one of the ways in which we approach each other's intimacy and sanctum and private sort of sanctity of their own private thinking is their humor, their sense of humor. That's how you start to kind of intimate yourself with somebody else on a personal level, is you get a reading of their sense of humor.
Yeah.
And if you don't have an individual sense of humor, if your humor is prescribed to you by social norms and things like that, then you've lost a huge facility of individuation on some level. And so I do think that like these people, they don't have a proper boundary. They don't have a proper membrane. It's perforated and it's penetrated. And in some sense, they're not allowed to have their own individual sense of humor.
Right.
Because then, and so I do think that this is like almost the agents in the Matrix, like anyone could become an agent and suppress someone who sticks out. Like that, I think they're doing it on the level of humor. Because if you can have your own taste in humor, then that's the beginning of having your own political, your own critical, independent thinking, so, sorry. So I think that this is an archetypal thing of how women can interface with the sexual marketplace in terms of hypergamy, because women, in some sense, they don't have to independently understand if something is good or bad. They just need to understand what the collective social status hierarchy and what the tokens of that social standing is. And if they can just read the token of social standing, everything is built in. So if they don't need to know anything, they just need to know that you drive a BMW, and it doesn't matter what you do, it means you have access to resources and high social standing. So it's like, so if you have a society that is led not by independent understanding, but is instead ruled by kind of symbology and tokenism of standing, but then the thing that ends up controlling the culture is, in some sense, being able to pick and choose what the symbols should be, and trying to almost overdetermine the outcome of situations based on what symbols should actually be the hierarchy. So it's like, it's a completely blind in terms of blind to understanding things way of administering something. And so if you can dictate what the symbol should be, you've got, in some sense, a kind of symbolically driven, archetypally speaking, hypergamous way of interfacing with society at large. So I do think that, women have always had this hypergamous kind of sexual strategy, because if you're very young, you have an opportunity cost. Who you hang out with, what you decide to invest time into is going to, the hypergamous casino, it's like you could go and you could try to go to university and get a husband that's in a high-ranking field, or you could go to the casino and try find a high roller and ingratiate yourself and maybe get picked up, and maybe you'll go to the club and the celebrity will come and pick you, and then you'll become the wife of the celebrity. That's so you can either gamble. There are all these different opportunity costs and all these different strategies in terms of looking after. There's something completely ulterior to this, which is that you don't just look for tokens and symbols. You actually, try to judge their character, which is a lot harder to do, because then you actually have to have an independent understanding, and you have to endorse your own independent understanding.
And characters change over time based on the fucking environment, I learned.
Yeah. It's almost a kind of, you either choose the collective sense making of social symbols or of social status, or you choose your own independent thing. And in some sense, people can think that they're clever, and then they can choose a loser or something like that, and then they are told, oh well, you should have just picked the guy who had the BMW, because that was so. Women have to overcome that. That's, I think, in some sense, a kind of hypergamous sort of corruption. But in some sense, I think that what we're dealing with now is that hypergamy has been completely culturally normalized as like, you can't openly criticize practiced. It, and it should be given. It should be elevated. It actually needs to compensate for historical disparity. It needs to become the cultural hegemon in order to create an equilibrium. And so the symbology of equilibrium is what is driving us. And so we're only chasing after these symbols of justice instead of actually coherently understanding justice or any kind of common sense.
Right.
Sorry, I'm getting all over the place, but
that's why a woman with a good sense of justice can just swoop in and take over the whole lot of them.
I don't no, because you see, I think that you can't take them over. You have to educate them, and even if they can be educated, they might not want to be, because that's the thing, is that they can know that they're
get shot or get re-educated. They can have two choices to pick from.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that culture can deal with them in other ways, where they could just be given the cold shoulder. That in some sense that there could be enough vitality in a common core of a proper functioning culture that it says, no, we've branded you as toxic, and we're just basically we're not going to put up with we're not going to entreat your strategy.
I will accept that as a substitute for the first two if it involves firing them and then cutting them off from any kind of government assistance. They will actually come crawling to the fucking gulag for some training, some proper training. So society can accept them again.
I do think a lot of the malevolence that we see in some sense is because of the inability to put some kind of structure that cordons, or in some sense, some things are like, it's almost like that they are trolling the system, because they will keep on doing it because they can get away with,
Yes.
And so until something actually exemplifies an order, a reasoned order, a noble order that is self-consistent and coherent about its own substantiation for imposing itself to restrict something, and so and people have an allergy to this, but it's really the only antidote, and that's
Only
why
only cowards, and those could be easily drug out into the parking lot by their hair, because they're cowards.
And this is why I think South Africa is ground zero for this, because South Africa has the most advanced legal constitutional framework in the world. We have the most advanced legal structure. We have the most advanced justice system. And so we really have no excuse other than it's been institutionally corrupted. But I think that's very plain to see. And
that's for sure.
It's a crime against humanity on one level, but it could be the impetus to have some kind of a declaration of independence, or a declarative a declarative made through the judiciary, because a judiciary that sets up its own independent constitutional courts to try to stop the institutionalized corruption from continuing, because we have to recover the Constitution. It has been betrayed. But
nothing you guys do there will make a difference, because the source to all this madness is in my country. I mean, like a symptom of what's going on here, a symptom is in your country, the men, predominantly men, fighting about race. But that is like a far off symptom of the fundamental cause here. Here, it's the women that are doing it.
If we can have a symbolic, in terms of what the outside world would see, if we could actually stand up against this and actually root it out based on reason and common sense and coherence and a justice system, I think that would serve as a model to other places. I mean, it would be hard for them to follow that model, because in America, you're kind of left with a culture war. You can't, unless you have a radical constitutional sort of a reconvention, I don't see how you can do the same thing that we could do. But I do think that South Africa has a built-in structural resilience to this stuff.
And you have a lot less women in power, right? I mean, all the men could realistically do you have a lot of women in power?
We actually
we have some good women as well. I mean,
we do have a few decent ones, but the problem is that we have this overarching
wait, decent
narrative.
Compared to who? The bad men or the good men?
No. We have women that Helen Ziller. Without Helen Ziller, the DA would have not kind of cut itself off from identity politics. Helen Ziller was instrumental. But Emmanuel, what I wanted to tell you is that I made a public submission for the hate speech bill, and I wrote my own hate speech bill, which I believe is constitutionally compliant. And I think it does actually solve a lot of problems, because so the offense that I construct is hate speech and constitutional damages. So it's either, you could call it the offense of hate speech or the offense of constitutional damages, and it essentially is. I think it's genius, but I think it almost solves all the problems in the country, in one fell, and it solves the intolerance paradox. It does so many beautiful things, and I don't even invent any structure. I just literally extrapolate what's already in the Constitution. I add only one technical distinction, which is between immutable characteristics and mutable characteristics. It's the only distinction which is not found in the Constitution. Everything else is directly imported from the Constitution, just essentially synthesized into a coherence. Anyway, it might be. I'm interested what other people think about it, because I haven't had any feedback on it, and I don't know. For me, it's brilliant, but I don't know if it's easy. If it maybe I've made a huge mistake, or maybe it doesn't translate. But maybe you need also a lot of background knowledge. But I'm interested to know what other people get from digesting it. But
how many pages is it? Is it like the shit that they try to pass here that's like 400 pages long?
The bill is, I think, 6 pages long, and then I have another independent submission, which is about another 6 pages. But I have a lot of comments in those 6 pages where I'm just trying to elaborate some
Yeah.
general philosophical points just to give, just so that it's easy to read through it. But the actual, so it's only about 6 or 7 pages.
Yeah, that's readable. You know, what would you say is the mechanism for the improvement? Like, I understand you mentioned the distinction between mutable and immutable characteristics. How do you think that would play out, say, in some of the cases we've had in South Africa of, I would say, people who've blatantly, you know, committed hate speech and have got away with it, you know, based on their
Oh no.
color.
So I mean, you can still have hate speech in respect of mutable characteristics as well as immutable. It's just that there are different legal tests in the bill. So the
Okay.
bill is actually quite complicated because there are multiple legal tests which you can do, and some legal tests generate exonerations, which is actually one of the brilliant things of the Act, because what it actually does is, because it has separate legal tests which are independent from one another and they can independently be done, and also one is an independent test that will prove guilt, and another one is an independent defense which could show exoneration. And so if you match, if you get an inconsistency between these two, that means that an error of law has happened and there has not been a proper reconciliation of either the equality clauses or the limitations clauses. And so I that's part of the brilliance of the Act, because it actually forces a moral coherence of the law. Because that's what we suffer from at the moment, is that the Constitutional Court justices themselves have essentially ideologically polluted the law. They have reinterpreted.
Because the law is quite clear on a lot of these things. The problem is that a lot of the people who are implementing it are outright refusing to abide by it. You know?
But there's a lot of people that think words mean different things now than they used to. Like, because we have really screwed up the definitions of like words, and a lot of different people have their own subjective opinion or experience on what a lot of things actually fucking really mean.
Yeah.
Like two people can look at one thing and come out with two totally different conclusions.
Yeah. I think if we could purge the race politics out of our system as Africa as a whole, and find ourselves in a place where we're much closer to meritocracy, accountability, you know, it would be very difficult for, say, someone in the United States to be able to copy the bad policies we've had here, because then it would be like we've had similar issues of race, but South Africa is at a point where not only did they ditch the policies that we're trying to implement, they actually seem to be, you know, on a positive trajectory, you know, after having done so. Therefore, how do you justify pushing, say, affirmative action and all sorts of other race-based policies in the United States if one of the most historically racist countries in the world has been able to move past this issue? So I think we do have
America, all these people believe racism is an America problem. We're the only ones. You guys don't have racism in Africa.
Wait, people actually believe that? They actually believe this?
Yes. Oh no, like it is something that built this country, and the Americans fucking created it. This is a belief system.
Sometimes I think people like one, either they're not well versed in history, or two, they deliberately ignore parts of history that don't work with their narrative.
They've been told, they've been guilted and shamed and taught bad history. And that is due to our education system, but our education system has gotten so fucking corrupt because of all the fucking ideologues that have gone through university and now teach our children. Like, that's the stage where it's at. And that's why a lot of parents are waking up and protesting against critical race theory, when the real fuck up happened a long ass time ago. It just took this long for it to reach our children like that.
Yeah. I genuinely think that's one of the what you call them, the buttons that I think these guys on the extreme far left, you know, are going to inadvertently press, is the mother. And once that happens, you're going to have a serious I don't know, split within one of the big factions of this entire movement, which is obviously women. And if you have mothers versus non-mothers or
Other
irresponsible
mothers.
mothers, you know,
Yeah.
then that's going to be a huge split. And then you're going to see mothers gravitate towards competent men because they're going to be seeing that, oh, we thought these guys were actually doing something positive, but this is not working because it's starting to harm our kids. You are a man. You seem to have your acts and your stuff in order. Could you please assist us in getting rid of this nonsense?
But a lot
And
of
hopefully that alliance will be good because
a lot of these women don't even value being a mother, though. A lot of
Yeah.
these women that are doing this, they are so self-centered that they see their children as extensions of themselves. Like the children is their like a handbag or something.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are too fucking busy working to even give a shit. So
yeah, I saw a video of an Asian lady like tearing down some posters on a train where they were essentially promoting like all sorts of sexuality, you know, all of the alphabet stuff, you know, and she was just like, this is not good. They're kids who get on this thing, you know, like, and she's just tearing it off. And
an Asian lady, not a guilty white lady, which is predominantly the biggest population of mothers and women in our country.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of women who feel the same way but are quiet.
Yes, because they're fucking
I think
cowards.
that's the problem. I think more than anything, it's not that women have been brainwashed, it's that women are too scared to speak. And all you need to have happen is these people just, you know, push the envelope until they get to a point where they trigger those women to, you know, get up and act. And once that happens, you can expect to see some changes. Like I know I remember seeing some conflict between Muslim parents in the UK who were complaining about a lot of this LGBTQ stuff that was coming into the curriculum. And that was a very interesting thing to see because it's like, who do you side with then if you woke? Do you side with with the what you call the disadvantaged, oppressed people of the east of the Middle East, or do you side with the LGBTQ community, which mostly comprise of, in the case of the UK, other white people? So it's like now you've got like an internal conflict, and I think these are the sorts of conflicts that we need to trigger. You know, you need to have. This system is fundamentally incoherent.
So I wonder if that's enough. I wonder if to focus, because I mean, those are, let's say, those are fringe and they detract from the coherence of their structure. But I don't know if pointing at their incoherence is even that useful, because they will just say we've got a priority list, because in some sense it doesn't even matter if it's coherent or not. It's just, I don't know. I do think that it might be a diversion from actually just putting a fence up against their bullshit, essentially, and
or make a big round fence and throw them into it. Like something physical needs to happen, because all these words people say, all the criticisms, all the pointing out, all the laughing, it doesn't fucking do anything.
Well, I mean, I think that maybe something physical will happen somewhere, and that will stand as a symbol for everyone else to culturally coalesce around. Like, I do think South Africa could be, like, it remains to be seen, because I mean, I do hope that the country can somehow heal and that the ANC will be voted out. I don't think it's going to happen. And so I do think what perhaps might be more likely is that there will be a bid for independence. There will be some kind of declaration of independence, because I do think that it's all to do with the democratic thing. Because even though these people have betrayed the Constitution and they have taken the country down a very dark road, the damage that they have done, the constitutional damage that has incepted into the political arena, might be unrecoverable in much of the country, which is now democratically predisposed to gutting the Constitution, overriding its legal positivism, full-on fascistic type legal structure of a state, where you just have politically appointed, sort of justice structures. So, it would be nice then if there is if the country does divide on that line, and there might be quite a lot on the other side, the Western Cape, sort of the core around it, and saying no, we'll continue with the real new South Africa, and you can go and be Azania or whatever black
Yeah,
fascist. Sort of
I've actually seen maps of that,
Yeah.
the whole division, and unfortunately, I fall into the Azania part of it, so I need
Yeah.
to move.
You need to move.
Yeah, yeah, but
Yeah.
I do think the whole discussion around independence it's indicative of the split in, the divide in I guess mentality that we're seeing in most of these countries. I know in the United States, because I had mentioned a few months ago that what if this is the time when Americans need to strongly consider, moving away from the Union, seceding. And I've seen, at least of late, that a few states are looking into that. So maybe it's something that needs to happen. Maybe people need to say, look, as much as we'd like to live together on these fundamental issues, we differ. And to the extent where we just cannot live together. You believe in big government, I don't. Your belief crushes my ability to express my belief.
Yeah, but
And just because you've managed to secure 51% of the vote, doesn't make
not really.
you crushing my beliefs correct. It doesn't make it fair. So instead of me having to be oppressed by the majority of people who believe in what you believe in, how about I take all the people who believe in what I believe in, because there's a lot of them, maybe 49%, and we move and
No, it's
we
more than
establish
that.
our own thing,
There's more than that, Emmanuel.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm speaking in
Way
case
more
of,
than
say,
that.
South Africa, because there's a split, like especially as Psyche was saying, between the Cape and the rest of South Africa. So, and I think another one you need to consider, Psyche, is KZN, because I don't think they on board with a lot of this nonsense. I think they might be one of the wild cards that might also secede from the union. Yeah, so the problem is that you have, in terms of demographics, you have this split along provincial lines where certain parts of the country, I guess much like the United States, certain parts of the country vote in a particular way, and the rest of the country votes in another way. But the problem is that the rest of the country weighs on, at least in the States, you have the electoral college, which at least
Yeah,
boosts the votes of
it's all
particular areas.
corrupted. It's all corrupted already.
Right, it's corrupted, but
We
we don't even
can't.
have that. We don't even have something that could be corrupted. We don't
Yeah.
even have that protection at all. So if you're in the Western Cape and your views are lean towards capitalism, free markets, doing away with affirmative action, privatizing a lot of the things that are currently being done by the government, poorly so, your vote sure can maybe have a huge impact locally, but on the national level, it doesn't really have much change, and you'll have to sit through another 20 years before some actually happens. What happens to your kids? What happens to all of these sorts of things that you're considering at that point in time?
But that's the thing, because in my country, everything about advancing and giving opportunity is spotlighted onto women. So because of feminism and this whole narrative, it's getting more women into all these fucking positions that they have no business being in. And I would agree with you that would work. I mean, we have a lot of people in Texas right now that moved here from the East Coast and the West Coast because they could not stand the policies. Like, I think I heard Elon Musk is moving his headquarters now to Texas. Awesome.
He's moving.
But we're still we still have so many of those people here, and a lot of the people that are teaching our children, like a lot of the left-leaning kind of ideology is coming from the younger kids coming out of the school systems and the kids viewing the social media, and it's just, it seems so stupid to not just say, hey, guess what, all the shit that you guys are demonizing is what is keeping fucking everybody alive. Knock it off. because the people you're demoralizing and demeaning are paying for everything that you're doing. Because you could break it down into two groups of people. It's the people that produce and sustain this country, and the people that fucking complain about these people not giving enough.
What if I said
Right.
to you, what if I said to you that seceding from the Union, from the United States, would give you the mechanism, the freedom, the space, legally and all, politically, all of that, to get rid of all of the corruption that you're seeing, all of the decay that you're seeing in your universities, in your schools, the teachers, the people who produce the people who are going to be teaching your kids. Imagine if I were to say, exiting, like literally leaving the United States will allow you to do that for the entirety of your state. Would you not consider that as an option?
I mean, but it's the people here that need to do it. I mean, everybody knows where the
Right.
incompetent fucking people are and the competent people. And if they had any fucking guts, they would get rid of the incompetent people. And they don't.
Okay, I'll speak for, say, South Africa. There's quite a difference between the Cape and the rest of South Africa, what Psyche calls lasagna, right? The problem is that the Cape has low unemployment rates. It has all sorts of other numbers economically and socially where they're outperforming the rest of South Africa. And it's primarily due to the fact that locally, at least, they lean towards capitalism way more than what we have in my part of the country. Now, the issue is that on some very important, in some very important aspects of running a particular area, province or whatever, a lot of the stuff is done nationally. So you literally having parts of the country being dragged down by the rest of the country.
Yes.
And that's what's happening with the Western Cape. And I understand the logic behind wanting to secede from the rest of South Africa, because literally, say for example, in terms of policing, and I'm pretty sure some politics goes into it where people do certain things politically to ensure that, to make the Western Cape difficult to run, cut a bit of the budget here, delay the sort of thing that needs to be delivered at a particular time, so we can make it difficult for the DA to run the Western Cape. And then we can say, look, these guys have been running it, but look, they haven't been able to do A, B, C for you. And it's like, but that's part of the reason for that is that you guys take our taxes and then you divvy them up differently when compared to the contribution percentage. And that's the problem. They're very productive. Their beliefs are fundamentally different from the rest of the country. They're being dragged down by the rest of the country, and there's no way out of it besides independence.
Can they sustain themselves? Like you would have to be able to sustain yourself as a country. Like Texas, if Texas were to succeed, we'd be the 9th largest economy in the world still.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, the Western Cape is largely independent in all practical terms. The thing that we don't have, which is obviously hard to establish, is you have to establish your own currency and your own reserve bank and things like that. And those are huge bureaucratic challenges. And developing that capacity is obviously not easy to do. And how to structure that, you need a democratic mandate about how to structure that, which in some sense, every nation in the history of the world has always inherited these things. They've never had to sort of develop them from nothing. So it is democratically challenging to deal with those issues. But I mean, I don't believe in decentralization as a solution to problems. But to me, the only reason why I want independence is for the supremacy of the constitutional order, which has been betrayed and is under even more threat to be buried deeper, down under. So,
Zang,
the Constitution,
you're going to have to tie children to that piece of paper to get anywhere, right? Betraying a piece of paper is like to get all the people on board. You need to like put a kid in the spotlight and be like, yeah, this was betrayed.
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying. That's what kind of appeals to a lot of people here is that when you talk about.
I just want to say that I still have hope that maybe if the Western Cape sets itself up as an independent structure and has its own constitutional courts, and it fixes all these problems, that then we can use that as to chide the remaining section, and that unification might be possible in the long term, that you can say you are merely a glutton for punishment from your own ideological corruption and moral corruption, that you betrayed the new South Africa, and democratically you failed to endorse it, and so that's why we had to jettison ourselves from you. We had to separate from you because you essentially betrayed the Constitution, and we were faithful to the Constitution, and that's the difference. And that
Right.
we
What
believe
you
in
just
liberty,
said
and you
now, right? What you just said now sounds a lot like what was happening earlier this year when a lot of these states tried to appeal to the Supreme Court in the United States, saying,
Yes.
okay, look, the way the election was handled,
Yes.
and then what happened?
They
They were
didn't do their
dismissed.
fucking jobs.
Right. Now imagine
Yeah, I know.
that betrays the entire point of having a union. I run my election properly. This guy doesn't run his election properly, and this affects the way policies, the way funds are going to be, divided, all sorts of things.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to trust the next election if I'm playing by the rules but they aren't?
Yes. I've been
What if
asking
next time I was
myself
actually supposed to
that
get,
question a lot lately.
And
Yes.
that's what's driving people to talk about seceding. This is the problem. Yeah, I think we have an attachment to the status quo, to what's already there.
Right.
The United States, South Africa, which is also a union. We have that attachment because it's what we know, it's what we're familiar with. But
Right.
perhaps we need to let go of that, because there's a fundamental, disconnect between people who believe in the Constitution, people who want to actually uphold the Constitution, people who don't believe in racialism, people who all these things that play into politics, policies, daily life, teaching, talking education, all these sorts of things. It's a fundamental disagreement between two huge portions of the population.
Yeah.
It's the peaceful way is to secede, because if you don't have this, eventually it leads to civil war.
But it's
Given enough time.
infectious. It's infectious because these people fucking breed more idiots and indoctrinate more emotionally and mentally unstable people. Unless we hit the source and stop the breeding of the chaos, it's just gonna keep perpetuating and dividing. Like Jordan Peterson talks about it, like all these group identity politics, and all these tribes, how everything just keeps splitting and splitting and splitting. Like it's happened in the manosphere. How many fucking pills and ideologies or practicologies are there? And it'll keep splitting because within all these groups, like with all the churches keep splitting too. And eventually, what does he say? It'll split all the way down to the individual. And that, didn't we already learn that?
Yeah.
So I just want to say that, I mean, there still is a far shot that maybe the ANC will start to lose elections, and that maybe politics will change in the country. The question is there so much damage to the political arena itself, to the political discourse, and there's so much residual, sort of, the Constitution has already lost a lot of its standing. And I make this argument in my hate speech bill, where I talk about it and I comment about it, that essentially the moral coherence around non-racialism has been displaced by, kind of the racial consciousness that has been promulgated into the jurisprudence around equality. So we've got a corrupted view of these things, and it's been institutionally corrupted into the law. And in some sense, this is a direct parallel to the toxic political rhetoric, which is also a form of constitutional damages, which should have been limited. I mean, we've got this thing in our country called the South African Commission of Human Rights, and they're kind of like a semi-judicial kind of body, and people make complaints to them, and they investigate those complaints, and they can also, I think, I don't know if they impose punishment and then they get the courts to endorse their sort of their finding or something like that. I don't know if they take things to the courts. But I mean, this body is so ideologically corrupt. It is insane.
Yes.
When people make complaints to it, you win if you're a racialist. If you are complaining about something and you're a racialist, you go to the South African Human Rights Commission and they endorse your disgusting betrayal of the Constitution and your disgusting racialism. That's how it's like an inquisition for a fascist state. It's like show trials, and it really unsettles me because, we've got these poisonous things in our body politic, and there's no coherence around the morality of justice anymore. It has been completely politically captured. It's a partisan political, sort of mechanism for justifying what is a further encroachment of a totalitarian, authoritarian political dispensation that seems to, where does the pushback come from? And it should have come from the courts.
It should have, but it didn't, and that's the problem. That's the problem. And if you have people on the national level being able to corrupt that all these institutions further, and yet you have distinct areas of the country that don't, and it's a glaring opportunity to split away. It's just like cutting off a limb that's starting to show signs of gangrene. That's why would you keep it? Like, for the sake of, I really do like having two, arms or whatever. It's like, but bro, this thing is going to kill you, and it's going to become systemic.
Just to be responsible, I just want to say some of the claims that I'm making or the assessments that I'm making are premature in the sense that it has not been democratically tested yet, or maybe arguably it has. Like, the ANC has, I think, had in its manifesto that they were going to remove property rights, or they were going to change property rights to allow for expropriation without compensation, or it's definitely in the neck, because this is a bill in Parliament. They have to have a manifesto mandate for it, right. And so I think it was already in their manifesto, and they already were democratically endorsed. On that basis, I think that you can make the claim already that we should have a declaration of independence, because enough of the country has given its democratic endorsement of a betrayal of the Constitution, but in my view, it was unlawful that they should even have such a thing in a manifesto. That is like promoting a conspiracy to undermine the Supreme Constitution. Like, right. There's no excuse for that. Like, either the Constitution is supreme and binding on everyone, or it's not. So you can't have we don't have democratic supremacy. We have constitutional supremacy, and you can't conspire to undermine people's protections and guarantees. I'm a South African constitutional originalist, so I believe that you can amend the Constitution by expanding it, by extending things onto it, but you can't negate things. You can't reduce it. You can't bring it. Yeah. It's just unlawful. Everyone has a duty to uphold the Constitution. And that's also what is reflected in my hate speech bill, because I actually say that almost there are two types of hate speech. The one is where you actually call for violence onto people, or some kind of harm onto people, as in like an actual harm that is unlawful in the common law, not unlawful. That the harm must not be psychological. The harm must actually be that you're thieving from them, or that you're hurting their property, or something like that. But
you can psychologically harm them and coerce them, right?
Sorry?
Do you have something in there to guard against psychological and emotional harm?
No, so like I don't have any protection for psychological and emotional harm. For me, that's already governed by crimen injuria, which is essentially when you attack the dignity of someone and you psychologically harm them, there's already a crime for that. It's already contained within the common law. That's crimen injuria. You hurt the mind of someone. That already exists in the law. We don't need hate speech for that. Hate speech is for that you are essentially inciting people or calling or directly, is basically incitement to hurt people in an unlawful way, or you are campaigning to have the law be changed in order to remove protections that those people enjoy. But there are a whole lot of technical things here that I have to add onto this, because this is where mutable and immutable characteristics play a role, and things like that. Because obviously, we have a progressive tax system. If I say I want rich people to pay more tax, that could also technically be hate speech, except that that's a mutable characteristic. It's not an immutable characteristic. So it's very complicated. There are a lot of sort of philosophical things there. Sadly, it needs be somewhat esoteric, but.
Wait,
anyway.
so would that bitch AOC get in some kind of trouble for having that stupid fucking dress on that was really expensive but said like tax the rich?
No. If she said like tax white people, that would be hate speech. But if she said tax the rich, that would be fine.
Okay.
As part of democratic debate or something like that. But you wouldn't be able to campaign to have mutable characteristics have their constitutional protections removed. That would be hate speech. Like you might be able to so anyway, so
what if the constitutional protections are subjective like they are in my country, where we have a female supremacy to where women don't get held to the same standards that men get held to in the court of law?
Look, it is complicated within the South African system because the protections are sophisticated, because you have to add the limitations clause, and so you have to always run the limitations clause with a particular protection to know if the protection even would protect someone. So already there is so there's a reasonableness constraint there. So you could ostensibly I do get into this. This is not something that I've overlooked, but it is very complicated. But basically, this is the difference between my legal system and your legal system, is that my legal system is conceptually complete. In principle, it is completely coherent,
right.
And it is
it's better
finished.
than ours. I get it.
Yeah, so the legal tests themselves can still be updated, but they are updated based on discovering things about how the principles should be applied. So it's not as if the legal tests will always be perfect. They can still be refined and things like that. But the principles are all there. And so if you want to make a new argument using the same principles and come to a different legal test, maybe you'll win and you'll advance everyone when doing so. So
could somebody argue that a woman shouldn't be held to the same principles as a man for X amount of crimes or whatever? I mean, because, there's this whole argument that women have been victims in the past and they need preferential treatment. And there's a whole lot of men that don't like to admit that women really fuck them over and, all that stuff. So they don't press charges maybe when they should.
It's interesting. I'm not sure if that would actually fall under hate speech, because it doesn't say that men should be treated badly. It just says that women should be treated. It's not asking for it's not asking for
negative
bad things to happen to someone. It's asking for an elevated position to happen. So I would have to read my own bill. So I'm not sure if that would count as hate speech if you're just asking for a special dispensation. But I mean, obviously, I would think that would still be unreasonable, but it wouldn't count as hate speech. I think under my formulation that, I mean, it is, in some sense, you could say it's an indirect sort of, logically, it leads to an indirect version of inciting people towards constitutional damages. But it might.
I mean, because she was on her period, she didn't really mean to say that.
I mean, a lot of there are also there are also sort of standards. I must say, I need to reread my own bill, perhaps. But there are also, in some sense, this bill is meant to be against people, not against individuals that are trying to talk about things that are maybe quite sophisticated. This is meant to be mainly for politicians, mainly for people that have large audiences, because you don't want people that have large audiences to incite constitutional damages against perhaps a vulnerable group of people in a democracy. Democracy needs to be constrained. We need
vulnerable
to deal with
group of people. What constitutes vulnerable?
There's no criteria.
Women,
I don't give criteria.
minorities, LGBTQ. I'm just saying how
that's
that
a
would be
loophole
treated in
note.
my country. Yeah.
They're going to use that.
Yep.
No. Well, there's no description of vulnerable people in the bill. But essentially, you see, you can't incite damages if no one listens to your message. So if who do I communicate to? So it's like, who am I giving this hateful message to? So I mean, if you're privately having a discussion, that's not quite the same as perhaps I do need to reread my own bill. But as I said, there's no test for a vulnerable group of people. I'm just saying that in terms of the intolerance paradox, you have to very clearly say what forms of intolerance are legal and what forms of intolerance violate the intolerance paradox.
Okay.
See, that's why we should just have free speech. Fuck all that shit.
Well, okay. Well, here's the. I do get that point, but here's the basic thing: is that if you have your free speech and you use your free speech to convince everyone that free speech should be outlawed, then you see the paradox.
That's the paradox.
The women are doing it right now.
Yes, I know. That's why I think we need something like a hate speech bill that makes certain forms of speech saying that other people can't have the same.
No. They just got into positions of power where they can control people's speech. Yeah, they didn't actually say that it's outlawed. They just have themselves in so many different areas where they can stop it.
Yeah,
and they have so many people guilted. Yes.
Soft forms of control are basically problematic. I mean, that's something that my bill certainly doesn't deal with, and I don't think anyone can almost deal with that, except.
I know. Why?
Well, there are other things in the South African Constitution. We have a guarantee of administrative justice, so arguably I think you would be covered in the South African judicial system. That if you were fired. And you were fired because someone didn't like your political views, but your political views didn't amount to hate speech that you were propagating all the time, then I would say that firing you would be illegal. Right. We don't exactly have at-will employment in South Africa. We have a kind of, the morality of the Constitution is a bare bones that everyone has somewhat a duty to
work.
And I think that's necessary, because otherwise you end up having a soft tyranny anyway, because then you no longer have a governmental tyranny. You have a tyranny of the oligarchs, of big business, then end up just using their monopolistic sort of powers to end up corrupting society anyway. So I do think that eventually you do need to properly confront the intolerance paradox, and that's what my bill seeks to do. And I think that it does actually succeed in doing it. I know that from some readings of it can seem problematic, but
well, how can you intolerate people? What are you allowed to get away with?
So I specifically go into that. I'm just trying to remember it now. So I was basically you can criticize mutable characteristics. You just can't advocate that their constitutional rights be removed. So basically, you can criticize people of another religion. You can sort of character assassinate people. I mean, obviously, there are other things that you have to worry about, because there's also libel laws. This defamation, this criminal defamation, as well as civil defamation.
That women get away with in my country all day, every day. Women get away with that shit in my country.
Defamation.
Yes.
Well, there is libel in your country, but it is hard to prove, I think.
Oh no, they can outright fucking lie about people and get them fired, and and bully them, and
no consequences.
They're allowed to do that without any Yeah.
There's something you said, Psyche, about how the bill's intended to address people who have, I guess, significant influence, like politicians and things like that. Do you not wind up empowering the sorts of people who talk about, you have a platform, you should be responsible about how you blah 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 blah? Because I think that's another one of these soft ways in which the tyranny does its thing. Is that they bully people, say like LeBron James or all sorts of other influential people, to toe the line.
So I just want to say that if we had a different history in our country, if we had a civics education which taught people about the constitutional values and non-racialism and how these things, how the practice of equality works conceptually and all these sorts of things, if we had a better education system, then in some sense the hate speech bill would not even apply, because the purpose of the bill is to guard against the erosion of the standing of the Constitution, and to diminish its literally constitutional damages. So if someone tries to propagate hate speech, but everyone thinks that they're an idiot, then they're not propagating constitutional damages. They're just making themselves look like an idiot.
Yes.
And so if that is taken care of by the culture itself, it's not hate speech in some sense. The problem is that when you have an authoritarian,
you have that listen.
Sorry.
When you have so many idiots that listen to them people and believe them.
Yeah.
Which we have.
Then it starts getting very scary when you start normalizing fascistic, racialistic rhetoric and things like that.
Yeah.
I think these things are unlawful already.
Yes.
They're unconstitutional already. They're inconsistent with the Constitution. There should be an offense against these people.
But women are doing it, so they get away with it. Men don't get away with it.
Well, I mean, it was very interesting that it was, you know, that the hashtag kill all men came from South Africa. It's very interesting. This shows you how much more radical the whole political machine is in our country, how much further along we are in South Africa than in America even. So, but
100%. I actually think
I didn't know that came from Africa.
We are way worse. Like, I remember I was at UCT when they that's the university in Cape Town, where when they had the whole Rose Must Fall thing, the whole Fees Must Fall thing. I remember one of the people that I used to go to lectures with actually had a clip that a lot of the people in America picked up on the whole what did she say? She said like the way we do science needs to be redone because it doesn't consider the way Africans do quote science, which and she cited the fact that, you know, Africans believe that there's certain Africans who believe that you can go to a certain witch doctor and get that person to, you know, strike someone else with lightning and all sorts of things, which are beliefs that, you know, I guess Africans had, like, traditionally speaking.
Well, there's a lot of that belief here too. I'm seeing a rise of magic, talking about magic and fucking spirituality
and superstition and astrology and all sorts of things. But I mean, to try to dismiss science because of its lack of incorporating these sorts of things into its structure is to dismiss science as a whole, because I mean these things are fundamentally unscientific.
But and science explains something else.
I just want to give my opinion as to why this happens. Like, I think that, again, when you're looking at reality through the narrative, it starts, you need the mystery of life because, you know, the human condition is complex. And in some sense, the only way that can show up when you're looking at things from an oversimplified narrative is that you basically have to go straight into magic. Like, you can't, you know, because in some sense, you're not looking inside yourself. You're looking out there for the fairies or the unicorns or the aliens, you know. So it's sort of, you end up having to have a kind of occult mystery, or, you know, I don't know. I mean, famously, the Nazis, you know, and their esotericism and their occult stuff, you know, like, I think all these things come as a kind of part and parcel of that worldview, because otherwise there's no spice in life, because otherwise it's just one moral dimension of progress and you're already on the right side. And so, you know, in some sense, it's not enough. You know, it's not enough mystery. It's not enough depth of you know, understanding things about the soul. And so, yeah. Anyway. So very maybe a tiny point there, but
no, because I've actually been thinking a lot about that. I keep seeing shit pop up in my algorithms about like astrology and ayahuasca stuff. Yeah.
You know what I find annoying about the algorithm is that on Facebook, I keep on being suggested all these things which are like misanthropic things. It's always like human beings are making the planet sad and we should feel bad for existing because we're making the planet, you know, sort of, we're killing things in the planet. And it's always like this weird morality play and all constantly.
Well, but part of that's true. It's the people though that are doing it. Like they're making the people and the animals sad by
It sounds
being
like a great
idiots and causing problems.
to
It
me. It sounds
destroyed
like a great
families.
extension of what you're seeing with liberal whites in America. It's
Yeah.
just instead of focusing on white people and the effect on other people, it's
Right.
people as a whole and the effect on the world. It's this
Right.
guilt politics mindset. You know, it's toxic, man. Like, look at evidence, look at things that are real, look at the progress we've made over the past, say, 200, 300 years, and then evaluate. You'll find that we've actually done a lot of good.
Yeah.
I
And
mean, the systemic blame of the frame of the moral framing of the thing, you know, that you have a kind of collective responsibility as a human. That's
yeah,
how the
Which is
and
true.
and it's an emotional argument attached to that. I mean, well, first of all, I mean, I don't. Well, a lot of these things are around global warming. I mean, I think pollution is a problem, but I think CO2 is not a problem. Like, the
No.
planet was already warming.
Yeah.
It was destined to warm. We're coming out of the little ice age.
Yeah.
In fact, we need more CO2. It's actually, you know, and we are going to get more warm because
It's good
that's
for the
also more
plants.
natural. Sorry?
Isn't it good for the plants?
Yes, it's very good for the plants. In fact, they were almost dying. There was so little CO2.
Yeah, I mean, there's a cycle that people fucking forget. That's why I love what Father Fish is doing with his fish channel, like teaching the natural cycle and using all of nature in an enclosed area and getting rid of all the, because in the West we've overly complicated fish keeping, and it's all about the filtration and the water changes and keeping it sterile and all the things, and nobody has a natural ecosystem that they have their fish in. The people that are more natural and realistic and know that you need all these things and it'll take care of itself if it's balanced. Like, a lot of people don't do that. They sterilize it.
I just want to point one thing out about the misleading thing that they do is they often show, you know, sort of these factory stacks of like black smoke coming out, and like CO2 is a colorless gas.
Right.
See, you can't see it.
Right.
And so,
But that's how fucking retarded they are. And they get away with it.
it's an appeal to emotion, as you said. It has to be jarring. It has to be, you know, it has to pull on your heartstrings.
Right.
And once you get a hang of picking up on these cues, you actually start to get annoyed by a lot of the stuff that these people are doing.
But our cultural responsibility should be to stop these idiots from spreading their mental retardation.
Yeah, I remember at school we were taught about global warming was part of our curriculum, and I was always doing geography in high school, and I haven't really been very, you know, up to date with it, but I know that was standard in our curriculum. We never had heard arguments, you know, to the contrary, like when people say, okay, look, maybe some of the stuff is actually what's supposed to happen. You know, it was actually the beginning of the science, as they call it now, you know, where there's a prescribed view, and then there's the idea that 99% of scientists agree, and it's like, but that's not how science works. The truth is not decided by consensus.
Right.
You know, it's not something we vote for. It's the whole notion of it's part of the drilling of democracy supreme instead of
it's the law of man, though, like
constitution or some other standard that is above mere popularity. You know.
So I just want to plug, if you haven't seen it, man, I can't remember his name. The guy, Modern Wisdom, I think his name is Chris Williamson.
Yes, dude, he's doing such good stuff. So many good.
He interviewed the former founder of Greenpeace, and they go into the global warming stuff, and they go into all the environmental stuff, and it is an amazing interview. He basically he shows how much gaslighting is happening, how much insane, you know, sort of misleading stuff. It's all a narrative. It's all a confected narrative. And, you know,
did you guys see PBD's interview on Valuetainment with a dude from Facebook, the moderator? You guys didn't
No.
see it, did you?
No.
Oh, that's a must watch.
Let me see.
It has a lot of explicit stuff he was subjected to as a moderator. He actually worked for a company that like contracted going through some of the content on Facebook. I guess he was with his degree and his specialty or whatever. He was in charge of going through private groups and finding really fucked up content. And there was a lot of things because he had to investigate it. Like he would find out exactly where it was being created because I mean people were doing really perverted stuff. They were doing like incestual stuff. They were like auctioning off, like they'd show a clip of a really fucked up video and then auction off the rest, you know, for our really sick, deranged people that we have in our society. But he would locate where it was coming from just based on shit he saw in the videos. And he gave it to Facebook. He's like, here, like, and they're like, oh no, we can't invade their privacy. Like maybe some good Samaritan cop will stumble upon it. And he's like, no, it's in a fucking private group. And they did nothing.
So this is kind of revisiting a thing that you brought up. I think the general solution culturally to these problems of the woman specifically, of the cultural sort of rift, is not by resisting them or not by sort of pushing back against them, but by making fun of them and by outshining them, like somehow culturally sort of portraying that they're coming off as sort of self-harming or sort of self-denigrating or just suboptimal, you know, that they're basically missing out on something else. And I think that is in the long term the only way to, like, in some sense that's what femininity does in terms of its cultural sort of place, is that it sets the scene, it sort of sets the value context of sort of positioning things or holding them in esteem or in contempt. And I think that.
But what does that do to all the fucking bitches that have psychology degrees that are trying to start race wars within my country, who have platforms and continue to panhandle and continue their misandry and in their agitation of both sides, pitting them against each other? Like these people with degrees are doing this malicious shit.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess what I just said is almost the second stage. The first stage is what I always say as well, is that you need to basically sort of culturally segregate yourself away from those people. You need to basically create a handshake or create an emblem or create some kind of sign that says, you know, this bar is for these people and we don't like your kind, you know, please don't frequent our locations.
But if one's black, they can be like, oh, it's because I'm black, right? Not because I'm a fucking malicious, crazy bitch that used government money to achieve this education that I'm now using for domestic terrorist purposes. They can fall back on that black card.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a question of fact that might be judicially something that you could evidence that you're not racist or something like. I mean, sadly, if that goes, but I mean, I think that is a line that you should be able to hold.
But that would be another Jim Crow, a visit for Jim Crow. I mean, when we had government people saying no, we should have ID for voting. Yeah. These fucking bitches that are in these positions of power they have no business being in started shouting that, oh my God, Jim Crow 2.0.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously they're going to say these things and frame it in that way. But in some sense, my whole point is that the reason why you segregate from them is so that you can literally just ignore whatever it is, whatever they're trying to pelt at you. The real question is that if it comes down to a court case, would you be able to basically stand the ground of having of having the segregation between that to get away from that ideology? And I think that you would. I think that you could succeed in that. I mean, I would.
But they hold positions of power where they make decisions for people in our country.
No, well, that already happens. So I mean, again, I think that the closest that you get to starting to actually deal with this is that you have to implement some kind of cultural segregation. You have to distinguish yourself, and then you can start to have institutions which are clean, which don't have that kind of ideological corruption in them. You can't clean society from something that's corrupting it unless you start having a segregated space that is free of it. So you have to start creating a fence. I mean, I don't think there's a way around it. Then after you have the fence, you can say like, well, you could join us, but you're a morally defunct, sort of failure. Like if you could change your mindset, then you can join our club. But otherwise, just stay away from us because we find you morally repugnant.
Yeah.
This is a bit of an experimental question, because I'm all for free speech, but I found that people have abused, the space that free speech allows in order to push ideas that are actually fundamentally against free speech itself. Yeah. And what happens then is that they get hold of power. They say free speech until they get into power. They get into power, they establish their own system, and then they say no more free speech. And what that does in effect is that it disables the people who are truly for free speech. And I think if you're going to have a system like you're saying you're proposing, Psyche, of a sort of like a sterilized, sanitized area that can be proof of the fact that once you get rid of this type of ideology, this is the sort of thing that happens. I guess would be crucial to maintain, in order to actually maintain the
standards.
What's the word? Yeah, of the area. You'd have to somehow ban a lot of these bad ideas, wouldn't you? Like, wouldn't you have to say, for example, in the United States, used to be a criteria. I think it still is that if you trying to move to the United States, they actually ask you if you're a socialist or not.
Do they?
And yeah, I think that was like a thing, and
in a democratic socialist.
No. I think he means immigration. Like if you want to immigrate to America, they'll ask you to be a member of a communist party. That's what they ask.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Are you a communist or something like that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So wouldn't you need to have some fundamental ban, say like you can play within, say, the furthest left you can go is democratic socialism, and then from there move further to the right. Say this is going to be built into our constitution that we don't accept communism. We don't accept. Is that not something that perhaps you'd need to have that sort of experiment actually succeed? Because I mean, look at what's happening in the States. They used to be one of the, the whole thing of being anti-communist. Like I know heavily with the Afrikaans community, like their hatred for communists is almost as, I think it might be worse than mine, And the problem is that our constitution didn't, obviously, I guess, given the sorts of people he took over, it didn't protect us from that. It didn't have a fundamental thing of saying, look, we understand that we want to have free speech. We understand we want to entertain certain ideas. But this idea right here is so catastrophic to the good of just mankind.
Right.
And has been proven to be so. That entertainment is just way more, it's way too high of a risk.
But they don't see it as communism, because like all the different techniques that they use, communism, fascism, Marxism, socialism, all the things that we already know are not good, all these tactics hide under the guise of feminism. Like it's feminism that perpetuates such shit.
I don't think that you would have to ban those ideas, except to say that where they entail the diminishing of the protection, the guarantees of liberty and freedom in the Constitution, which, there might be some, these are just generic words. Some people might use the word, there are Christian communists, who want, and some of them are even have a mix of concern. I can give you a video. I was recently. They're called. I mean, I can't pronounce the name because they're a form of Baptist. They're actually one of the very early strains of baptism, and some of them are very conservative, and some of them are still kind of conservative. It's weird, like they're half conservative, but they also are kind of communitarian, and they actually sort of believe in being kind of a communal and even quite poor, because in some sense they're living the life that was sort of described in the kind of so.
And that's what I heard from a young alphabet person on another stream when she was arguing for Marxism, communism. Oh yeah, well, what is it's a community of people, blah blah blah. That's kind of the angle she was taking.
I mean, I don't want to be too contrary with you, but I do actually think that there are some variants of even the word orthodox Marxism, like when I say orthodox Marxism, I mean something that is not Leninistic or Maoistic, because there are organic forms of Marxist analysis, which I mean, like I even consider myself to be a slight Marxist in some of my analysis, because I actually think that you can get to Star Trek, but I believe that you do it through capitalism. I believe that you never stop capitalism, because you just do it inside of it. So if I want to have a communistic system, I will set it up as a private association. I will set it up under a legal entity, and I'll just do it with a group of people that I want to do it with. In fact, I think that's the only way to do it. Because if you do it through the state, then everyone is forced to become a part of it. Whereas the only way to do it with consent and libertarian things is to do it privately. So
you can discriminate legally.
You would be, I guess, you'd fall into the what you call it, the what they call them, the libertarians, but like the left-leaning ones. So. People like say what's his name, Tim Pool, he identifies himself as that, like libertarian but lefty. So don't tread on me, but at the same time allow me to have these community-based sort of things. I believe in looking after everyone else.
Classical liberal structure, in a classical liberal capitalistic structure, there's nothing stopping you. There's nothing stopping you. And
I mean, because communities, people need people. People need people to trade with. Period.
I mean, the issue is that the thing is that communal structures are very hard to structure and to maintain because of the cultural components of them, because of the human components. So even though on paper it might work, it falls apart because of the psychology of the people involved. And so, and
that's why free market's important.
Sorry?
That's why the free market's important.
Yeah. Because to remove the market and to do this through the state is to essentially compel yourself to indoctrinate people and to re-educate people and to keep them believing in the system before you actually fix the system. And so it's like, it's the worst, it's fundamentally a kind of tyranny or authoritarianism.
It's oppression.
But
precisely what it is.
But all of that structure is fundamentally inconsistent with the Constitution. I mean, the Constitution gives economic rights and liberty. In fact, there are a lot of regulations which are arguably unconstitutional, where they say, you have to go and get the certificates before you can be a masseuse. You have to be a registered sort of therapeutic massage therapist.
That's how the government has grown since women fucking entered the workforce.
Whereas they could have an alternative model. The state could have set up a registration apparatus where they guarantee the quality of the service. So they give certification to people, and then someone could ask their service provider, are you certified or not? And then they could be, we could have a category in our culture that we understand that, some people have no certification. They just are running on their own independent steam, or what they say about themselves. They're just kind of sole proprietors. And then there are others that have governmental, or maybe they would also then be private certifications, which would probably end up being maybe better than the governmental structure. And then you have that's how you have a liberal open system.
There's something you said that's very cool, because I was watching a clip of a chick who was posting what it's like to clock out at one of these, what is this? I forget what the restaurant is, but it's like they sell donuts and things like that. It's one of the big ones in I think, was it Subway or one of these restaurants.
Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, yeah, one of those, and she was like throwing so many donuts into, the trash can, um, and it was just she was basically trying to convey that like this so much food is being wasted, and in the comments, obviously you had those people saying, yeah, this is what happens under capitalism, blah 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 blah. It's like this wouldn't happen under capitalism. This is what happens when you have government regulation, when you have people
Yep.
when you have all sorts of laws that say you can be sued if you don't have this particular standard, etc.,
Right.
etc. Your
Yeah.
system, Psych, would allow for people to have the choice of saying, cool, if I really want that donut, I can take it. I'm free to take it. It's not illegal for me to take
No,
that donut.
it's illegal in some places for these places to give away food.
Yeah,
that
that's exactly
they're
what I'm saying.
done with. Yeah, it's
It's
ridiculous.
insane.
Yes.
It's
yeah.
insane.
Yep.
And that's what happens that's a classic sign of government overreach, of the fact that your state is way too huge.
Yep.
The fact that you can't have businesses that granted it's a one of these franchise stores, but I mean, imagine if it were like a family owned business. Now they have to throw away food that's probably quite still good, just because of the fact that it doesn't meet this particular law. Like by the end of the day, you should do that with the food. It's ridiculous to me.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. At least allow them to give it away.
Yeah.
What the hell?
No, some stupid crazy bitch decided that that's not a good thing to do. And so she got a bunch of other crazy bitches to put pressure on, and then they made a thing to say, hey, we need to make it illegal for you to give away your leftovers.
It is interesting because I think some people have found a legal loophole or found a legal opinion that they can make a business model around. I don't know if you know about looters. I don't know if you have looters where you are. It's like a supermarket, and what they do is canned food and things like that. When it reaches its best before date, it's still good. When it exceeds that, so they
those are just recommendations. They're not laws.
Yeah. So like it's still shelf stable food and it hasn't expired.
Right.
Like best before is not the same thing as expiring.
Right.
And so they have all this food that has exceeded their best before date. I bought these. I've actually got one here. I can even show it. It's a giant can of olives, and it comes from Italy, and it's. And all the olives have been pitted, and they put little pieces of chili in the olive, and it's in a kind of pimento brine sauce. And this stuff
that's
is
good
so
for
good.
a long time.
Yeah, I mean, this will probably be good for another 5 years even. But because it's in brine. But I just can't believe the value for money, because like this thing is just jam packed of olives. There's no point of this giant tin. I'll get it quickly.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Yes. See, that's a commercial size can of olives.
This was like 89 rand, and this is jam. This is completely packed with olives. There's no like where it comes up to a level. This is completely jam packed with just olives that have already been pitted, that have been individually pitted perfectly, and
How much would that be US? What's the conversion?
So divide by 14 and you get dollars.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So what's that? Let's say 90 divided by 15. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So two,
So what is
three,
that?
$6.
Six. Yeah, that's $6.
It's cheap.
This is.
I wonder how much that would be here. I wonder if they sell it here.
This is 3.1 kilograms.
What's the brand called?
Pedriza. It's Italian. It's got.
But lower? Yeah. La Pedriza. Yeah.
I can't make out the second line.
Yeah.
Guess they can't sell it in Europe.
I remember hearing about I remember studying in Basti about some of the deals that, obviously say South Africa has with the United States. What was that? What was the one called? AGOA, something like that. And we
Yes.
have all sorts of deals that we have with different regions, and the fact that some of these guys can dump their products aside, sell them by dumping, I mean, sell it at a price that's lower than the cost price for producers aside. And the reason they're able to do that is because of how heavily subsidized a lot of these industries are, say in places like France and even in the States, and it destroys the markets this side. You have the problem that clearly these people are overproducing because of the fact that they've been, assisted by government. It's
Right.
being it's a cost to the American or the French people to maintain the size of an industry in their country that shouldn't actually be that size, and all while crushing the very first sorts of industries you'd expect to take place in developing countries in order for them to get to a stage where they can, progress towards being a first world country. It's like you're undercutting them. You're killing them. And these are the sorts of policies that happen when you have, I guess, lefties in power. Is that they go for protection without actually looking through all of the possible consequences for it.
But
Who
that's
cares?
when
Yeah.
you have people in positions of power that have nothing fucking better to do. They just need to pass something, because if they don't, why are they even there?
Yeah.
And it probably started with one person who had a problem, another nosy, crazy bitch with too much time on her hands, and who started some shit and then got a whole bunch of people behind her to put pressure on so and so that she knows. I mean, men don't operate like that. Men don't think about that kind of shit. It's only women who think about that shit.
It's interesting, all the health stuff. The people that I watched, like Tim Noakes. Tim Noakes is quite interesting. He's a South African doctor. He is singularly responsible for really getting the whole keto thing going. It was actually it came from a South African doctor. Sorry? Yeah,
Banting guy. Yeah.
So I mean, he really sparked people in America to start looking into it, and then it really sort of grew out of that. It's very interesting that it kind of started from a South African, but he talks about how corn was subsidized in South Africa, but all of these things are really unhealthy. But I was watching something the real bottom line of health is why people are having their health destroyed is because of the polyunsaturated fats from seed oils, because they have way too much polyunsaturated fats. And from an evolutionary perspective, we can't tolerate too much, and that's what's like killing our health. But also because we are eating animals that only have one stomach, and we're feeding those animals the seeds and the corn and things like that, and then their fat has got too much polyunsaturated fat. And so that's the thing and when we go off of carbs, we kind of avoid the problem, but actually the thing that's causing the metabolic sickness is the polyunsaturated fat. It's very interesting. But that's what Paul Saladino is.
Yes, I like Paul. Yeah. Carnivore. So, I actually got vitamins because of that man.
Oh, well, that's cool. So
vitamins.
So he actually says now that all macros are probably okay. It's just that the polyunsaturated fats are what, obviously after you are already sick, then you probably have to go a bit further in order to try to manage and correct these things. Like also if you already have like diabetes of some kind. But anyway, why was I talking about him? So I mean, like the subsidy of all these sorts of things like corn and grain and things like that is also, having a very big negative impact on people's health. But by the way, it's better to eat beef because you see, because they have two stomachs, when we feed them corn, they end up with less polyunsaturated fat. Somehow they decompose it better, so they still end up with more, but much less than pigs and chicken. So that's why it's better to just kind of must say I've been eating a lot of chuck because it's the cheapest meat
Yeah.
that I can get. I've got like a source of grass-fed chuck, and I've got a sous vide machine, and I cook it sous vide over like 24 hours, and it's amazing because I can turn chuck into the most tender steak with sous vide.
Sous vide.
So it's like a tank of water, and you get like what's called a circulator stick, and it heats up the water, and it swishes around the water a bit so that the temperature is even, and it takes the temperature of the water, and you set the time and you set the temperature, and it constantly takes the temperature, and it just keeps it at whatever temperature you set it at. And so I cook steak at 57 degrees Celsius, which is like 135 degrees Fahrenheit, and that I must say, I didn't quite understand what cooking actually meant, but the definition of cooking is the temperature of the meat. It doesn't matter the time, it matters the temperature that it reaches. And so the temperature is the doneness. So exactly how if you want it medium rare, for chuck, it's 57 degrees. If you want it well done, it's like 61 degrees, and if you want it somewhere in between. And so by targeting, the reason why you have to cook it, usually you can cook things in 2 to 3 hours, so that the temperature fully goes into the meat. The reason why I cook this for so long is because chuck has a lot of connective tissue, and that takes a long time to break down. You need to break down the collagen so that it's not tough when you're cutting into it. But I mean, you actually do want meat with a lot of collagen because that stuff is really healthy.
Yeah,
it
have
balances,
those vitamins.
because if you have too much of the expensive cuts of meat, it has a high profile of L-cysteine and amino acids that are actually stress-inducing, but the collagen and the proline of connective tissue actually calms down your brain, so it's much more balanced. And so chuck is a much better cut that sort of represents eating the whole animal if you
nose to tail.
It's in one piece. Yeah. I mean, so
that way of cooking it. So are you cooking it in water?
I'm cooking it in a bag. So I have a vacuum seal bag. You have a BB, there's a plastic, you have to Ziploc, the freezer Ziploc bags. I used to use that. I just got a vacuum sealer today, actually. You just have, the plastic has to be BP free. I can't remember what the BH, I can't remember what the anyway, but
the shit that if it warms up, it doesn't leach chemicals into your food.
Yeah. And it's amazing because you vacuum seal it, you season it, so you don't have to dry brine it. You don't have to keep it because it dry brines while it's cooking. So you season it and then you vacuum seal it, and then it seasons while it's cooking. So it's and then when you get meat, juices. Ideally you would buy meat in bulk, and then you cut it up and you season it and vacuum seal it, and then you use what you want and you freeze the rest. And then when you want to cook it, you just take it right out of the freezer and throw it in. So, but I mean, it is the most amazing steak that I've ever had. The only thing is that it doesn't do the outside. So at some point I need to get a blowtorch to what's the called?
To put the grill on it. Yeah. A blowtorch.
Sorry, talking a lot about. But yeah, so I mean, I'm doing that in fasting. I've been able to keep off all the weight that I've lost. I just need to lose another 25 kilograms. It's still quite a bit, but anyway.
But you can do it. Yeah.
I've never been a corn person.
But it's interesting that New Zealand cut off all of their agricultural subsidies, and now they produce agriculture stuff there at a more competitive rate. They actually the price of consumers went down. It's crazy.
Yes, so that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, and also in America, what happens is that because this, I think a lot of it is just to entrench the big businesses and things like that, because they've all got vertical integration. And so if it was actually a proper functioning market without this kind of strange collusion, because I mean, a lot of the subsidies go towards paying people not to grow food. They are paid to not agriculturally work their land. It's strange. It's I don't know how that works, but
I guess it would be like a compensation of sorts. Maybe they said, if you don't want us to do what we were going to do anyway, then you may as well compensate us because you're asking us to forego profit.
Yeah.
Well, I think the logic of that is that agricultural land, it was considered that it's unhealthy for agricultural land to constantly produce. And so if you let the land not produce for a few seasons or whatever, it's good for the health of the soil. I don't think that this is actually true unless you actually use that time effectively. And you could also do other things that would actually improve the health of the soil. Like you could
like put animal on it.
amendments and all these things that you,
Yeah.
So in some sense, it's like a loophole. So some places you can actually buy a plot of land that has a house and a farm in the backyard that hasn't been farmed for 10 years, but it still gets the subsidy for the specific subsidy that's paid for not planting, because it's still classed as an agricultural.
Yeah.
And but
that's
I
what
think that a
happens
lot
when
of
you have.
that structure. Sorry.
Yeah, I was
It
just going to say
supports
that's
the
what
vertical
happens.
integration.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have subsidies. Firstly, one of the things that hits is efficiency. So boom, that's going to decrease. Secondly, the bad incentives, that come from having subsidies. That obviously then you start to have people trying to angle for more subsidies, in the way they run their business, in I guess lobbying and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
And say, for example, if you take the education, tertiary education system in the United States, part of the reason you guys pay like such high fees for education is because of how heavily subsidized your tertiary education is. If it wasn't so heavily subsidized, first of all, they wouldn't have the time to entertain all of these useless degrees, useless, employees, etc. And then they'd have to compete, which would, I'm using basic economic theory, would lead to a general decrease in the prices because they'd have to actually compete. Instead of having like a system that works almost like a cartel.
Yeah.
Where they set the
an
prices.
incompetent cartel. Cartels actually have more standards, and they take less of the piece.
It's not the intentions. We understand why people want to subsidize certain industries and all of that, but the effect, like, can you imagine if you one of the people who's actually trying to enter the industry, and you're competing with people who are not only established, not only much bigger than you, but are also subsidized?
I don't know why they want to subsidize.
It's one of the things that you learn. I have a textbook here, public sector economics, and it's one of the things that people do. And look, I can understand how it might be appropriate for the short term, as a chess move.
Why?
But the problem is that it doesn't work over the long term. And what tends to happen is that, what's the saying? There's nothing as so permanent as a temporary government policy.
Right, but why? Like, you haven't told me why they do it.
Why they get subsidies going?
Yeah.
Who are you asking for the producers or for the government?
The producer.
The producers, obviously, they're getting more money, and it's money that's like free, so it doesn't come with the say risk and all sorts of things like that. It allows them to navigate bad seasons, I guess. It's like a buffer of sorts. So in many sorts of ways, it's a cushion. It's like social welfare for businesses that produce fruit and all sorts of things like that. That's the effect that it has. But like social welfare does with people, with businesses, they become inefficient. They become dependent. They become they don't allocate resources appropriately in order to ensure a well-running, individual firm, industry, country as a whole. So.
Wait, is that the stuff? Because Trump was doing some stuff for our farmers, but I thought that had to do with the trading from country to country.
Yeah, Trump is actually also he did, if I'm not incorrect, like I'm not super well versed in his economic policies, but I know that he definitely was for some of the protections that
because of the
typical
trade war with
economist would be.
It was harming our farmers.
Everything needs to be taken in its appropriate context. But I think Trump did lean towards protectionism, economically speaking, and obviously in the context of competing with China and the European Union bloc. who also have their own subsidies for all sorts of
Well,
industries.
something else that I remember hearing about up in Maine, people in Maine, there was a big section of fucking ocean that they weren't allowed to fish. And apparently the lobsters that they got, they when they sold to Europe, Europe would pay X amount of dollars for a pound or whatever. Fucking Canadians could fish the same lobsters, and their deal with Europe was they were making more for their lobsters. And Trump, I remember Trump sitting at the table. He's like, that's weird. It's like the same lobster, right? They're like, yeah, it's pretty much the exact same lobster. He's like,
Yeah.
Why are they making way more money on their sell and we're taking, why are we selling our lobster so cheap? It's because the whatever deal that they fucking had with whoever. He's like, no, fuck that. What did he say? Something like, if they want to play that game, if it doesn't match what they're getting, then we'll just add some kind of thing to some cars. Like,
An even better question to ask is, why are Europeans happy or like not complaining about the fact that their governments are opting to pay more for lobster from Canada,
right?
instead of the US price, and it's for the same lobster?
Same lobster, yeah.
Yeah, and I think these are the sorts of things that pushed Britain to leave.
Yeah.
All of this, bureaucracy that leads to them having policies imposed on them that they have very little say over. Because on the European level, the UK is just another one of the countries, and Germany's got its own. It's got way. I think it's fair to say that Germany has got a way more sway in European politics, economics, and all that than
They're the leader.
The UK.
They're the leader.
So, yeah. So
that crazy bitch is responsible for destroying Europe.
And she's talking about Angela Merkel.
Yeah, she's responsible for their shitty immigration policies.
Yeah, you see, on that side of things, because the thing about Germany is that it's very difficult to criticize them because economically they're a machine. They're a powerhouse, So they get the economics right, but the social policies is where they go wrong.
Well, they're a powerhouse because they've gotten so many privileges from us.
True, but I think even if you were to look at them fundamentally, they are a very productive nation. They emphasize emphasis and efficiency. Sorry, and what that means is that obviously you have a very productive country.
Yes.
And they're very good at paying their taxes. They're very responsible. All these things contribute to having a very functional country.
I do think that there is an element in the German economy which, in my view, is completely sort of both artificial but also I don't know. It's basically illegitimate, which is that their banking system, so not like in terms of their real production and their real economy, yes, is generally quite good, but they got what is a kind of an artificial boon, which was essentially extraction of wealth and money from the weaker European countries. That essentially, because usually if you live in a first world country, the one problem that you have is low interest rates. So basically, if you bank money, you don't get such a good return or something like that. So maybe you should go be an entrepreneur, or you should go take your money overseas and you should invest in a developing market or something like that. But what they got to do is almost in a guaranteed way, they got to lend money to the very irresponsible, sort of fiscally imprudent, weaker European nations. And they also got to leverage also the weakness of the euro generally for their real production and their real economy. So they're kind of winning in three different ways. So I think naturally they are very efficient and strong producers, but they got an artificial banking sort of boon that they got huge returns on just general savings investment. You can go deposit money into a German bank and you got a really good rate of return, which is not generally commensurate with, it's kind of a natural, I'll just say that.
For a developed country, yeah.
Yeah, and and they also got to profit off the general weakness of the bloc as a system. So they got to parasite from
Right.
one half of the European Union, and then they got to generally capitalize on the general weakness of the currency of the entire union in terms of still exporting their goods. So
Yeah.
they're kind of winning in 4 different ways.
I don't know.
Just from,
And on another level, their culture, how they raise their children, like their schools are really good. And it is known, like it's expected that everybody's gonna work.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they have all these holidays and all these things, but no, like everybody has a fucking job. Everybody's expected to do a job. It's not like they don't have this huge social fucking welfare program that a single mom can stay home and fucking have a bunch of kids and live for free off of everybody else's taxpayer money. They don't fucking do that over there.
Well, I'm not that familiar.
But they get to
with
profit from
I
countries that
lived there
do.
for 5 years. Like I got to know quite a few German people and the culture there. And people work. I mean, if you get sick, yeah, you get, but you do have a lot of taxes also taken out of your paycheck, which goes to, your holidays, your healthcare, all the things. So I think it was like 20% or whatever my coworkers were talking about. Like 20% of their paycheck is like instantly gone for just this one thing, and then more taxes.
Right.
Yeah.
What would you say is the effective tax rate for, say, an average worker in the States versus one in Germany, if you're still familiar with at least what they were at the time? Would you say Americans face more taxes than Germans?
No, Germans pay more taxes because they pay more tax on the money they make, and then every time they buy something, it's high taxes.
They pay indirect taxes. We have the same thing in South Africa, where we're getting taxed from basically everything. Like as soon as you move, you're taxed basically.
Yeah.
I mean, the difference is that in Germany you get free tertiary education.
Right.
In fact, I think you get an allowance as well. I think that when you go to university, the state pays you basically a maintenance.
Right.
But they also suffer because the quality of their tertiary education is probably the weakest in Europe. They have very bad universities in general. Well, I mean,
their grade school and their middle school is like really good. I mean, they learn English starting in like fucking kindergarten, so they're dual language like the whole time. Yeah.
I mean, the standards are probably still high, but I don't think they're as high as other institutions. Like they don't have big famous sort of
higher
colleges
education
or universities.
But basic
kind of
stuff,
shocking.
but basic
think about
stuff,
like historically.
Everybody works. So there's a lot of people that are like, yeah, I'm gonna be a checkout person forever. Like, I know that's what I'm gonna do.
And obviously they also have socialized medicine.
Yeah. So
okay, so would you say, Psyche, for example, that perhaps the thing with them having a culture of efficiency, of productivity, they have a much better return on their taxes, say, compared to a culture like South Africa or Greece or Spain or Italy or California,
Oh, I mean, I don't think it's even a question. I mean, it's eminently better. But I mean, it's interesting because I have a critique against the German structure of government in some sense, and that they don't really believe in liberty in a libertarian sense. Like they and it's interesting because they've kind of already conceded this point. I mean, like a lot of the powers of the I can't even remember what it's called, but like the form that the state had under Nazi Germany, a lot of those structures are basically still in place, and it's quite a clever structure from a how can I put this, from a kind of bureaucratic sort of thing. But the worst thing about it is that essentially there's very little democratic accountability in terms of the substance of the law. If you talk to Germans about politics, They might give you some esoteric, sophisticated opinions about things, but it's not really campaigned on. Like they campaign on big thematic issues. They don't campaign about policy. They don't really. They're not like they don't get into contrasting policy. And the law itself they don't have a common law system. It doesn't get discovered and evolved or whatever. What they actually do is they look at the rest of the world. They look at certain problems, and then they work out a legislative framework that kind of avoids the problems and solves the problems in some kind of constructive sense. And so they've got a very legal positivistic, kind of view of justice. Justice for them is just another facility of executive administration. It's just another form of government. So justice, this is what I don't like about Germany, is that justice and morality is kind of subverted by efficiency and just by maximized outcomes.
Right.
And so they are really good at that. But I think that that erodes the libertarian spirit in some sense. It completely the internal locus of control and moral consciousness or whatever, and is just completely overridden by this collectivization of maximizing outcomes and efficiency. So that's what I hate about their politics. Their politics, in my view, is endemically corrupted against a kind of it's almost culturally illiberal in some sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, in the Polizei, we were warned
Yeah.
that because of course it's military, the guys were warned like, no, don't fuck with the Polizei. Like, if you ever get like mixed up with them, like they will make you do shit. Like if you get in trouble for alcohol or something and you refuse any kind of anything, like they will beat your ass just to get a blood sample to get it on record. Yeah.
Wow.
That's what we were told.
Could you could you give an example of how efficiency is taken over or put above justice in the German context?
What I mean, in some sense, within the political context of how politics generates law. So what I'm saying is that, like, basically when they devise the law, they do it behind closed doors. They do it by sort of committee behind closed doors, and then suddenly a bill appears and it's fully formed. It's not debated in the Reichstag. It's not. I think that's what they call it. Actually, I'm not sure, but sorry, is it called the Bundesstaat? I can't even. I'm just trying to remember. I'm not good with foreign words. Anyway, but it's So to me, that's very alien to democracy, or at least a liberal democracy. The actual. I mean, yeah. So I mean. It also means that Germany, like, it has this other socialism efficiency thing. The same thing happens as an analogy in the medical system. Is that if you have socialistic medicine, you get to profit off all the other systems that don't have socialistic medicine, because they're the ones who innovate, who create new things, and because people are doing it for the profit motive incentive. And then you just have to buy the intellectual property of that, and then you systematize it and you mass produce it, and you kind of gain on sort of what's it called, the mass production scale, the economies of scale.
Economies of scale, yeah.
Yeah, you profit from the economies of scale, but that doesn't work if everyone is a socialistic. But that's what they do with law. That's essentially what they do with law. Is they look at how other legal systems have done different things and the consequences, and then they aggregate that into some optimization where they are not even trying to optimize justice necessarily. Maybe they're just trying to optimize sort of efficacy of growth or progress in some other metric. And so in my view, they don't have any skin in the game in terms of the ethical development of civilization. They are in some sense, and I'll also say that if you look at I don't want to demean the whole German people or anything like that, but if you look at German banks and German banking, there's a whole history, a hidden history of how German bankers have been the cause of everything hugely wrong in the world. I mean, it's arguable that destroyed so many. I mean, they invented fiat currency. They probably precipitated a lot of the world wars. And anyway, but if you look at how the German banking system has treated the other members of the European Union, how they precipitated, the Greek and Italian and was it Spain, sort of, they've caused a lot of trouble, and in some sense. Anyway, I wonder if it's part of this general ethos, but I don't want to just. Anyway.
Self-centered and corrupt, yeah, a little bit. They're pretty selfish.
Question: how is that? Because a lot of what you said obviously sounds bad from the perspective of how they don't really include people in the process of coming up with a lot of these bills. But from a South African perspective, wouldn't that be an improvement from what we have here, where if your people are fundamentally corrupted by a particular ideology,
and
you have people who pursue efficiency in power deciding what bills come to light?
They are very nationalist in nature. They are like Germany first, but then criticize America for not fucking catering to them.
I think that, I mean, basically you're basically saying, is the Faustian deal of becoming Singapore worth it? And in some sense, you could argue that, especially with the kind of deprivation and the development needed in South Africa, that it would be worth it to go to a Singaporean model. The question really is, in all of these sorts of things, is that you don't know how sustainable they are. And Singapore especially, I mean, the wrong person gets in power in Singapore and it turns very bad overnight. If the wrong personality is in charge of that whole structure, then the integrity is underpinned only by that one person. So there's no decentralized check or balance, as it were. Germany has, I would argue, it doesn't have a check and balance, because it does in some formalistic sense, in some theoretical sense, but in the cultural sense it doesn't, because there's no legitimate interface between the democratic will and the politics that's been developed. Britain is almost, I mean, it's interesting because Britain has its own corruption, but its corruption is more of the people themselves have fallen into a kind of ideological socialism, and that kind of spiraling perverse incentive. But Britain, in terms of the form of how they orchestrate their politics, I think is much more legitimate and transparent, because you can actually, you see real changes. When sentiments change about what the politicians are talking about, you see changes in government. You see different people, so you have an acuity there, you have a responsiveness, which is much more organic and connected. I mean, my argument still is that South Africa could be the best of all these things. It's just that, because of our sad history and because of the institutionalized corruption, we haven't had the time, because, you do need a requisite amount of development and economic stability probably to engage in liberal politics, but now that's kind of been spoiled by the constitutional damages and by the, I would say the overt abrogation and betrayal
of the Constitution. Yeah. I have a question though, because something I noticed, I worked with this one lady who was from Bavaria. Okay. Now I lived in Kaiserslautern, so that was like lower, and she was from up north, and she was very adamant about not being German. She was Bavarian. She wasn't like the people that the other Germans like she was very I guess class-ish, or I guess it had to do with the wall at one point and this side of Germany against this side of Germany, but that was very prevalent even with the people less than 10 years ago, or probably 10 years ago there. Like she was segregating herself from these other Germans, like they were less than her. It was kind of weird. I'd never.
Was she on
She's
the
Bavarian.
side of, is that like more conservative, right leaning, or more left?
I don't know.
Yeah, because
I don't know.
what
I
tends to
don't
happen
know
is
the
that
difference.
when people divide themselves purely
distinct.
based on location and things like that. It tends to be
Right.
along political lines, as opposed to say if it were an ethnic division or
Right. Yeah. No.
cultural
These are all
division,
white
I
because they're
think
the
that that's all
same.
they have. I think that's
Yeah.
all they have to do, because they can't judge themselves based on their own liberal politics, because it has no expression, it has no conduit of manifesting. You know, like
Right.
what they endorse in terms of policy doesn't happen. So all they have is a kind of local chauvinism, or a kind of local
Right.
or regional patriotism, or
Yeah. Like I'm Californian or I'm Texan.
Yeah, Germans are kind of the ultimate elitists.
Yeah.
They consider themselves superior in
Yep.
every respect
Yep.
to everything and everyone,
Yep.
I thought that
including
was the
each other.
Right?
Including each other.
The Bavarians are at the top of the hierarchy. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I lived with some Germans for a couple of years. Both of my grandmothers were German, but they were pretty well mellowed out by their British husbands. So that worked out okay.
Yeah, my great grandpa was German.
I lived with a couple of Germans who were extremely wealthy people. They were billionaires. I lived on their farm for about 2 years, on their estate, I should say.
Yeah.
And they were coming up. They did not inherit this as a family inheritance. It came to them almost by accident. So they both grew up pretty poor and pretty middle to lower middle class, and then suddenly landed in a situation where they had control of and ownership of, well, for example, one of their holdings is 5,000 acres in Vail, Colorado, which is some of the wealthiest land in the world. They exuded an attitude, an air of superiority that was just stunning. And they did it with a Christian twist. So they were humble about their superiority.
Well, if you're going to be superior, you have to be humble about it, or people won't like you.
So I just want to get. So I think that one of the legitimate functions of a liberal democracy is that it has some kind of interface with the psychology of the people in the body politic, and and in some sense, the problem that the British have, which is that, I mean, it has taken hold of a lot of their population, where you have this kind of when you're always sort of trying to blame things on that, the rich people aren't giving in enough, and then that can't be the solution to every problem, because then you end up relying on it more and more, and then you end up with a more untenable situation, because you're not actually dealing with the proper cause of a problem. You're scapegoating it to some degree, and so there is efficacy that is lost in a liberal democracy because of the psychological interface. Obviously, you hope that there's a constitution and there's enough structure that could impose some hard limits on how much the psychological perversion can wreak havoc on other people and you sort of do damage. But it's a legitimate thing that the psychology in the people is going to have some kind of political translation, so that it can be addressed at some high level of principle, so that people can hear about it, and that's how they can see themselves reflected in the body politic and see their ideas sort of battling themselves out on some level of analysis. And that doesn't happen in Germany. It just doesn't happen, and that to me is a failing of the system to some degree, although they win efficiency at it, they win efficacy, they win something, but that to me makes it that it's psychologically perhaps prone to have an explosion, because you're going to maybe have pent up things, and you're going to have narcissism, and you're going to have all these things that have no way of seeing themselves rationalized or coherently sort of I mean, yeah. So I mean, I do think that
Germans don't revolt. They just don't.
But
They never have in their entire history. They've never revolted.
But maybe they go to war, which is the real.
Yeah, they do. That's right. They do go to war, but they don't go to war with each other. They're not revolutionary in that sense.
And I guess that plays into the whole national identity, that they have a strong national identity and they have a sense of efficiency over everything, productivity over everything.
But I should say that this general thematic critique does not just pertain to Germany, it pertains to a lot of continental European countries, because I think that they all have a failed liberal democratic structure. I mean, the French weirdly have more democracy, but it's also more culturally corrupt in another way, and where they end up still perpetrating the same kind of weird kind of scapegoating narcissism, like projecting it onto other things or onto other issues to keep the magnificence of their own structure, which, you know, has a kind of pedigree and a kind of virtue signaling sort of built into it, and it's not capable of ever becoming humble, truly, you know, squared with psychology. It never gets related back to real, you know, human. It becomes a castle in the sky, in the clouds. You know, it becomes a magnificent, you know, sort of vision of something. Sorry,
that's interesting. You think they're utopian, or are they something else, elitist?
I mean, I think it's a kind of collective narcissism. I mean, it's not.
So that would be elitist then.
Yeah.
Not visionary. They're not visionary, but they did fall for a vision under Hitler.
Yeah, well, I think that they are captive. I mean, this thing is a kind of narrative. It's a kind of construct on some level where you know that you're operating in that mode. So I think that it is a program which is collectively adhered to. And so you could see it as some kind of collective. I mean, you could call it a social contract. You could call it a version of a social contract, but it's a version of a social contract that I believe is not honest about the psychology of its own individual constituents. They are indulging in this collective illusion or this collective magnificence, some kind of collective narcissism.
It sounds awfully similar to what a lot of the lefties claim America has in terms of its what they call American exceptionalism. I think that's how something like that, right? Where they say it's like a deluded idea of America is you know, top first, etc., etc. Even though
I think that that's a good point. I think that's part of where we're at right now is split between that and its antithesis.
Yes.
And right now, its antithesis is in control.
Yeah, and the truth is somewhere in between.
Maybe.
Well, and no one's willing to admit that. It's you have people who say they're patriots, love America, but then obviously some of them are willing to criticize it, but there are those people who just never want to criticize America. But then, and this seems to be the dominant voice, you have the people who always want to criticize America, who never see the good, who never see it
exactly right.
It's positive, and that's indicative of not only like a failure perhaps on the political front, but also in terms of media and culture. The fact that these discussions are not being had maybe at all, maybe not being had in a fair way or a representative way. Some that actually allows people to come to some semblance of truth.
Some mutual understanding.
Yeah, some mutual understanding. I can see why you're a patriot. I can see why you've got something to say with regards to foreign policy or, you know, whatever. And I think this is what I liked about Trump, is that in many ways, as much as he was a bit of a mixed bag in terms of all these things, he's on one hand pro markets, but on the other hand, he's for protectionism. On one hand, he's a patriot. On the other hand, he criticizes America's policy in terms of, you know, I guess foreign policy and all sorts of other things, trade policy, all sorts of things.
Right,
and that's what actually made him correct, is because he was able to navigate all these issues and see, you know,
but he was supportive where he had to be, because this other thing was happening that he had to sort out first. Like, yeah. And the dominant voices are just the fucking loudest ones. And they are the irrational and unreasonable, mentally and emotionally unstable women that we have in our society that get away with saying whatever they want.
I just want to add a footnote about American exceptionalism. I mean, I think that this might be able to apply to too many different, completely different conceptualizations of it. But I mean, I think that, you know, the source of proper American exceptionalism is in the principles and in the ideals and in the structure of liberty and the, you know, sort of investment into those things. And you know, obviously, when it starts becoming, you know, sort of that you can unilaterally do whatever you want on the world stage or something like that, then obviously that's sort of gets quite strange and weird, because you know, that's just kind of blind patriotism or something like that, and it's not really principled. But I think that it's right to be super, let's say, endorsing of the right principles and in a structure. You know, like you have to do that because you have to, in some sense. I mean. That kind of the exceptionalism in the sense that it doesn't matter the cost. You have to preserve these values. You have to continue to enshrine and live up to these ideals, because otherwise, what's it all for, kind of thing.
But
yeah.
I have a question. Going back to what you were saying earlier about the our laws not having certain values written into them. Like it looks like to me that the values that are written into them are very masculine. I think maybe because before women were, you know, allowed into politics and stuff, like the men handled the law like you said, they didn't have any guard against like soft power, right? And malicious and malevolent soft power, like written into the laws. I don't think that we needed them when women weren't in control of stuff and weren't able to use their strengths against men to compete.
I mean, that might be true, that they just considered there was a certain amount of moral common sense that didn't have to be enshrined.
Among men who handled all the things. Yeah.
Because it was just a kind of unwritten thing that would always be preserved or something like that,
right,
in civilization. But
that's how men deal with each other, typically, right?
Who is that?
Sorry, it was me.
Oh, it was you.
So allowing
among men and those women who supported the men.
Yeah, yeah.
But essentially,
because men didn't enter politics until they were successful in many other areas in their life first. It wasn't. I was going to say it wasn't a thing that people like went to university and wanted to be, you know, a politician straight away. It used to be kind of somebody that was responsible and showed a level of competence in an area.
Yeah, exactly.
Might have been like people were like, "Hey, you should do this." You know, they were kind of pushed into that position.
As opposed to a Biden who has never done anything else.
Right.
A career politician versus saying electing someone who, let's say, if you were to elect an Elon Musk or Trump, someone who's actually had, and I think that hits
a lifetime of experience. Right. Yeah, that's right.
It's a basic principle that if you wouldn't survive in the private sector, what the hell are you doing managing the public sector?
Right.
What
the hell are you doing managing all the private sectors?
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you have never done anything of substance in the private sector, that goes to show you that your skill set is not really that amazing.
Right.
So if you're not good at managing something on a small level, what's to say you'll be any good at managing many big level things? You know, it's ridiculous. It's all like how you know, you think of like the king system, the whole you know, dynasties and all that stuff. You have I'm pretty sure at the beginning of every lineage, you'd probably find someone who was elected in that sort of way, showed some sort of competence, and then was made king. And I think that's good for that generation. But then it's not like that knowledge, that skill gets passed through the genes, or something like that. It's cultivated in you. It's both nature and nurture, So you
Right.
need someone who has all these things together at the point in time, and then you put them into office. You don't just go with the fact that they happen to belong to this particular family, or they
Yeah,
happen to
exactly.
know this
Right.
particular person. Essentially, we running governments. A lot of the governments in the West are being run like um, family businesses in which there's a whole lot of nepotism,
Yep. That's exactly right.
and we
The
surprised
Kennedys
that
and
we have such
the
bad
Kennedys
outcomes.
and the Bushes.
Yeah, yeah. We have, what's his name? Zuma's son is now looking to run for presidency this time as well.
Really?
There is a bit of that.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's exactly how every South African should respond to that. And yeah, it's unfortunate that people don't have this understanding that how about we pull people from the private sector who've shown competence, who've been able to create jobs, create businesses that are thriving, that are thriving in, say, in the South African context, despite the South African context. Those are the sorts
Right.
of people you want to see running. I don't know if you've seen Psyche, I don't know if you've seen the video that was going doing the rounds by what's his name, Rob Hersov, I think it was, a billionaire, if I'm not incorrect, from South Africa, who has some scathing criticism for the South African government. And like I think a lot of what he says has is relevant to a lot of what happens in America as well. If I could find the video, maybe I could drop it in the chat and we could play
I
it.
do have access to it. I've seen the title. I didn't watch it. I saw. I think he said like if Mandela was alive, he would vote for the DA. I think that's maybe something
Yeah,
that he
something to
said.
that effect. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to comment on what Good Mother said that. So I don't necessarily think that woman being involved is when things went off the rails in the American structure, because I do think that although archetypally it is a problem with feminine, it is like a trope of feminine. I often link it to the hypergamous sexual strategy, but I think that generally, like if you just look at the mafia, like the stereotypical Italian mafia, the Godfather, they play all these tricks, where they, they pretend not to hear things. They pretend to redefine things. Oh, do you want to do this? And then you're torturing the person until they say yes, they want to do, and then they say, oh, I'm so glad that we had this wonderful conversation and that I convinced you. Like they re-narrate the reality. It's this. And that has a very feminine kind of, sort of social controlling aspect to it, of how it frames itself, of how it symbolically represents itself and wishes to be imprinted on, in terms of the people that it's interacting with. And so I think that there's always been this potential of corruption. I think that men have incorporated this feminine, way of
Creative.
cultural manipulation and control.
But
I
they
think
need
it
it to be physical as well. Women use sex and just mental and emotional.
Yeah. Adam did,
And
after all, bite
we
the apple.
need pleasure.
I think
well, I mean, if you
made the
have enough,
point.
if you
Yeah. I think, Good Mother, you've made the point that men have a tendency to accept the attitudes and opinions of the woman who they're closest to out of some sense of trust in them.
Yes.
But you've also said that in a healthy relationship, the woman has the same attitude toward the man she's in relationship with. So there's a
Yeah.
mutuality. Now, when that mutuality breaks down,
Right. When it's only one sided.
and that's where we're at.
Yeah. Well, feminism has taught women to hate men. So they want to punish men. Like I boil all of our problems down to fucking daddy issues. Even with men that I know for a fact had like Trump derangement syndrome like crazy, they fucking have daddy issues.
Yeah.
They didn't have a competent dad in their life that they loved and respected. That, you know,
Well, I blame the state not modeling enough of a fatherly justice system that actually had any kind of reasonableness in it. Instead, it just had this unaccountable moral authority that the justice permits it. Because essentially, at the end of the day, if you're dealing with a corrupt person, if you're dealing with someone who has institutionalized power that isn't accountable, or you can't get judicial redress on what's going on there, you can't get a check on how the power is being used, then at the end of the day, you know, I mean, that's the only way. You have to mechanically have a way to filter out corruption, or a way to get redress for people who are, like making egregious, you could even say moral or unprincipled, abuses of power. And if we don't have that in our justice system, and in some sense, I think that we don't, because there is there is a poverty in the substantive structure. I mean, like in the American Constitution, and in the, I think it all hinges on equal protection of the law. But in the South African Constitution, it says equal protection and benefit of the law, because there are substantive rights which are much more robust and much broad. There are more rights in the South African Bill of Rights than there are in the American Bill of Rights, and these guarantees are also guarantees against other private citizens. Obviously, everyone has freedom of association and freedom of contract, but essentially, other people, to the extent relevant, should not impose on your constitutional rights. And so there is a potential check on the soft power of other people, and also against the hard power of the state. And also administrative justice, So, I mean, it doesn't mean that you can't evict people out of things for having, I mean, there might be some kinds of disagreements that are just not conducive to sharing a work environment with. And so you end up translating a political disagreement into a legitimate firing or something like, I mean, that's why we have judges. That's why, because it's sophisticated, and you have to, and there are a lot of things that have to go into things. And that's what justice means. And, to just say that, no, these things can only be regulated by broad legislative fiat and inventing, systems of creating oversimplified criteria, it's just not good enough. You need to have a big, broad, coherent system that does. Otherwise, you don't get protection at the end of the day. Otherwise, you don't get, because equal protection is nothing if the law itself is equally corrupt and equally has holes in it and equally just doesn't cohere into a system that has enough integrity that the individual can be protected, because the judge has ammunition to protect the individual's rights. And that is what I think is America's fundamental deficit, is that it has equal protection of the law, but it doesn't have equal protection and benefits, because there are no benefits. The benefits are there to be democratically invented and reinvented and repromulgated and dispersed and removed equally. But democracy can just choose whatever it wants. It's a
yeah. I mean, actually, Fresh and Fit last night, I popped in and they were talking about, they were doing some feminism bashing. So I stopped by to say hi. But yeah, they were talking about this guy that got in a fight with this girl. She stabbed him. She fucking stabbed him. She got arrested. They broke up, I guess. He decided not to press charges. He fucked up there. He didn't press charges. He didn't follow through. Later, they got back together. Then they were out at a bar or something. They got in a fight. Dude throws a fucking pumpkin at her or something, and then he gets fucking arrested and in trouble for throwing a pumpkin at her.
Well,
so the next chapter, he gets killed.
Right. But the thing is, if the people using the law don't have integrity, because what he should have done initially, Like, if he couldn't have broken out, like, he should have took that fucking stabbing as, okay, I'm fucking done. Yeah, I'm gonna press charges against this bitch because she fucking assaulted me with a deadly weapon. But no, because of love and probably lust and a lot of crazy nonsense, he was lacking in integrity and didn't follow through. So she got let off the hook. They got back together, then fought again, and he throws a pumpkin and he gets fucking yeah.
I mean, I don't see how the justice system could have possibly helped there, because I mean that's just, I mean, in some sense that I mean,
Well, the government, the
He
state,
has to press
the
charges.
state, I think the state has a position on on murderous assault and can bring charges in spite of
Him
what
not.
the victim is saying.
Yeah.
It
See, that's the
doesn't.
thing.
It's not a civil matter. It's a criminal matter,
Right.
yeah.
and the state has an interest in dealing with criminal issues, regardless of the position of the parties involved.
Yeah, but
that is true. I imagine that the hospital should have reported it to the police, and then the police
No.
should have at least.
she got arrested initially and she got let out because he didn't press charge. He decided not to press charges.
Well, because the state's attorney didn't press charges, and
I
the state's
don't know.
attorney should have pressed charges. It was within the province of the state's attorney to press charges based on criminal behavior.
Right. But something that we have done in the United States, we have in psychology and mental illness, women get off on various different diagnoses. So
Yeah.
women are allowed to use psychology and that whole fucking field to get away with doing whatever they want.
I don't think it's right.
Yeah, me neither. No, I watched my mom do that shit growing up. I mean, she committed so many fucking felonies on purpose, premeditated, because she could get off on a mental or physical disability. It's like, oh, you can't try the disabled. You can't hold them accountable for their...
Yeah, right.
But women get away with all of this shit all the time. Because apparently hormones affect people's behavior in such ways that they can't control themselves. So they shouldn't be held accountable.
Like that.
I mean, on some level, I always blame the man more though, because I feel like women will do what you let them get away with in some sense. Like,
Yes.
Amen, brother. That's
Yeah.
right.
Absolutely. And women should take responsibility for that power that they do have over men. Because they do.
But I mean, I almost feel like he had more of a mental debilitation than she had. I mean, that's what I think, is that he was, I mean, I don't know if he thought that she had internalized misogyny, and so it was good that she was getting out her rage on him.
Right. Maybe he felt guilty for being so
he was being heroic.
Patriarchal.
He was being
He
heroic.
was facilitating catharsis of her taking revenge against the patriarchy, which
her
she was
gaining her power back.
Yeah.
See how bullshit all of this is.
Right. Well, I'm glad I came back, guys. I need to go because I'm exhausted, but I appreciate the conversation very much.
How did your stream go?
We had a lot of fun. Talked about water memory.
Yeah.
And they got into their favorite pies. So everybody was listing various and sundry kinds of pies.
Funny.
There were about 25 different pies that were described. So it was fun. We had a good time. Had a 7-year-old who was talking about, was just thrilled to be there and thrilled to have Father Fish mention her name, and told me that her favorite pie was chocolate. So it was fun. We had a good time. It's always fun.
Yeah.
I try to throw a few curveballs when I can, and I usually can.
Yeah.
And I think the water memory thing is going to work brilliantly. I think I'm really excited about it. the water of life, living water.
Yeah, that's my goldfish friend's farm's name, Living Water.
Living water, that's right.
Yes. I
Yeah.
need to go see them.
I've
Yeah.
seen a guy that he's got like he gets tubing around a magnet to clear the water that comes out of the municipal tap of its memory or something like that.
Oh, that
Probably
makes
used-
sense. I like it. Ah, yeah, removes the electromagnetic. Well, I was talking about that today. I was saying, imagine you're putting water in your fish tank that has been through all of these conduits and pipes and chemical treatments. Think of the memory that water is holding and how disastrous that is for the fish that are being put in it.
I do not drink municipal water. I'm so lucky. I've got a local place that sells it very, very cheaply, and I just refill it. And it comes from the Cape Town aquifer, so it's never had chlorine and fluoride put in it. And then they also reverse osmosis, but there's a lot less stuff to take out of it because it's never been treated.
Nice.
And
Yeah.
I'm just so lucky that it's cheap because like all the other places are cheap, but somehow they got a local supply from the Cape Town aquifer. I think they get it for free,
Huh.
but they have to transport it or something.
Oh,
Because I must say that kills you. Like chlorine destroys your hormones.
Oh,
Like,
it's
it really
horrible.
balances-
yeah. It's a deadly toxin.
Yeah.
Here in the States, they also put ammonia in the water to bond with the chlorine.
Chloramine. Yeah.
Yeah, correct, chloramine. And the reason they do that is because if you take chlorinated water and set it out, just set it on the counter, in half an hour or so, the chlorine dissipates. It just gases off. But if you add ammonia to it, it creates a chloramine molecule that is a liquid molecule, and it stays in that water forever.
Yeah. A lot longer. Yeah. Luckily, my area, they don't use chloramine, just chlorine. I have RO, though. There's a lot of salt in my local water.
So
There's a
Is
lot
that
of
T-shirts with your face on it? Is that
Yeah.
a Father Fish T-shirt?
It is. You like that?
salt.
Yeah, I've got a black one too. That's my merch. I got mugs too. I got a father where it is. Father Fish mug. And that's my fish store. I had a pet shop for a while. It's the front of it. Yeah.
Man, that's cool.
And I promised one to Amanda a long time ago and she never got it. So I've got to send her.
I even got my Mafia States of America mugs like 4 days after I ordered them.
Pretty good.
I wanted to ask you maybe a weird question. Are you about to leave?
No, go right ahead.
Okay, so this is a really strange question, but I know I've always been curious about the dietary restrictions in religion, and I've heard that one of the kosher rules is that you basically, the only fish that you can eat are fish with scales. You can't eat fish that don't have scales. That's basically, and I just wondered if you could think of if there's any correlate between that and some kind of health thing that you know about fish.
Well, the reasoning was that shellfish are ostensibly or essentially waste eaters. They eat the waste, and so they're considered unclean, as opposed to fish, which the reality is somewhere else. But that's the aegis of it.
So is all fish that don't have scales, are they usually scavengers? I know eels, I guess, and do catfish have scales? But do they all eat? But fish, even fish with scales, don't they also eat dead things?
Oh,
yeah.
sure.
All fish eat all so much shit.
All fish eat everything, right?
Yeah.
I think there's no scientific validity to it, particularly. It depends on the environment and where those animals are living and what their environment is. Do not eat shrimp, for example. or crabs,
Should be a
or
sin.
oysters, or clams,
Yes.
or lobster.
Yeah,
Those are all unclean.
I saw a really
It's so
interesting,
yummy.
video on pigs and into the history of maybe the taboo. And one of their theories is that out of the Bronze Age, pigs are actually a sign of lower class because pigs, I think, always have a kind of correlate of making you generally poorer because you don't get any byproducts from a pig. If you have anything else, you can get milk and you can get fur and you can get all these other byproducts from keeping the animal. But pig, all you get is the meat. It just breeds and you can only make more meat food. That's all it does. Is it just goes straight into meat. There's no other uses.
That's
I thought that
interesting.
was a very interesting correlate.
Yeah.
Well, the hooves and the ears, my dogs love those. Love them.
Make a necklace out of them, right? Night, guys.
Good night, Lou.
Bless you all. Thanks.
Yeah, actually, I had a client. I haven't seen her since since she went off on me about Trump a while ago. This was pre-pandemic. She was super Trump deranged, but she didn't eat pigs. And she works in a genetic department at a university, but professor. But she didn't eat pigs because they were intelligent. That was her thing. I was like, I wonder if that's why they taste so damn good, because they're smart. She didn't think that was very funny.
I do think that there is good reason not to eat pork because they only have one stomach and they are fed to grains, and you need to cut down on polyunsaturated fats. That is what is making everyone, I wonder, it destroys your metabolism over time or something. It causes oxidative stress. That's what it does. Like all oxidative stress is by definition comes from an omega-6 fatty acid, which is polyunsaturated fat.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to not have seed oils. So if you're cooking, always cook with butter or tallow, or
tallow,
or ghee, I guess. But yeah.
You're not going to convince me to give up my pork. Actually, putting bacon in a potato salad I'm going to make. So bacon's good.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys want to check out the video that I sent in the private chat.
Yeah. You want me to play it?
Yeah, if you can play it, please. It's basically like captures the sentiment of, say, most of the Cape. I would say most quote clever blacks in South Africa, and I guess anyone who's
the clever blacks.
Really. Yeah. you know how
Uncle Tom's
bad that is.
Yeah.
To hear that from like a black leader talking about, don't listen to them, they're just the clever blacks. It's like, bro.
So a leader said that?
Yes.
One of you guys is leaders?
I remember our former president actually said this, Jacob Zuma, at one of the ANC events. And he was, complaining about clever blacks and how they're constantly going on about this issue and that issue. And it's like, essentially, he was trying to put it across as, you see how Karens are described as being, pearl clutches, people just complain about even the slightest of things, basically that's what he was trying to put clever blacks as. And obviously with undertones of them being anti-revolutionary, being captured by the white, establishment, basically saying Uncle Tom's, all of this stuff is intertwined. And
like that white privilege rubbed off on you or something?
Yeah, the problem is that a lot of these quote clever blacks are people who, most of whom are competent, most of whom see the nonsense in a lot of what they're saying, who can see the writing on the wall with regards to the shift towards communism that's happening in South Africa, unfortunately. And Yeah, this is how they try to dismiss you. They don't actually tackle your ideas. They just, disparage you and say that you've been captured by, the West, the white people. You think like a white person. You're a coconut. You're an Uncle Tom. You're all these things. It's the
A
same sort of
coconut?
nonsense that happens in America as well.
Did you say coconut?
Yeah, coconut.
Oh, like black on the
Brown on the
outside,
outside. Yeah,
white on the
white on
inside?
the inside. Yeah, that's the whole thing of being called a coconut. Is this the first time you've
Yeah, I've never heard of that at all.
Yeah, I know. I remember
Wow.
there was a Chinese student at my high school who actually told me about how Chinese people, the equivalent of that, are called bananas for similar reasons, because yellow on the outside, white on the inside. I didn't
Whoa.
even know about that. That was the one that I was like, okay, yeah, I didn't
That
know about
sounds like some racist ass shit. I would smack anybody in the mouth whoever said that to me if I was black. I'm sorry.
that. People say that all the time.
See,
It's as
that's
common as
racist.
Uncle Tom.
It's racist.
It is. It is. And
I thought we didn't tolerate fucking racism.
it's racist. It's racist in two ways. Firstly, it's a denial of your race as a black person. And it's also like an establishment of there's a proper way to be black, right? Number one.
Right.
Number
Right.
two, it's the idea that if you are like white, you are inferior. You are somehow flawed, which means white people are flawed or somehow inferior, which is
Right.
racist. And yeah, that's
Do, do,
exactly
do,
what it
do
is.
But
you know about?
inferior for being superior, which I
I
don't
don't,
get.
I just
I
thought
don't
it might be
understand.
worth mentioning the controversy. The DA had an election poster in Phoenix, and two election posters. The one said, "The ANC called you racists. The DA calls you heroes." And they have since apologized for those election posters because there have been complaints to the South African Human Rights Commission, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's a fair comment to make, but it's
Yeah,
interesting because you can only interpret it as racist if you are one of these black identitarian sort of
Right.
racialists.
Right.
If you believe in the racialist consciousness.
Right.
If you're one of these people who would essentially call someone a coconut, is the
Right.
kind of person who would object to that kind of framing, or to try
Right.
to interpret that as being essentially promoting racism, or in some
Right.
sense it does promote racism, but their definition, their weird ideological racialist definition of being a racist, which essentially includes anyone who doesn't subscribe to destroying the liberal state.
yeah.
In
If
capital.
if you, heck, at this point, if you breathe, it could be called racist, man. Like, it's that ridiculous. Like everything that just contravenes their, you know, ideology, their set way of doing things. If you don't believe in all of the consciousness stuff, all of the black people rise up and take your place stuff, all of the, it's like I don't wake up in the morning and think of myself as black. I just think of myself as a person
Right.
first and foremost. And I think that's the fundamental difference between the way I view the world when I get up in the morning versus the
Right.
way a lot of these guys view it. Is that the first thing they think of is, I'm black. How am I going to navigate this day, this week, this planet as a black person? That's like their fundamental frame of mind. That's the lens through which they view the world.
But
So
Emmanuel,
everything is tainted in race.
but
Everything.
Emmanuel, did
Yeah.
your mom pound that into your head growing up that that should be the fundamental thing that identifies you as a person is your race?
No. In fact, the issue of race was never actually discussed.
Right.
And she said, I remember her saying, she was glad that I grew up to be someone who was independent in terms of thinking.
Yeah.
She was actually worried that I turn out to be one of these, you know, people who just subscribes to whatever view is in vogue, at the time. And she was saying that what she tried and bring us up to do was to avoid these sorts of topics, to let us come to our own conclusions,
Yeah.
and just give us the tools to think rationally, try to send us to places where that can be fostered, but then not try to drive us in a particular way in terms of politics.
Yeah.
You know, she said, I wouldn't even have a problem if you came to have the conclusions that, you know, a lot of the people I don't agree with have, if you at least came to those conclusions independently, you know.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, yeah, I respect that, because obviously you won't pick up on someone not doing something. So I never
Right.
really understood that she was doing that until I actually came of age and started realizing that people talk about race a whole lot.
Yeah.
People talk about all sorts of issues that weren't really an issue for us. And I guess what people would say to me now is like, oh, that's because you're privileged. That's the next go-to
Yeah,
thing.
you are privileged that your mom
like-
allowed you to.
Besides that, say financially, I growing up, I was, you know, better off than the average South African. So middle class upbringing, which by definition makes you white adjacent in the black consciousness movement stuff. You know, that's why when the guy was saying that coach red pill, when he was saying that if once they're done with the white people, they're going to go for those sorts of black people next, and that's exactly what it is. You can see it already. You can, like, I already got that wave as a kid growing up. I got that sense of people who think like this hate people like me as well. They don't just hate white people. So as a black person who's going with the flow, you kind of a turkey voting for, you know, for Christmas.
Right.
So I just want to say one more thing about the. So this is a weird thing to say to make this point, but I don't know what to feel about the DA apologizing for those posters, because I think that there's nothing to apologize about, and if you take offense from those posters, then you are the racialist. You know,
right?
You are the person with the problem, essentially, and I don't like how they always retreat from trying to make this strong ideological stand, and I think to me that's fundamentally.
I just want to add to what you've said. You've actually touched on something that I think is annoying about all conservatives, right-leaning, rational people. You know, they don't even have to be conservative or right-leaning, but rational people. Is that they have this weird thing of like caving into pressure from the crazies just because there's a lot of them saying a lot of stuff. You know, and I don't get it. Do they actually think that by caving into these guys that they're going to get them to vote for them? Do you think people who view things in that racialist way are ever going to vote for the DA? I doubt it. So why apologize?
Right.
What's the point? If anything, when you apologize, you have to start to lose support from people like me.
Yeah. It would be much better if they actually distinguished themselves clearly and went after them in some sense, because then at least under that kind of, because I wonder if maybe you could get these people in the secrecy of a voting booth, that then maybe they would actually reflect on some kind of self-doubt, you know, that there's some worm of doubt might then speak to them, you know, from their conscience, which has, you know, sort of been turned off because of the running the oversimplified narrative program that they see the world through. That essentially then you would actually have a strong voice of doubt because they've actually said, no, we're not going to apologize. You should apologize for finding offense. If you find offense with this, then you are the racialist. Like you have the secret hatred in your heart. That's not even that secret. You know, if you find this offensive, then your interpretation of the world is corrupt. You know, like is morally perverted.
In a certain way, a lot of these guys across the world, especially say the UK, also has this really bad where they like just acquiesce to, you know, a lot of these crazies.
They don't have guns.
They need to have the same balls that someone like Nicki Minaj has, where she's like, nah, fuck you guys.
But she has a certain level of confidence that a lot of the people that have lived an entire lifetime in a society where they've been demonized and fucking demoralized don't have.
Yeah.
Her confidence is way fucking up there compared to somebody else.
Right, but what's stopping
she's
the
also
average
in a position. So,
yeah.
I mean, she's also in a position where she can't exactly be fired. You know, like she can't you know, she's somewhat independent. She's somewhat of independent means. You could put it like that.
And she's a woman. She can say whatever she wants.
But if you're a politician, who's going to
Mhm.
be firing you if you are a conservative? You're worried about being fired by people who want you to get fired anyway.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm trying to make, is that the people on the left who you're trying to please don't want you in power anyway. And yet you're apologizing to them as though that will get them to do something that is to your benefit. And it won't. The people who support you are not the sorts of people who'd be offended by that person.
I don't
mean,
know.
If anything, they'd be offended by the fact that you caved in to the
Right.
people who are offended by the person.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the political calculus, because in this is a local election. These national issues aren't really relevant on a local municipal level, where it's all about service delivery. You know, in terms of the water running, fixing electricity, doing basic services. So I can imagine that they don't want to potentially lose votes in places far away from Phoenix because of the bad publicity. So they just try to retreat from it instantly. But in some sense, that's just going to make them look even worse, because that makes them look like that they know that they did something wrong, and then they just run away from it. Whenever the spotlight gets put on it. And so it's like that they are secretly racist, and they're always trying to be racist. And then when the spotlight gets shone, then they only retreat because they are just all racist. And so it does still play into the worldview, which is, you know, like, which I still think would be better tackled if you actually just stuck to your guns. If you actually just, you know,
Yes.
If anything, if you actually stuck to your guns, you might actually cause someone to question themselves. Like, hey, what if the reason this person's so stubborn is because he might be right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you constantly shifting, moving, oh yes, we're taking a strong stance, and then as soon as you get some heat, oh no, taking it back, we're sorry, we apologize. Not only do you lose the faith of people like, say, me, but maybe you've got people on the fringes, the ones that you're actually trying to appeal to, who'll be like, you never actually hold any position. So
But,
I mean,
yeah,
you're being a role model of capitulation. You're modeling capitulation to them. You're not modeling, you know, get on our side of the fence. You know, clearly endorse. You know, so it is a losing strategy in some sense. And I felt like this could have been a good hill to die on, as it were. This could have been a good stand to make, I think.
Yeah.
Because
Like,
you could have also
respect
used
that.
you could have turned this around as well. You could have said the people who are criticizing this are themselves racists. That's why they are offended, is because their racialism is what is being contradicted from the DA's message. Like, and we are, so I think it would have been a perfect stand to make on that issue. But anyway, sorry, we're going to play that video.
Oh yeah.
Oh, no? Hold on. I was
Yeah, sure. Go for it. Braxton. Yeah.
Yeah, Braxton. It's funny. That actually reminds me of Michaela. I saw Michaela's. Did you guys hear about the Jordan Peterson's donation getting rejected?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Insane. 70K at that time. Like,
Yeah.
From when?
70,000 USD. Like, and you're rejecting it. You would rather have the kids who you're claiming to protect go with $70,000 less.
Yes.
Just to prove that you are.
No, they want the government money in Canada. They want the government's money. So they would rather get it through theft via taxes than take it as an actual donation. That's how.
So is this children's home?
No, it's a university affiliated. What was it? She didn't name it, but
I forget. It was something. It had something to do with kids, though. If I remember correctly. Yeah.
Helping kids and family. Like the proceeds that they made from clapping back about somebody's Red Skull bullshit. Like, the Red Skull thing came out in the comic book. So they decided to fucking run with that ball and make a bunch of money. And then the money that they made from it, they were going to donate the proceeds to help children. They split it into two. One was a foundation here in America, and then one was one in Canada. Fucking Canadian ones rejected their donation.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So stupid.
Yep.
yeah, that's so
When
strange.
you're ideological, this is what
Isn't it
happens, man.
stupid? Isn't it
Possessed.
stupid?
It's insane. You know, a
It,
lot
it
of the
makes
stuff
me
that
worried about the integrity of society, that there's so many people in so
Canada.
many positions
Yes.
that are fundamentally so morally corrupt, as far as I can see. I mean,
yeah.
Yes. I made a comment saying I bet it was a fucking an idiotic or ignorant feminist woman who did it, who made that call.
Offended.
Yes.
Saying John Peterson he endorses the patriarchy. He helps men who are lost find themselves, find strength, and most of them come out more masculine. That's
Yeah.
bad. We shouldn't endorse him. You
Yeah.
know, that it's
Because they hate men, even though the
Yeah.
men are the main producers of the taxes,
yeah.
the tax monies.
we were going to watch that video.
Yeah,
Where's that
yeah,
video?
Yeah. We're just complaining.
I've never seen this video, so it'll be useful to me.
It's 23 minutes long.
Does
Yeah,
Emmanuel have-
we can skip through a few bits of it if you feel like it, but you'll get the main
if
gist.
you think
of
the whole
thing.
thing's good, we should definitely.
Yeah, it's a good speech, and he gives some context. Obviously, he put some personal stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah.
Okay. Let's do it.
Well, Rob, I met or have engaged with now for quite some time. He was in the UK. You came back to South Africa. I remember that so well. You swam against the tide, and he has been incredibly active behind the scenes. He is a massive investor in South Africa. Cape Town's Lanseria is being developed by him. And he has worked as the right hand to Johan Rupert and to Rupert Murdoch. So here's an entrepreneur who comes from a long line of entrepreneurs. The Herselfs are synonymous in South Africa with mining and, of course, industry as well, Angloval. He's outspoken. He's one of the most popular commentators on Biz News. He's here to share with us his insights on South Africa. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Alec, and thank you everyone for being here. I hate to be the purveyor of bad news, and I know everybody. Even my wife said, "Can't you end on an optimistic note?" Which I'm still trying to think of. Maybe in 19 minutes' time, I'll have that. But my message is very simple today. It's why did I come back to South Africa? Am I insane? That South Africa is not investable. It really isn't. From an international perspective, from an FDI perspective, international money would be insane to invest in South Africa right now. South Africa can be fixed easily, but never by the ANC. They're incompetent, they're kleptocrats, they're ineptocrats. We have idiots running the asylum. We really do. Lunatics running the asylum. And, the real heroes of South Africa are not the billionaires. They've gone. They've disappeared. They've left you in the lurch. The real heroes of South Africa that might save this country, that might generate economic growth, are the people in this room. It's you. It's been left to you to save this country. And then what I'd like to do is give some final comments and some final thoughts, just lessons learned along the way, which you may agree with and you may not agree with. So let's start with why the hell did I come back to South Africa? There are a number of reasons. One, my incredible parents, dad 95, mum late 80s, are alive. They're still ticking. They're in Johannesburg. They will not leave Johannesburg. They will not go to the Cape. They love it up there. And they believe in this country. But, every day that I speak to them, they're increasingly frustrated. You read the newspaper, you go crazy. This morning I read that Duduzane Zuma, that horrific last name, that just brings anger into me, is trying to raise money for a presidential bid. that moron, that scion of that scumbag family, and I'm being rude to real scumbags, he wants to run for president. Horrific. The second reason is because I really wanted, my wife and kids to at least see, the last few years of this beautiful country. And I'll explain what I mean by that. All my businesses in London or overseas that I hadn't written off, the ones that had survived, were being well run. I was chairman, majority shareholder, and the CEOs were saying, Rob, please don't come into the office every day with a new idea because just let us hit budget. I also wanted to get out of the UK inheritance tax net, which happens after about 17 years in the UK. I lived 6 years in America and 25 years in Europe and the UK. And I missed South Africa. And that really is something. And I know when people leave this country forever and they cut the link and then they badmouth South Africa because that's the only way they can justify leaving this incredible country, they miss it. You come back, you go to Plett, you go to Hermanus, you go up the Natal coast, you go to the bush. There's nothing like it. You cannot live as well as I live in Cape Town anywhere else in the world. And I know that. But I gave and that's the torture of it all. But I gave my wife a commitment. She's a New Zealander. She's a doctor that's founded her own business in New York, which is growing rapidly. And I said to her, we'll come back. We're going to live extremely well. That she'd been here on holiday before. The kids are going to love it. The younger kids, they're at school at Wet Pups and Herschel. It's going to be fantastic. I won't get involved in politics. I'll keep my head down. I'm not going to invest in any business in South Africa that doesn't have at least 90% of its revenue or revenue potential offshore. Well, I didn't do very well on that one from an airport point of view. And another announcement that Warren and I have today. And I would leave this country in a second if certain things took place. If the tax situation became too onerous, if they take our guns away. I'm a firm believer in the Second Amendment, and there's a wonderful sentence in the American Second Amendment that says to protect the individual against the tyranny of the state.
Yep.
That's the justification for having a gun and a gun license in America, to protect the individual against the tyranny of the state. Now just think about that and the amazing presentation that Justin gave yesterday, where people took to their arms to protect their property because the state did nothing. So those are and the final reason was that if civil unrest, and this was 4.5 years ago, I said civil unrest is coming. And I said, we will leave if civil unrest is at a point where the police and the army are not incentivized to protect us. And that came very close in KZN a month ago. So remember, we returned in 2017 when Zuma and his gangsters were running the country. And I said to my wife, we're going to even be in South Africa about 4 years. Why 4 years? Because all the elements of state had been captured by Zuma and his mobsters. All of them except finance, treasury, media, and the judiciary. When we got back 2 months later, basically finance and treasury were under the Zuma nest. All that was left protecting us against the state and against state capture were the media and judiciary. Now, the media can be turned off overnight. The government can just say, you're out of business, boom, close you down. But the judiciary is a lot harder. So you either do what Erdogan did in Turkey, you change the constitution, and within a week, he'd replace 7,000 judges within 1 week.
Really?
So that all the judicial decisions will go his way. Or you do it judge by judge, which I reckon takes 6 years. And I reckon they were 2 years into that process. I reckon about 30% of the judges in this country are compromised. Decisions will go against the rule of law and in favor of the bad guys. But that's been halted for the time being. So I reckon we had 4 years of this country and then we'd be gone because there'd be civil unrest, there'd be all sorts of trouble, the game would be over. And then Cyril got elected. But he didn't actually win. Mrs. Nkosazana Dlamini, I hate white people Zuma. And I say that because I know her. She said some really nasty things in private to me. She's a nasty person. She should have won, but she didn't because Cyril crossed the floor and did a deal with the devil with David Mabuza. And who knows what he promised him. But Cyril won, and my wife said, what does that mean for us? And I said, we've kicked the can down the road. Economic collapse will happen. Civil unrest's coming. We've probably bought 2 or so years. So I was right, but for the wrong reasons. We've had civil unrest. The police and army were not prepared and not incentivized, in many cases, as Justin pointed out, to protect us. Much of the army and the police has been compromised. And the country is heading towards economic collapse. It cannot be fixed under the ANC. So South Africa is not investable, in my view. You know, yesterday, it was Martin, I think, who was talking about, immigration. And he said, if you were an alien sitting on a planet with a pile of money and you wanted to allocate it across the world, how much would you allocate to Africa and how much would you allocate to South Africa? The answer to South Africa would be 0. 0. There's no way any foreigner or any foreign direct investment in their right mind would allocate a single cent to South Africa. There's black empowerment. There's over-regulated, laws everywhere. There's, the leftists are forcing CRT on us, and there's diversity. There's ESG. There are all sorts of regulations that make it absolutely uninvestable. Now, I know there's a pool of capital that would love to come into this country, a wall of capital that would come into here, that would come into Zimbabwe, because of people love this country and would like to invest here. But the money's not going to come in on the basis of where we are today. Black empowerment is theft. Expropriation without compensation is theft. Why would anyone invest in this country with those things hanging over our heads? I mean, it's uninvestable.
Can I just add that women empowerment is also fucking theft? Like everything he's saying. How are they pushing CRT over there? How is
that? Can I chime in as a university student?
Yeah.
They're pushing it heavy. Like all the stuff of heck, you can't even go into like the home pages for, I guess, most universities in South Africa right now. I would be shocked if you wouldn't see something that's related to CRT on the homepage. Like especially like the narrative that's being pushed by universities. That's how they structure their decisions. That's how they, push their events. It's all related to black empowerment, patriarchy, all of this nonsense that's coming from
the West.
It also has been institutionalized in the judiciary, but like the South African Human Rights Commission, you go look at their page, it's full of CRT style ideological rhetoric, propaganda.
Yeah.
And
because we did it first. These fucking women, man, they have no idea what their actions and their fucking behavior causes as a ripple effect throughout the entire world.
I blame our judges because we should have outlawed it when they were trying to teach it at the universities. We should have said this is unlawful, this is unconstitutional, this is anti-constitutional propaganda, this is causing constitutional damages. It's inconsistent with the morality in the Constitution. It contravenes our values, and you can't use academic liberty to incite constitutional damages and for essentially this is the moral framework in the worldview which facilitates genocide, which facilitates very tyrannical things, and so we've been boiled in that deluge ever since. It
started with the patriarchy, right? Like, who's the one pushing it, and why are they getting away with it? I will bet money that it's the fucking feminists.
I blame the judges. I blame the judges for not outlawing it, for not holding the teachers of this bunk, sort of morally accountable for their reprehensible abrogation and betrayal of fundamental constitutional values, which they don't have the right to do. It's not within their academic freedom to do so, just because they can say that it's academic and they can have statistics and they have their amoral sociological reduction of things that create this entity of black consciousness or the black identity, which they can statistically track or something like that, so they can create some anyway.
It was also gradual. I'll take UCT for an example, right? We had our former vice chancellor was Dr. Price. I forget his name. Mark Price, I think. and he was the guy who was overseeing UCT when it started to turn. Because before, say, before 2014, UCT was stable. You know, from then on, that's when you had fees must fall, all this radical stuff. The humanities were corrupted before that. They had already started pushing the nonsense. But once it became like university, like university level, as in the entirety of the university has now been captured by this wave, you started seeing the guys who are actually running the university cave progressively to each of the demands. So it started with moving the statue of what's his name, Cecil Rhodes, and then from there it became renaming buildings, removing this, changing that, and then before you know it, I think he left UCC as well. Not long after that, I think they got the new lady in, and she has purple hair. So
Oh, fuck.
yeah, but oddly enough,
she's
she's a
mentally
mathematician.
ill.
She's a mathematician, but a feminist
Mm-hmm.
with purple hair, and
Yeah.
I just think,
The hair color is the first red flag to mental
yeah,
illness.
I think it's curtains for UCT. I think it's
Sensible people don't rock purple hair.
I wouldn't send my kids there. No, I went there, you know.
Yeah.
I got my degree there. I'm grateful, but and oddly enough, a lot of the rational thinking that I got that actually led me away from the left, I got at UCT, and then the bulk of this nonsense came in after I started doing that. Like for example, the one course I did was evidence-based management, and they taught us about things like heuristics, you know, which are like shortcuts in thinking, and how bad it is, and how it can, you know, leave you with like blind spots, and all sorts of things that were basically opening our minds to more rational thinking.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, that very same, I think it was actually evidence-based management was a business studies course, but I think it was being partially run by people from the humanities as well. So once they got corrupted, I wouldn't be surprised if that course has been adjusted. If the curriculum that I would see today is very different from the curriculum that I learned. Yeah, it's that
Was
bad.
your professor a man or a woman?
We had different lecturers. If I remember correctly, was a man. Even one of the shift from that to when I did the next humanities like course, which was what was it called? Business ethics. And business ethics was done by someone who was also teaching us accounting. And I remember getting the feeling that there's a correct answer, and that the correct answer was the woke answer. And I remember feeling uncomfortable with that. I remember one time, one of the students in my class actually was challenging the whole LGBT thing, and she was basically asking like questions that you should be allowed to ask in university. I mean, you thinking, and you could feel the tension in the room because everyone was sort of like, no, don't touch those. Like that's the group you don't talk about, you know. And yeah, from then I think that's when the slide into chaos like sort of, you know, began. Because after the year after that, that's when you started having a lot of this revolutionary nonsense. I remember seeing one of the videos online of the discussions between the lecturers and the people of university versus the student activists, and how they were dismissing and disrespecting some of the, like, it was insane. It was like watching a rebellious kid who knows they'll never get like punished.
Yeah.
And who knows that if all I need to do to get this person to cave is become more and more unruly, more and more, you know, just out of order. And yeah, that's essentially what happened. They caved, and they caved again. Now the university buildings that I used to know as particular names, the roads and stuff have been renamed. All of this superficial stuff to try appease a lot of these activists. And for all that money that was spent to rename these buildings and introduce all these policies that were more, you know, wokey, black consciousness, all this stuff.
Waste of time and waste of money.
What's it done for creating jobs? What's it done for making the average South African more able to contribute or alleviate the situation that we excuse me, that we find ourselves in right now. You know,
Right.
it's nothing. It's all tokenism. It's all
Superficial,
superficial. Yeah,
virtue signaling.
that's
Yeah,
all
but
it is.
I wonder what way back when was the first cave.
Yeah, that'd be
That's what
very
I would,
interesting
yeah.
because
The
I think
first,
when yeah, I was just gonna say that I think when I got there, I did something in commerce, so I didn't get to have the full experience of how corrupt the humanities were. But I remember talking to some of the humanities students, like from just places where I lived and just interacting with students, and I got the woke vibe from them, right? But
yeah,
I thought maybe I was just, you know, because I was only exposed to those students, I thought it was just that individual. I didn't realize that it was
a
the
fucking
department,
department.
the faculty as a whole.
Right.
That only came to head once the activism came to head. Then I realized I was like, whoa, even some of the lecturers are speaking like this. What the hell's going on here? You know?
Yeah.
I remember hearing one of these lecturers, seeing them on TV because this was like a national thing, you know. Um, I remember seeing one of them complaining about how if you guys want to see, say, for example, free fees for students, why are you protesting at university and stopping people who want to get an education from getting their education? Why don't you take your protests and go to parliament? They're the ones who are in charge of the budgets and things like that. And I remember just this guy just dismissing this person, like just completely, not responding. I was just like, yeah, that moment right there, that encapsulates this entire movement.
Yep.
It's just do what I want. I'll be as unruly as I want to be.
Yeah.
I won't listen to anything that's reasonable.
Hmm.
I just want to go. I just want to be wild, and you know, it's like a baby throwing a tantrum.
Yes, yes. And now pretend that is your freshman in high school's art teacher.
Mm.
Yeah,
Mm.
where there's a right way to fucking do art, and
Yeah.
she is a man-hating feminist, so she wants to pick on your son, and then she gets his football coaches to fucking punish him for disobeying her in class. Yeah, I
Yeah.
wanted to sort that bitch out.
I just want to mention one phrase again because I think it pertains to all of this, which is luxury beliefs. Because in
Yes.
some sense, it's like a kind of cult of self-righteousness or sanctimony or sort of moral sanctimoniousness and moral authority. And you get to kind of tap into that with this kind of luxurious belief that entrenches your own self-righteousness. And then you can just kind of, you can be as,
It's
what's
a
the word?
dominance game.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but it's weird. Like, you know, it's sort of the kind of the kind of immaturity, the kind of sort of like how you can just literally be like an unruly child, and somehow your dignity is enhanced because of how, you know, sort of deplorable and how sort of lazy, you know, and annoyed you can be, you know, like in your own sort of self. Referencing aggrandizement, but anyway, it's. I mean, it's strange because, you know, like it's a kind of arrogance, it's a kind of conceit, but that, you know, sort of.
But they keep doing it and want more and more hits of that power because they keep getting away with it, and they only get it because other people give it to them.
Yes.
It's not because they earn it. It's because
they look
people
like brats. Like honestly, that's the impression I had at the time. I remember seeing them.
Tell
Yeah,
the
go on.
spoiled little
I just wanna-
brats to fuck off.
I think that what this boils down to, though, at some point, is that like when someone is doing this display, this ostentatious display,
They need to be
like,
humiliated.
the problem is like, what can you do about it? Because at the end of the day, when the rubber hits the road, how do you push back against something like that? Because the only responsible thing to do, the only thing that you can really do, is to segregate yourself away from that. I think that that's the only sustainable thing, because you can't punch them, you can't like attack them, you can't.
No, but you
like,
can humiliate them, call them out, and get other people's attention, and be like, "What the fuck is this? This is like a big baby. Why is
that
this
is viable, but
like
that requires you to already kind of have a majoritarian, that you're on the right side of the, you know, that there already is an established division, and that they are in some sense outnumbered.
Everybody knows that these people behave like that. Everybody that doesn't behave like that all knows that that's not okay. I mean, there's
That-
tons of people that don't behave like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, but if they've established themselves as
That's the
as a
problem.
gang, and they already outnumber you, then they've already established their dominance in the let's say the geographic territory in their location. Is that like if you try to actually upset them, I imagine one of these lecturers and you stand up in the lecture with you and your few friends and you try to interrupt their lecture and you say, we saw you at the protest, we saw the things that you said, we're not happy that you're a fascist, you're actually the fascist, you call people fascists but you're the fascist.
Yeah.
How that room could essentially attack you. That room might rise up and because when they're doing it, it's great, but when somebody else is doing anything similar to what they propose against them, like they don't, we get the moral sanctimoniousness where we can be self-righteous. You can't be self-righteous.
Yeah.
You can't break any rule. Otherwise you're going straight. We're going to call the police on you right now. And we're going to punch you up before
call
the
them.
police pick you up.
I've got a perfect example of what you're talking about, because that actually happened during the protests. I remember them kicking lecturers out of lecture halls, kicking students out of lecture halls. I remember them. They did a whole lot of crazy stuff. They were burning buses. This, mind you, this is also during the Fees Must Fall. It actually was worse during the Fees Must Fall protest, more than the roads must fall one. During the Fees Must Fall protest, they started burning buses. They burned paintings. Like, I'm talking paintings from centuries ago. Like precious stuff. And they burnt because it's all part of the the frame of mind is basically, it's all from white people. It's all from imperialism, apartheid, all of these things. Therefore, even if we burnt it, it doesn't matter. It's fundamentally tainted. So we actually, if anything, we're doing a good thing by burning all of this stuff, right? All while campaigning apparently to get free fees for people who can't afford to go to university. And you're doing that by burning buses. You're doing that by burning essential parts of the university.
Right.
And that was when, at the time, I think I was still kind of lefty. I'd already shifted quite a lot to the right. But at the time, I had some sympathies, because obviously the idea was that they're trying to campaign for people who can't afford to go to university, and that's a reality for South Africans. That's the common situation. But then once I started seeing how they're going about doing so, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm out. I am out. Yeah, so these things can happen. They can actually gang up on the lecturers and all these people who seem to have sense and shout them down. And it doesn't help when your superiors are also doing the same thing to you as the
Those fucks should be fired. They're the ones riling up the students.
They actually indulge. They letting them indulge in this behavior. They actually saying, okay, there's no problem with it.
Yeah,
they're
inspiring it.
They're condoning it. Condoning it. And the problem when you have that is that it makes you guys divided, the people who are rational, because it's like, now you're weighing a whole lot of things. Now I could actually lose my job for being, for standing up for what is right, and the people at the top are not supportive. The students are outnumbering us. The students like us who were rational just totally avoid the situation. I didn't go to lectures. I was like, I don't want to be caught in this nonsense. So yeah, that's what happens. Essentially, you have a situation where all of the best or the most rational people leave. The crazies stay there. The lecturers who might still be rational either pretend to be on their side or just sort of like do this passive thing. Okay, we'll leave.
Yeah.
And then that's how they get their way. It's no different from a child who's just being so unruly that people don't even want to be bothered to like stop them, because like, I can't deal with this noise right now. I'm gonna leave. It's better for me to leave.
See, I shut kids up when I see kids do that shit. If I see fucking parent around, like, I'll talk to the parent. Tolerate that shit.
I'm gonna give you another thing that happened. Is that I think UCT hired private security to protect the university, and obviously what happens to private security. Whatever they do to whenever they use force, the activists would use it as a thing of, they are oppressing us, etc. This is UCT getting its hitmen to hit to stop this genuine movement. They're the guys defending the status quo, trying to ensure that students are not able to access free fees, etc., etc. It was chaos. It was chaos. As a student who was there at the time, having to study, online and getting lectures sent to you online versus face-to-face lectures. For sure, it works for some courses, but for others, it was a train wreck.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that that's what happened, but this all comes from entertaining rubbish ideas, from not establishing a standard that, look, we are here to find the truth. If you're on some other mission, university is not the place for you. And to have clear policies of getting rid of students who do not adhere by that. I don't mind you being a lefty if you're at least trying to pursue the truth. But you guys are just out here pushing whatever nonsense you're pushing, and you don't actually want to be, you don't actually want to solve anything. You just wanted to throw a tantrum and get people to cave. It was a power play.
Well, but they're used to hearing yes all the time instead of no. They haven't been told no enough in their lifetime. And that shit didn't happen overnight. That shit stems from early childhood development. Their parents fucking failed them somewhere.
Here's the worst bit.
But I mean, it's also the lecturers, which is like a model of authority, is incubating them into this infantile emotional reactivity, with the narrative.
Right.
And that whole, I mean, they're incubating fascists. And I mean, I do think that, there must be special, lecturers like that who are also essentially promoting constitutional damages. I mean, all of these people are very ideologically corrupt. And
they lie to him too. They lie to him. They evoke emotional responses with lies about our history.
Or just morally framing things in which, I do think that there's an endemic racialism which is woven into how things are packaged and framed, and that is that's a fundamental abrogation of non-racial consciousness, that they're directly trying to frame a worldview which is anti non-racialist, and that is a special kind of evil. It's also a fundamental, sort of betrayal of fundamental constitutional values, and all of these things not being guarded by the administration of the university to fire lecturers who are doing this, or by judges that should have said, no, you're taking money from public funds and you're teaching this filth, you can't do this at a public university, you can't do this at a public institution. This is, you should go to jail for this. I mean, this is what this is what my hate speech bill would essentially cover. My hate speech bill would cover exactly this kind of stuff.
So what would the consequences for that be under your bill?
I didn't. I was grabbed for time, and I didn't put any
consequences.
I didn't describe what the punishment or what the sentences would be for perpetrating these offenses, which also has a positive for me doing that, because now I can literally say that there's nothing in my proposed hate speech bill that is not in the Constitution, other than the distinction that I draw between mutable and immutable characteristics. That's the only thing that isn't. Everything else just follows from the logic of the Constitution directly. Like, there is nothing of my own division, which I would have had to devise. But I mean, in the current hate speech legislation, I think they've got, like 3 to 5 years or something like that, or 2 to 5 years, or a fine, and usually also sentences can also be, for first offenses, they are suspended sentences, where as long as you keep your parole, or the conditions of your suspended sentence. But so, I mean, like, the problem is that the current hate speech bill is going to be used to repress legitimate speech and even protected speech under the Constitution, because it's all relative to psychological and emotional harm. So it's judged according to the victim of the crime. There's no objective standard. There's no substantive measurement of the speech itself. My hate speech bill provides an objective, substantive standard to that these are the tests that cross the line. It's not based on the relativism of the victim.
So question. So if because you just said something that I never even thought about. So they're talking about words being violence, right?
Yeah.
And that's why they need to oppress speech to keep everybody safe, right?
Mm.
Why is that? Why are they able to do that, but they have no regard for what, like the soft power, the mental and emotional manipulation and coercion and all that stuff? They can't even conceptualize the harm that does when women are being super malicious and lie and all these things.
Well, I mean, for them, it's the means are justified by the ends, and they have a
They don't care.
utopian end.
Yeah,
So
that's exactly what I was
everything
gonna
is
say.
justified.
I
Okay.
actually think they're well aware of the fact that that has an impact. I just think they don't care.
Oh, so we
I think they
shouldn't.
don't care.
It's
Yeah.
outweighed by their good intentions. It's
Okay.
outweighed by their purported utopian vision.
I like
Yeah.
that argument actually, because that sets up the moral framework for me borrowing your bill and then just adding all the punishment for all this bullshit as being shot. All of it. First offense, you're fucking shot. That's it.
Well, I mean,
It would only
that's
take a few before people would stop.
That's slightly strict because some people can still perpetrate hate speech against mutable characteristics, and that
Mhm.
might be not such a serious contravention. I mean, like, for example, if someone said that they don't like one religion and that people of this religion should have their constitutional right taken away, that, oh no, I guess that does sound pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, if you see so I mean, my view is that unless you're asking for that, or unless you're asking for violence or other unlawful things to happen to people, if you're just promoting intolerance in general, or you're saying everyone should use their freedom of association and freedom of contract to be intolerant of this group,
Yes.
of a mutable characteristic, that
Yes.
is legal under my framework. That is legal.
Yes,
So
and under that is where I want the intolerance to be shot. So if somebody enters my space in my association with their shit, I have the right to remove them, right?
No, well, self-help is unlawful in general. You have to call the police and get them arrested, and then you have to prove the offense.
Why?
Self-help is never legal in most civilizations.
Self-defense. I'm defending my emotions and my mental state from being violated and assaulted.
That defense can work for some things, but I don't think that would be a proportioned response to criminal injuria, because you're basically defending yourself from criminal injuria, and they're probably, if you pointed a gun at someone and told them to go away, they could probably just as easily assist.
Just quickly, I just wanted to point out the hypocrisy of what the students were doing at the time in terms of how they positioned themselves as the underclass, the less privileged. And I don't know about you, but being, first of all, blessed with intelligence at birth to get to the point where, and probably along with that, having a good enough school to get you to the point where you can go to university, that's not being, disadvantaged. And mind you, that makes you a sliver of the population, like a tiny sliver. And yet they try to position themselves as the disadvantaged. And the things that they campaign for and the ways in which they did it ultimately didn't serve the truly disadvantaged, which also tend to be the people who contribute to a lot of the things that they were campaigning for. So you campaign for free fees, and you probably find that the people who are contributing to the free fees don't go to university. So you're taxing those who can't go to university to supply those who can. And you think that is a shift of wealth to the bottom or to the top? What do you think that is? That's a shift towards the elite,
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it all goes
I,
back
I
to
think the whole
because all the people
yeah
at the
the whole
bottom that
idea
get
of
it just fucking spend it on bullshit anyway.
the average person doesn't go to university,
No.
right?
Yeah.
And if you are trying to represent the downtrodden, and yes, I understand that university is one of the ways in which people can escape poverty. Yes, I understand, but not if everyone gets a degree. All you're going to do if you have that is just render the degree useless. In terms of at least scarcity. So we need
But
to think of something else.
the quality of the degrees these days have been severely reduced.
Yeah,
Like
that too.
the people obtaining them aren't obtaining them on the same merit that they did in the past.
Yeah, we certainly have like policies that shift towards getting more black people into universities, more women into universities, and obviously what that means is that there will be some people who are probably more competent, or let me say, more deserving to go to university in a purely meritocratic system, who are
Yeah.
being shunned.
Oh yeah. Well, here because I mean the black population's what 13%,
Hmm.
and they are very overly represented in all of the things, especially black women. Black
Yeah,
women trump black men because they check the two boxes. They are
yeah.
overly especially in our government jobs. Woo.
The number of bursaries and all sorts of things I'd see that were purely targeted to black women, many.
Yeah.
And this is still the case, even though what we've seen from the West is that there are more women in university than men. And I think that's probably where we headed as well in South Africa.
Yeah.
And a lot of these policies, because they're so ideological, because they're not based in rationality, they never have a clause in place to adjust for these sorts of changes. You'll never hear women complain saying that, look, these policies have been applied way too much. They're not.
No,
Now we have a lack of men in universities. Let's
that's
get
not what
more
they're
policies.
taught. They're still taught the same bullshit lies
Yeah, they're still
over and
taught
over and
that
over.
women are disadvantaged,
Yeah.
and yeah, this is the problem. And I think if anything, what we should err on the side of freedom of people being of let me call it freedom of association
Yeah.
with regards to what institution you want to go to, what career you want to pursue, and if you have that, that inherently comes with inequality. You won't have equal pay for across careers. You won't have equal distribution of people with relative to the national demographics. And this is the sort of thing that also plays into a lot of what's fueling the push for independence in the Western Cape, is that the population dynamics of the Western Cape are very different from the rest of South Africa, and yet they're still subjected to a lot of policies that are based on the national level of things, which puts them at a disadvantage. These are the sorts of things that make people want to leave, make people want to secede, and hey, I think it's just a matter of time, man. All of these policies are just they're unsustainable. They rely on people who are going to be willing to be, I don't know, donkeys, workhorses, whipped into line to maintain the policies. And eventually, even those donkeys will go, okay, look, I'm tired, man, I'm out. I don't want any of this anymore. I don't want to be. I want to have to work harder to qualify for going to university because there are policies set against me. As soon as I get out of university, I'm taxed in order to support those policies that
Right.
made it harder for me to go to university.
Right.
At some point, people are gonna say enough is enough. You know,
But it sucks because it's like our institutions are important. They're supposed to have our fucking brightest minds, our most specialized specialists, our fucking innovators, our researchers, our people that you're supposed to go to when you need problems solved. We don't have those anymore. We have an institution that is creating all the fucking problems that now nobody seems to know how to solve, because all the problems they create affect every single structure of our society, and every person has a different experience of, I guess, a symptom of the fundamental problem. So people are too busy fucking arguing over the symptoms and not attacking the source.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why someone hasn't already set up an independent university that essentially cuts this ideological diversion from democratic literacy, even because I mean, this stuff is just so poisonous and so toxic and so murky that you can't. I mean, I think again, it's generally designed so that the top can sort of merge itself with the bottom and use and against the middle and destroy the middle and destroy the whole structure of how anything even stands in a liberal sort of structure. So we're undermining all our fundamental values. We're undermining all the structures that you need to actually have a decent quality of life that is capable of having transformation within itself. It's all just this kind of cannibalism and this zero-sum, sort of devolution into a very meager and horrible
hell, living fucking hell.
But I mean, I don't know why some university hasn't already said, like we don't tolerate any race and gender, sort of identity monger consciousness people, we don't have any tolerance for this ideological diversion, I mean, I don't see why that hasn't already happened. I mean, I would have thought that in America, at least, like institutions would have already cleaned up themselves and things like that.
I don't understand why nobody's going, okay, here's this ideology that seems to be perpetuating all this other bullshit ideology, and it's feminism, and we have all these fucking women in positions they shouldn't be in, and look at all the chaos and madness they're causing. Look what they're doing to military families. Look what they're doing to every fucking corporation. I mean, you can point to every fucking problem that we have in our society and trace it back to feminism and women's lack of accountability, irresponsibility, and maliciousness that gets zero accountability. So, I mean, one university doing one thing, it's not going to solve the fundamental problem.
Well, I think it does start to create a kind of symbolic clear water that other people can follow, can softly, culturally follow that example. But I do agree that it would be better if you had something like the South African structure. If you had the South African legal system and framework and justice system, I think that you could get a judge to fire one of these ideologues, to fire one of these race and gender professors or these other, that are promoting, or at least because the Constitution, there is a duty in South Africa to essentially adhere to the rights in the Bill of Rights. There is a fundamental duty that we have, almost an allegiance to the Supreme Constitution that is expected of even private citizens. I don't know if you exactly have that legally in America, but at least via the public institutions, you would think that there would be some kind of self-consistency, coherent structure like that you couldn't have people promoting.
We need people to get balls again. We need men to say what needs to be done and just be unapologetic. Like just say, screw you guys.
Yes.
All it takes is like a few brave people to say, not in my company. Like I remember, who was this person? It's the person behind Red Bull, if I'm not correct, or Pepsi. No, it must be Red Bull. Pepsi's vogue. I think they said like, nah. We're not having any of this woke nonsense.
Yeah.
At all.
That's all it takes. It needs to be a university that does it. It needs to be a university that fucking cleans house. That's why I'm betting on my university, because I mean it's already gone through a lot of changes actually, and it has a new code of honor that they're establishing, which is great.
There's another element of this, which is that you see, like how universities function financially, is that they publish papers, and those papers go on what are they called? They go on like journals.
Yeah.
There are all these sort of journals that universities subscribe to, and they pay for those subscriptions. But there's also public money in this, that when a university publishes a thing that is received by a journal, they get paid for that publication. And a lot of these social sciences that have these fake subjects, they can just print these. They just constantly have these ideological. Yeah, and it's a way of getting public money. It's a way of it's almost a kind of parasitism. But anyway, if a university becomes independent and they say, we're not going to subscribe to these journals because these journals are full of bullshit, and we're going to actually try to remove ourselves from this artificial ideological circus or whatever, this artificial sort of ideological economy, and then that can be something that the state can then plug into and say, okay, well, the journals that you are cutting out, we're not going to give money for those ones, and other universities can follow suit. Then you can start to get, you need to have a model of integrity for a system to kind of reorientate itself around. So you need at least one model. Anyway, that's my general.
I agree.
Are we going to finish watching this?
Yeah. I didn't tell you guys that the Aggies' new code of honor is Aggies don't lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate anyone who does. That's pretty big.
Who's that? Eddie, what? Who's that?
The Aggies, Texas A&M.
Oh.
They call them Aggies. Agriculture and Mechanical University, mostly. Okay, I'm going to play this. And I will be right back. So.
Now, it can be fixed. South Africa can be fixed very, very easily. But when was the last time you heard anyone in the ANC talk about two most important words? Economic growth. Okay? Economic growth. When do they ever say those words? They never use them. They talk about redistribution. They talk about radical economic transformation. They're basically talking about taking away from us and giving to themselves, not the people of South Africa, giving to themselves what they cannot build, grow, or invest themselves. They're incapable of doing it. When you see ministers, cabinet ministers speaking on the television, deep down you're saying, this is not an intelligent person. This is a stupid person. I'll give you an example, okay? And this goes against my investment in an airport in South Africa, okay? Fikile Malula. I name names here. Have you heard him speak on television? The guy's not very smart. He's charming. He's polite. You wouldn't hire him for a single position in any business any of you own. And he's our Minister of Transport. And I think he's been in the cabinet since 94. This is a stupid person. And beneath him, and again, this goes against my investment in an airport, you have the Mpofu family, husband and wife, who I happened to meet at a friend of mine's 60th birthday in Durban. He is the lawyer for the EFF. Dali Mpofu, the lawyer for the EFF. She is head of Airports Companies of South Africa. She is the ANC member. He is the EFF member. They hold positions of power. She believes in nationalization of land, mines, and banks. I mean, have you looked up the definition of the word moron in the, okay? Moron is an adult with the average age of 8 to 12 years old, okay?
I love this guy.
These are the people running this country. Why the hell would anyone invest in this country with people like that running this country? It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment. And how many million of people vote for the ANC?
Could you just pause for a second?
Now, our dear friend.
Yeah, he's totally calling out that crazy bitch.
I just wanted to point out that whenever he names the ANC and like starts criticizing them, you could literally swap the ANC out for
Democratic Party
or Democrats or
feminist.
This is the sort of like the feminists who are pushing their policies,
Yep.
or the radical, all sorts of the lefty groups, all of the alphabet.
Well, the group
communities,
identitarians. How about that?
Yeah, the identitarians. So you could just swap any of these guys out, and his criticism still
Spot on.
applies. It's spot on.
Yeah, and he said what you said, like 2 hours ago? That all these people in charge of things that they could not fucking build themselves.
Yeah,
Like, why put these people in charge of something they are incapable of building themselves?
exactly. Yeah. Incompetence, given the ability to hold or to be in some of the most important positions in terms of driving the economy forward, or whatever other crucial part of American or South African life. It's insane that we're allowing these people to run our country. It's madness.
Yeah, mine too. We have more idiots here, though. You guys are lucky.
And Musi Maimani yesterday said there are 16 million people that don't vote. If you don't vote, it's a vote for the ANC. Okay? We need those people to get up and vote for anyone but the AFF and ANC, or this country's doomed. If I was put in charge of this country, I could get 10% growth and everybody would have an opportunity to get a job. This thing would take off like a rocket. It's very easy to remove all the restrictions, labor regulations, EWC, BEE, lift it, remove it, money will pour into this country. And the only thing keeping this country alive and above water are the people in this room, the people that get up every morning and make an effort and invest. But in some ways, you're insane.
Right?
You're still here. And I am too for coming back. Your children, if they finished high school in this country, should be leaving to go overseas, to get a passport, to get experience, to get jobs, to learn how the world works. And if ever South Africa does recover, if ever South Africa does turn around, they can come back. That's my thinking. All 4 of my children have been born overseas. They all have British passports. My older 2 have been educated overseas, and the oldest one is in LA, and he'll never come back to South Africa. The next one's for doing business science at UCT. He'll leave the minute he's done. And the younger 2, I doubt, will ever do university in this country because the leftists have taken over the universities here. They're forcing all sorts of left-wing CRT bullshit on my kids. And that's going to be the end of the universities. And if your kids aren't studying real degrees, accounting, law, engineering, medicine, science, IT, engineering, they're wasting their time. Anyone who's studying political science is an idiot. Why do we even offer political science in this country? It's pointless. I'm sorry if any of you studied BA political science anywhere, but don't tell me it's an embarrassment, okay? So the truth of the situation is South Africa is not investable. Any investment longer than probably a 3-year horizon is crazy, including my airport, and including what Warren and I are just about to announce, that we're helping launch Cape Town Stock Exchange, Airport Stock Exchange, Independence. If you look at the cover of the Financial Mail today, very quickly, I know I've got 5 minutes left. So there's an interesting thing that Alec brought up yesterday. He was mentioning some of the successful South Africans abroad. But there's a statistic that I'm looking for very quickly here is, could you name the dollar billionaires that live in South Africa more than 6 months a year? Well, Christa Vita, Michelle Leroux, Stephen Saad. I think Johan Rupert's checked out. I think he's gone. He's as good as financially emigrated. Hasn't said a word for a year. Patrice Motsepe, well, we never hear from him anyway. And he is Cyril's cousin or Cyril's brother-in-law. He's one of the people that should be saying things, but we don't hear a word. But if you want an idea of some of the dollar billionaires born in South Africa that live abroad, and I know, Alec, you were trying to throw a few names here, but I've got a nice list here. Here are some examples. The two richest people in Los Angeles, number 1 and number 2, are born in South Africa. Elon Musk, Patrick Soon-Shiong.
He's in Texas now.
What about Jonathan Baer and Morris Khan in Israel? Both billionaires. They've gone. They both live in Israel. They don't live here anymore. Vincent Mai from the Karoo in New York, one of the greatest hedge fund people, South African. Martin Mashal in Sydney. Mark Shuttleworth, Koos Becker, Natie Kirsch, Manfred Gorvey, all in the UK, all billionaires. Alan Gray and Clive Calder in the Caribbean. Ivan Glazenberg in Lithuania now. Rodney Sachs, Hilton Schlossberg. I can go on and on and on. There are probably 30 South African-born dollar billionaires not living in South Africa and not coming back. They may own a wine farm, they may own a holiday house, they're not coming back. And then there are hundreds of almost billionaires, people worth $100 to $500 to $600 million that you may never have heard of. Have you heard of Pierre Nordair from Worcester? He listed his business Encino on NASDAQ last year for $8 billion US. He doesn't own the whole thing. He's probably worth $600-700 million. Tony Tabatsnik, Michael Lewis, Viv Immerman, Kobus Stoffberg, Roelof Botha was mentioned yesterday, Mick Davis, Robbie Brosen, Robbie Enthoven, Marco Mazzotti, Mark Bristow, Richard Nodder, one of the top 4 guys at Goldman Sachs, Peter Bauer. Anyone heard of Peter Bauer in Boston? Founder of Mimecast, probably worth $300-400 million. I can go on and on and on. These are people that are born in this country, raised in this country, but they're not coming back. Over 4,200 South African dollar millionaires have left the country since 2010, with total private wealth held in the country declining by 25% over the past decade when measured in US dollar terms. Furthermore, a huge number of small and medium-sized businesses have closed down, and the return on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange all-share index is down by 12% over the past decade when measured in US dollars. We are going backwards. Yeah. This is a spectacular place to live and not a good place to invest or build a business because of the ANC, simply because of the ANC. And I know I've got 2 minutes left, so I'll be quick. I've traveled to 35 of the 55 African countries. I've met 85 of the 100 richest people in Africa. I know that because I had a list and I said, I'm going to go make sure I meet them all. And I've met every single family office that has invested in Africa. And also many who are looking to invest in Africa. And when I look at Africa and when I make my speeches around the world, I say that there are probably 16 or 17 investable countries in Africa, and there are maybe 7 or 8 that I would personally invest in. South Africa is not one of them. South Africa is not even on my list of 18. But yet, I came back, I've made investments, and I've committed myself to this country. So crazy I may be, as crazy as you are to be here today. So finally, a comment before I just throw a few ideas out there. If Nelson Mandela, if Madiba was alive today, he would vote DA. He would not be voting ANC. The ANC in 27 years has achieved almost nothing for the people of South Africa and only achieved for themselves by breaking and stealing. They have broken every state-owned enterprise in this country, and they have stolen this country blind. If any of you believe there is a bad ANC and a good ANC, you are being stupid. There is no good ANC. Cyril is not our savior. There are no good people in that organization, and anyone still voting for the ANC is a moron. Yes. And does not have this country's interests at heart. I know you all agree with what I'm saying, and I know what I'm saying is highly inflammatory, but it's true, and we all know it. Yeah. So my thoughts before we run out of time, and if I have 1 more minute. Get your kids overseas with foreign passports. Get them educated overseas. They can always come back. When it comes to the basics, and South Africa's really lost the plot when it comes to the basics. At the schooling, at the education level, we should only really focus on the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic. Anything beyond that at high school clearly is beyond the capabilities of the ANC to deliver to the people. At university, if you're not studying a STEM subject, a hard subject, university is a waste of time.
Yeah.
We have too many universities in this country pumping out too many graduates in the arts and rubbish like political science. They should be apprentices. They should learn skills like plumbing and engineering and fixing things and building things. That's our only chance. And one thing that really resonated with me with Musi yesterday when he said there was a rolling thunder of democracy and decent leadership in Africa, starting with Malawi, moving to Zambia, and maybe one day Zimbabwe, and maybe in our dreams, South Africa. Our only hope is the ANC will collapse under its own morally corrupt weight and disappear, and that out of the ashes will come the phoenixes of Musi, Vusi, Herman, and others, and the DA, and FF+, and good organizations like AfriForum that will come out of the ashes and rebuild this country. But it's very sad that we have to look towards economic collapse, civil unrest, and a failure of our society in order to build the country that we have always wanted. And I'm sure most of the people in this room who are my age did not vote for the Nats, and we do not vote for the ANC. When are we going to get the government that we want? And when are we going to have a country that's investable? It certainly isn't today. And let me give the glimmer of hope that's come to me, the little piece of hope. If you are to invest in this country, invest in technology, because technology is the savior of the younger generation and will allow the majority of our people, all of whom will have in the very near future a smartphone in their hands because prices are coming down. This device was going to allow everybody to leapfrog bad governance and ridiculous ANC policies through edutech, health tech, fintech, and regtech, regulation technology. This will be our savior. So if there's a glimmer of hope, it's technology. Thank you.
I don't like his endorsement of Musi Maimane. I haven't been following him. I mean, has he backtracked on any of his identity politics? Because I mean, I have a. Musi Maimane was a leader. Sorry.
You have some complaining to do about him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He was the former leader of the
was
DA.
purged from the DA, and I think he needed to be, for the sake of, maintaining at least the more liberal values that the DA purported to have. He was one of the guys who was shifting the DA towards more of I guess what the Democrats are, as opposed to. Yeah.
I just want to clean up on something there, because technically he wasn't actually purged. He set up a mechanism for reviewing his own tenure and reviewing his own performance. He set up that mechanism. That mechanism made a report, and then based on that report, I would think he would have to resign. But he would have to step down. Instead, he resigned from the party. He completely left the party. Like, he didn't even try to set up a transition. He just said, he had a spat, and he complained that he was being hounded. But I mean, based on the review of that was set up, which he set up, and the report that came out of that review, I mean, like, he had to take accountability for that. And he, in some sense, he wouldn't contradict his own policy. He wouldn't contradict his own. He had already committed himself to identity politics, essentially, and he wasn't capable of essentially becoming a backbencher, or at least receding from leadership, saying, well, the party is obviously wanting, because he lost ground. Like, he was under his leadership, the DA did worse, whereas in every previous, sort of the DA was always making slow progress, essentially, and it lost ground under him, and it was because of his moral in treatment of identity politics and this wokeness, and I think he still holds that to his day. I don't think he has retreated from those positions. I mean, these woke people, they will always try to be politically convenient, and they will always read the room, and they will, it's like a lot of these UCT professors, they will say one thing to their own students, they'll say one thing to a foreign audience of, like they always change what they say. They read the room, as it were. Fundamentally dishonest people. And I think Musi Maimane just never had the moral integrity, quite frankly. Like, he never had the intellectual or the chops, as it were. I mean, in some sense, I've heard some people criticizing the DA that they had these microwave leaders, that they wanted to have a black leader very, very quickly, and they elevated him too soon or something like that. But I mean, in some sense, I think that he just was never that, his grasp of things was he didn't have the moral fortitude. He never had the gravitas, as it were. Like Gwen and Gwenya would have been perfect. I mean, Gwen and Gwenya, I still think in the future that she could be the first female president of the country. But that's if things go.
Why do you want
away.
a female president?
No, but I mean, she's like Margaret Thatcher, basically. Well, I mean, she's very coherent. I mean, she's incredibly, just everything she says is eminently thought out and reasonable. She's a very methodical thinker. She's the head of policy at the DA, so I mean, she's almost got the second. Or this is technically not correct to say, but I would say that in terms of the DA, there's the leader of the DA, and then she's the head of policy. And I think that policy is playing a big role in how the DA is spreading its message now. So I think that she's sort of the second biggest face in the DA, I would say. And it's interesting because she's very symbolic of this whole ideological clash to some degree as well, because a lot of people hate her because she directly contradicts the whole racial consciousness thing. She goes right for the jugular. She's very good at articulating why it's evil and wrong, and why it's a failure. And so she directly kind of presses that envelope. I didn't read it.
Yeah.
You do, Emmanuel?
Yeah, I found it.
Sweet.
Let me just sign in if I still can.
Okay. Emmanuel's gonna take over. My ass is asleep. I gotta move around. But I know you and Emmanuel can talk forever.
Well, this is like I'm approaching my bedtime. Like I've been awake the whole evening.
What time is it?
It's 6 a.m.
Oh shit.
Yeah, my sleeping pattern is upside down.
Oh, so it's normal for you. It's not even early.
Well, yeah, it's normal that this is like close to my bedtime.
Oh. Yeah, I don't think you actually specified, because you kind of got sidetracked. Why is it that women in Germany who were responsible for the atrocities of the Nazis, why none of them were held accountable and all the blame was put on one man, Hitler?
Well, I mean, in some sense, I mean, I don't know if you can blame the woman for the atrocities directly. I mean, they certainly created the cultural conditions that normalized it and that could lead to normalizing it or something like that. But I mean, in some sense, that was just more because their worldview was fundamentally illiberal and sort of was okay with dehumanizing people that didn't fall into their moral prescriptions, and so their moral self-righteousness and their sanctimoniousness could cover who it covered, and it could leave in the dirt who it wanted to leave in the dirt.
Yeah, but they're a catalyst for the bad things that happened, right? Without them doing that, you wouldn't. I mean, you can't just go around.
I don't know how you can. I mean, obviously, the German people were not collectively punished for the Second World War. It was only the High Command that was punished for the things that they did. So I don't know how you collectively indict a group of people. And in some sense, if you do so, you kind of contravene the very thing that you're complaining about that they did, is that they use generalizations. But it is hard because, in some sense, obviously, sometimes the definition of evil is just, when you don't say no to the wrong thing or something like
Yes.
that.
When you don't say no ever. Yeah.
But
I mean,
it
it's
is
just
interesting.
on the opposite spectrum of evil. I mean, under the guise of good. And it's a lie. It actually does evil things because.
Do you see what Emmanuel's writing? Sorry.
Oh, no.
He's asking for a code. You have to verify
Oh.
something.
Well, I think they need to be punished because they're fucking doing it again here. Damn feminists. They're just hiding under the guise of feminism. It's okay to dehumanize men on broad scale.
You see, it is weird, but I think on some level, the archetypally masculine moral order has to almost take responsibility for this, because in some sense, as I said, there is a kind of the hypergamous sexual strategy is going to tend towards producing women who don't want to understand things independently, but just kind of reduce it into a narrative, reduce it into a kind of tokenism that they can just say, this is what equals social standing. This means success and good. And that means, sort of not having a high, not being cared for. And that tendency is, like, let's say, archetypally more feminine, but in some sense, it's how the masculine order contextualizes that, or how it let's say puts restrictions on it from taking over, because obviously you don't want a superficial moral kind of reductionism or generalizations and conflating to happen around important things that have to do with integrity.
It is a generalization because it's the generalized population, like the majority of the men, especially men alive today, because the slow boil of the frog, all the men in our society in America have been subjected to a demoralization and a dehumanization of the feminist movement. Anywhere from upbringing to a broken family, to a man-hating mother, to institutions, to workplaces, to media, to everywhere.
I mean, in some sense, I think this is because somehow the concept of evil has been given into the kind of this feminist cultural hegemon that defines evil as sort of contradicting the power, even if it's unreasonable or unjustified power being utilized by women. And so, in some sense, men need to be able to morally sanction things or morally define or complain about things. And so, like at some point, men have to say, like, no, that's wrong. And then they have to kind of hold their ground, because they're like, oh, you've just broken the convention that we get to define symbolically what evil is, and you don't get to do it.
Yeah. Well, but all the men alive were, that's just kind of what they're used to. I mean, when you're born in a gulag, do you know you're in a gulag?
Yeah, so I mean, I do think we're looking for a kind of cultural watershed moment, because someone has to model it. Like, I mean, I remember I did this throughout my whole childhood or whatever, and I remember railing against people who came up with this, what I consider to be a kind of filth of, like, girls are this, girls are that, don't break that picture, don't break that motif, or don't criticize and cross these sorts of bounds. Right. And I remember that, sort of I had to make it a constant chore to hold girls accountable who were being given a kind of a moral sanctity and a kind of a sacred status. And railing against, just how fundamentally corrupting this was in so many things that was happening around my little, 8-year-old, 9-year-old self,
Right.
in junior school. And I could see that it had a corrupting influence. I mean, I could see that this stuff was essentially the beginning of a very kind of toxic relations and things like that. And I just wouldn't put up with it. But I mean, and that has kind of been lost. And I get into this when I talk about the Generation Z's lack of having their own independent sense of humor, is that they've lost the ability to have independent thought that is not sanctioned by the collective narrative or by the groupthink, essentially, which is symbolically controlled by almost like a feminine mafia, femininity sort of mafia and cultural hegemon. And
Femininity mafia.
Yeah, there's a phrase people use for Rowley. What does Rowley call it? The feminine imperative. It's like a drive, an overall wave that's like a frame of mind, or never mind, just like a cultural setting that's set in place that everything needs to be feminine. Yeah, I think that's the sort of thing you're touching on.
Wolf was talking about this, and I've lost the phrase, but was something like caregiver morality or mommy morality. What was it called? Caregiver morality?
I don't know. It sounds good though. It's displaced mommy fucking energy that we have in all these workplaces.
It's like coddling. It's protect. Yeah. It's the sort of thing that's only appropriate for kids under the age of, say, 7.
Yeah, your children or children you're responsible for in your surroundings, like on a local level, not adults that you're trying to treat like children because you're trying to micromanage what they're doing. Like, oh, don't say those words. Oh, don't do XYZ. That's why we have such a fucking assault on free speech. Because these mommies are out in all these places being mommies to adults who don't like it.
And we don't like it.
No, we don't at all. No.
It's annoying.
Isn't it?
I mean, who the hell do you think you are to tell another person? Like, essentially what you're saying to me is that you the only adult and everyone else is a child.
Yes.
That's actually what you're saying to me. And you
wait, Emmanuel, don't say that because it will hurt somebody's feelings.
You see?
Right?
Yeah.
How fucking ridiculous is that?
It's nonsense. And who died and made you queen, I guess, in this instance?
Yeah, mommy. Queen mommy.
Yeah.
No.
I'm actually over it. I've gone to a few spats with people over this whole issue, and one of the go-to things, I guess this is not unique because Kevin Samuels talks about, is that the first thing they try to establish or try to do is paint you as someone who's bitter, someone who's angry, someone who hates women. And it's like, no, if I hated women, I wouldn't stop you from doing what you're doing because it's inherently self-destructive. I'd be clapping. I'd be saying, yes, carry on, But the fact that I feel the drive to correct, to speak up against what you're doing should make you think maybe he's actually trying to help.
See, I think you use way too many words for them. You should say, let me try to coach you a little bit. You should say, no, if I actually hated women, I would have shot you already. I actually care about saving your life.
Well, yeah.
So I'm actually trying to help because the road you're going down leads to a very painful death if you don't stop.
Yeah, like the idea that men who are saying, hey, speak with more respect, carry yourself with more dignity, think before you act, think beyond the fun for the night. Perhaps you need to be thinking into the future. All sorts of things, like basic lessons. That's oppressive. But me saying, yeah, sure, indulge in everything that's going to destroy you, everything that's going to make you let me call it unworthy of being a wife to someone, even though that's ultimately what you want. You're denying it because you've been told to hate marriage or hate
Right.
any sort of long-term
Right.
committed, situation.
But that
But you
shouldn't
know
be
deep
up
down
to
inside
you.
that that's what you want,
But that shouldn't
and
be
me
up
trying
to
to
you.
groom you towards that,
You can't.
I'm oppressing you, not the people who are like destroying you.
But you
Okay,
shouldn't have to do that, Emmanuel.
I shouldn't
They,
have
they
to. I
should
shouldn't have
they should already come pre-trained.
the reason is some of the people that I'm talking about are relatives. So I'm trying to show them because, obviously I'd like to see them married one day or at least heading in that direction. And the sort of talk that you'll hear is that who says that marriage is the most important thing in our lives? We're not women from the 50s. There's more that we aspire to more than just marriage. We don't define ourselves around a man. Um, we the whole thing of they push the whole independence thing, the strong black woman thing, because obviously in this case our relatives are black
Right.
most of them. And
But
yeah,
that's
so
where they're wrong. It should be oriented around the children.
they don't care about the kids. That's the vibe that I'm getting from most of these women. Is that
Well,
fundamentally a lot of these women just don't. A lot of them will dismiss the idea of having kids, like, and they don't just say I don't want kids. You almost get like a sort of disgust, like
yeah.
feeling from them
Did
when
their
they
mom
when they
care about
state that they
them
don't
though?
want. Excuse me.
Did their mom care about them?
Yes, actually, oddly enough,
Really?
the women I'm talking about had very caring mothers, and the problem is that they learned all this nonsense from Instagram, university,
Uh,
reality TV, all of this nonsense that like drives the feminist nonsense into their heads. Their mothers, some of them had both parents, so it's like, how do you come out of a two-parent household where both of your parents are contributing to your well-being, did very well, in fact, and you come out hating men?
they sound like spoiled bitches then.
Yeah,
Maybe
It's
yeah,
they weren't they didn't suffer enough growing up. Maybe.
yeah. That's actually what I think it is. I think they haven't suffered enough, which is why they have the gall, the temerity, to entertain the idea of hating men when the men in their lives have been very supportive. Like I'll ask,
Give
like
them everything.
even some of the ones you've had who've come from, say, single mother homes, right? I'll say, okay, cool, your father wasn't there, but you had an uncle that you relied on. You had a brother. You had an older man who was the backbone of your home. You knew that if this happened, there's always this guy we could count on.
Right.
So why are you dismissing all men based on your experience perhaps with your father, but you're forgetting that that man that you relied on was a father to someone else?
Right.
Why don't you tell yourself, perhaps I should be asking myself, how can I get someone like that man?
Right.
That's what you should be focusing on instead of hating men, you
Right.
know? But when you speak like this, you sound like part of the patriarchy, etc., etc., etc. Yeah,
I mean,
it's really
it
annoying
is.
and it's unfortunate. Yeah.
I wonder if you wouldn't have better luck. I'm just trying to think of the ways that I mean I have actually deprogrammed feminists talking about it, because usually the way that I think you have to do it is you have to kind of
Oh.
get them to substantiate their worldview and then just show how it's an arbitrary or ad hoc, sort of relativistic way of framing it, and that you could take all these other counter views, because I think that essentially don't try to assert the masculine sort of that how they are actually in need of something. Show them how their own equality rhetoric is fundamentally sort of incoherent, or actually a kind of chauvinism that is shielded by their own sort of relativistic sort of selective blindness. So just show them that essentially that they are no different than the thing that they're supposedly complaining
Yeah.
about. That they're
Oh,
just doing
yes.
it in a defensive, reactive, ideological frame. But it's interesting because I think that these people are actually, in the grand scheme of things, although doesn't really relate to the point of deprogramming them, that these people are actually proto-fascists, what Hitler would have called useful idiots. They are
Yeah.
just there
Yes.
as sort of chaff to generally propagate the resentment, the grievance worldview, the reactionary worldview of reacting to, being unjustly done by the system, and therefore having a kind of vengeance call and a political vengeance solution to a systematic problem. And so, like, I think that in some sense that these people are destined, if we do go the full historical fascistic cycle, that these people are predestined in some sense to eventually converting into an ultra, because eventually they will reconvene their worldview not around feminism but around Black identity, and therefore they will do their duty to the Black identity and then want to have Black children or something like that promote the value. Like the Nazis tried to do the same thing. They said, we like useful idiots, they're very useful, and then once we take over, if they don't convert to our way of thinking, we will dispose of them.
Yes.
They're the first ones to be lined up and shot. That's why I say, fuck all the gymnastics and trying to ninjutsu word salad them. Let them know, hey, if I hated you, you would have been shot already. I'm trying to save you from a painful fucking death.
Yeah, but
Lead
you know
with that.
what's
Lead with
what's
that.
difficult about trying to do that is when they already have like they said, like their belief, their default is that all men are awful, looking to take advantage of you, all of these things.
Right.
And even if I think that what Psyche suggested is probably the closest I've got to deprogramming a feminist.
I want to
Is
see your
by-
guys'. I want to see receipts on these deprogrammed females. Like how many?
Well, one of my ones is a famous anti-feminist promoter now.
Good.
The one who made the documentary. I met her her fiance at the time, and we both played video games together. I can't remember if we were playing. It was on a gaming Discord server, and I told him, and he was telling me about his feminist girlfriend. And then eventually, I started talking to her on Discord, and I deprogrammed her. She actually came. She was doing a documentary at the time on feminism or something like that. She met me in person, and I had some conversations with her. But she's a famous feminist. Well, now she's a famous anti-feminist. Now she has children.
Where's she from, by the way?
She's an American. She's
Wow.
blonde hair. I can't. She famously was making a feminist documentary. I mean, this is what makes her famous. And then she switched her views. She got red pilled.
Oh wait,
And I
are
basically
you
did
talking
that.
about what's her name? Oh, geez, I remember this lady. And she was blonde.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I might know who you're talking about.
Yeah, no, I mean, she's. I mean, I also deprogrammed, although she wasn't a feminist, Candace Owens. I knew Candace Owens before she was big. I met her on Typology Central, I think, and I used to talk to her on Discord. Sorry, not Discord, on Ventrilo.
Oh, good.
Whoa,
There's two.
you unsung heroes then.
We're gonna need you for the.
No, well, I got to Candace early. I influenced her when she was still in high school. I got my ideological tendrils.
Yeah, that's good, man. Because if that's how the women who have come into contact with you, become after having been, say, on that trajectory of feminism, then I think you've done. That's a whole lot of good work. Because I haven't come close to that. I think I was actually trying to say.
Well,
that
you're
the closest I've got.
You're an economist. He's a.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So.
You're
it's
the
kind
wrong
of beyond
field. You're
my
playing the
skill
wrong
set,
game.
But
Yeah.
you do try to say a thing or two when you can see someone's clearly on the wrong path, and it's really sad because, like I said, some of these people come from very stable homes. You ask yourself, why are you so angry? Like
Because everybody's
you
lying
have,
to him. Nobody's telling him the truth.
yeah, and
I do think you should use the word luxury belief. I think that's
Yeah.
also a nice word that sows a kind of seed of doubt that might be useful. But
Or
at the end of the
spoiled
day, the only way to, I mean, it took me a long time. The blonde lady, which I can't remember her name, it took me a long time to get through to her, and I even had to lie to her at one point because she would not even have a certain level of the discussion. She would not have unless I already kind of gave her chairmanship of the narrative because they don't want to let go of sort of and they don't want to be so because you have to get them to open up to you and give their own because they don't substantiate it, and because they know that they can't. They know that it's embarrassing when they try to substantiate it, because it without them saying you can't contradict what I'm saying, otherwise you are emotionally bullying me in the moment. They have to insulate it as they're substantiating it, because they know just how tenuous it is, just how fragile it is. Like, it doesn't work, and so they can't express it without extracting some guarantee that it can't be countermanded or contradicted. And so you have to kind of give them some rope to get them to hang themselves, because you have to get them you have to let them paint it out, and then you just show how shoddy it is. You just show how incoherent it is. And that takes, I mean, because in some sense they know that they know that it's like that. And in some sense this is also scary, because their opposition to you on some level comes on two separate. It's like a dilemma. So if they don't get you on the one, they get you on the other. So the thing is that in some sense their ideology is a means to an end, and it's good because the end is good. It's not good because the means are good. So it's just an expediency. It's just a method to get to the destination faster. And if you don't want to get to the destination faster, then you're a racist, or you don't understand white supremacy, or whatever the claim is here. So the thing is that the one thing attaches to your character. They say you are a bad person because you are a racist and you support white supremacy. And the other one is the means is justified by the ends. And these things, you're tackling them simultaneously, because that's how their worldview works. And you have to try to tackle the one and then the other, and you have to keep on separating them, because they'll keep on merging it. And so it's like, well, if you already won't indulge justify the ends, then you are already a racist, which means I don't have to finish this argument. So you have to make it about the means justified by the ends, and that's a pragmatic argument. That's in some sense, because they've got a utilitarian argument, and they've got an argument that attaches to your character. It's character assassination. And so because they can say that, no, you literally are an evil, bad person, your character is literally bad, I don't have to listen to you, therefore they get to win the utilitarian argument by default, which is an illegitimate and dishonest way of doing it. So the only way that you can win is by breaking their utilitarian argument, but at the same time they are simultaneously berating your character, and they are assuming and they are projecting onto you, essentially. And in some sense, that's based on their sort of basically prejudiced worldview, but also their incoherent worldview. That's all this nonsense of the utilitarian calculation. And so it's a really hard to tease that out, because it is a kind of logical thing. Girls especially are given leeway in not having, as long as they have a good enough excuse, a good enough sounding excuse. It doesn't matter if it's actually coherent. It doesn't matter.
Because men give them leeway.
Yeah. So as long as
you play their game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can make impossible leaps of rational,
they get away with a lot with men.
Yeah.
They do.
Quantum leaps of rationality or irrationality. It's insane. Obviously, it's sad, because a lot of men before you speak to her have allowed her to get away with it. So when you come around, it's like, whoa, And I think the point you made about the best way to get through to them is to let them discover how wrong they are, instead of trying to push them towards it, And
it is slightly tough, because if someone has never been held accountable for the reasoning latent within their words, that in some sense, when your words have never been held to account, have never been expected to make sense in any kind of coherent way, then you've got a lot of sort of preloaded cognitive dissonance. That they're allowed to use dark magic when they talk, and have to actually tolerate the dark magic that they are allowed to sort of cast on you. And like that is a I mean that's what makes the whole thing sort of, quite frankly, like a dealing with a borderline disordered person.
I was
Because they
actually
can
going to
just
say that. Yeah,
their own
it's like dealing with a
preferred
crazy person.
yeah, I mean, they can selectively relativize parts of reality and stick it together with their expectations and create a whole narrative motif. And you are not allowed to not let them have that oversimplified, overdetermined moral, objectivism, which they can relativistically contend against other people. It's sort of, and that really also isolates them. That's also why hypergamy itself is like a fundamentally self-isolating and a kind of a self, there's a fundamental dehumanization which they also become a victim to, because they are only left with these status symbols, or with succeeding according to
their own
the game that
choices.
they.
Don't
Sorry?
fucking call these women victims. You're just playing their game. They make their own fucking choices. They need to be held accountable for their own choices. All these women, I don't buy a single fucking shred of any part of them not understanding that men are people too, and have fucking feelings and deserve the kind of fucking treatment that they put them through. Because these women fuck shit up a lot, and they're completely self-centered. So I don't see them as victims at all.
Oh, I'm just basically describing the self-harm that is the kind of the psychological self-harm that they are putting themselves in some. I mean, it's weird because.
Are you gonna tell a woman what to do with her own body? That she can't self-harm herself?
I was talking about psychological self-harm.
Herself.
But,
What do you care? It's her body, her choice.
Well, I mean, I thought it would be a good description, because then at least people listening to this can maybe recognize, like if they're prone to this. But
no, because you just painted that fucking crazy bitch that gets away with being a spoiled ass that's never been held to account for anything. You painted her in a light of a victim. Only she victimizes herself.
Well, I mean, in some sense, I must say, maybe I do blame the men around them for not instilling some kind of, sort of accountability for one's words.
Do you know how many men don't fucking have the patience to do the mental gymnastics that you're willing to do with these crazy bitches? Do you know how many men aren't even qualified?
Well, yeah, I do think a lot of men, they can't. I mean, some men have this problem themselves. I mean, a lot of people. Religion does this for them. I mean, a lot of people, scientism is a version of this kind of narrative. I mean, you get very professional people who have a kind of, it's interesting. I mean, I do often say that identity politics first came from science. It came from the same kind of authority that scientists try to, the cultural conventions that they try to lay down for themselves. And the kind of the philosophical misunderstanding of the scientific methodology. It's an interesting thing, but I mean, I pointed this out like many years ago. I said that identity politics was modeled from the kind of the Ponzi scheme that was created by the scientific authority, the false authority. And that's a different, because the one is a kind of epistemic authority and the other one is a kind of moral authority. Identity politics tries to sort of claim a kind of, or has a kind of moral argument. Whereas, anyway, but
so another reason not to trust the science.
Well, it's
because they started this shit.
Well, it's not so much that science. It's just that what science is and what it can't do, and science has definitely been abused to construct narratives out of it. And the confidence of the nature of the claims that it makes are not. We need to work out a way how to represent that. I mean, maybe the Consilience Project will get into that, but essentially how science becomes propaganda, and it ends up damaging the actual science, but it also changes the nature of science. Like, people have a very strange, I think, misconception science because of how it's been culturally abused.
Yeah.
And I mean, I blame sort of the four horsemen of the apocalypse to some extent for this as well, like Richard Dawkins and all that.
No.
Sam Harris,
No, okay,
the
Sam.
Yes.
biggest
Okay, Sam
intellectual-
Harris, I'm with you.
I
100%.
will hold him to account because that motherfucker. I used to
He's
like
one of
him,
the best.
and he
Oh,
is in a
yeah.
very important part of science. And I mean, come on, just his book on lying is great. He should fucking reread that shit and break out of his Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah.
He really should. But Richard Dawkins, I just saw him on. I think he was with Tom Bilyeu. He had a discussion with Tom. It was amazing.
Oh,
It was
I
good
have to
seeing
watch
him.
it. But I think it's telling that Sam Harris, because again, I think I told you the answer to why Sam Harris's views on a lot of things are fundamentally wrong, because he kind of
Because he's
he
married
just
to a
his
feminist.
church is science. His church is that we should all get our morality from science, and that we
No,
should just
I remember him always saying that there isn't anything that you couldn't get morality from, really science-wise, and he pointed to the fucking Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. He pointed to the Stoics.
Huh.
That's why I went there and I read Marcus Aurelius. So I'm like, yeah, I like this shit. And I got a lot of my moral shit from him. So, yeah. No, he pointed to Marcus Aurelius always.
Yeah, he lost the plot somewhere, you know.
Yes.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's another
Well,
great man.
yeah. Well,
It's,
yeah. No, they're waking up though. I'm sure of it.
I don't actually think that. To me, there's a difference between people who want to have a kind of moral orthodoxy based on a narrative, and Sam Harris is one of those people that has a narrative. Like, I think his narrative is a particular kind of esoteric worldview where science or something like that can be used to make an objective sort of reduction that you can get morality from, and that I think makes him a dangerous commodity in the current sort of intellectualism, because I think that essentially he might look like he's standing up for liberalism, but that's
He's an
just because
ideologue. Does that not make him an ideologue?
He's a particular partisan for a particular kind of narrative, so he rejects other narratives. So he might agree with us when we reject some kinds of theocracy or something like that. So he rejects theocracy because he has his own scientific rationalization and theocracy. So I think that as an intellectual, he is in the final analysis always going to have this toxic tendency, and I don't think he's ever going to get over it until he completely changes his worldview. Is kind of epistemology, so to me, if you get morality from a narrative, that's dangerous, because then if you think that you can have an objective morality, then you might as well install it inside the state. Whereas, like, mine is very much connected to the individual, and I say that the state should have a kind of moral anarchism, and that people should have a kind of agnosticism against a system that has a level of moral anarchism in it, because that's what libertarian freedom is, because otherwise there wouldn't be freedom of conscience. If the state had a justice system that said this is what your individual coherent morality should be, then you basically live in a theocracy. Then you have to be given some latitude.
I like that.
Yeah, so I mean, that's how you get over the liberal paradox.
Can we do that instead of all this liberal talk? I mean, most of them are libtards anyway. They're fucking retarded. Can we just do away with this liberalism and go to a theocracy?
No, but that's what I was saying, is that we should instead have some kind of moral anarchism, and we should be morally agnostic about the consequences of that moral anarchism. That we shouldn't have everything imposed for the individual. We need a coherent self-consistency on the level of a collective structure that is capable of sustaining itself or preserving itself, that overcomes the liberal paradox, of intolerance. And so and what I say, that is made up of is that there is some moral anarchy baked into the secular justice system. That that some things are permissible where the soft morality of individuals say no, I'm against this, but the law allows for it, but I'm morally against it, and I'm allowed
like your
to
abortion argument.
Yeah.
Like you want people to be able to get one.
Yeah.
And have it be legal, and then when they go in there, they're not coming out, because that's when I get what I want. Like they can walk
What do
in.
you guys? I've got a question for you guys. I've actually encountered this problem a few times, and I think it goes down to some stuff that maybe is related to philosophy of science. Psyche, maybe you might be able to shed some light on this. There's this thing whenever I have like one of these spats with women over feminism and all these things, they default, especially the ones who've gone to university, like this is like what they do. You make some statements, and then they ask you, do you have sources for that? And then you're like, yeah, sure, I got them from reliable sources. It's like, but are they peer reviewed sources? It's like, and it's like, but I'm not a walking, talking bibliography. I don't know these things off by heart. Like I know the stats. I'm not going to learn like the actual name of the resource and what website it came from and know for all of these facts that I know. Like no one has that on hand.
Okay, but they have a phone and they can look it up, and you can wait for them. Just be like, okay, will you pull it up? I'll wait, because I'd like to know, that I should be taking what you're saying seriously, and you're not just talking out of your ass.
You see, but the problem with that is that it makes the conversation disjointed, because they spend like the next 5 minutes like scrolling through, journals trying to.
Wait patiently.
Well, yeah, but sometimes you don't have the time, and by the time you get around to it, like, imagine if they're doing this to you for every single source every single statistic you
look it up on your fucking phone. Show it to me. Show me the source that's so trusted.
You're talking to the wrong person, essentially, because I think that's intellectually dishonest. I mean, like,
exactly.
You're being trolled. You're being trolled, and you can just say, like, what you really need to do is put your foot down in terms of, well, this is how I converse with someone. If you're not interested in, you kind of have to, because in some sense they are stealing the chairmanship of the discourse. They are becoming essentially an arbiter over the content of the discourse.
Exactly.
And you have to find a way to mediate that, or at least to negotiate that, or to make a general case as to why that this is an unreasonable standard or something like that. So I would segue into that, and I would say, I mean, look, I think you have to. You have to have a version of
chatting. It was good to see you. Sure. I'm glad you're both alive. You haven't been genocided. I know people with planes, so if shit gets rough, let me know. Okay, I'll get you out of there. Because you guys shouldn't die over there. Just saying, you guys are too important.
Yeah, let's hope
I'll try not to.
Okay,
let's get guns.
Nice.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah. So, you were saying?
You have to, at some point, I think you have to try to work out a general argument as to why it's an unreasonable standard, or why, so you have to kind of work out a general sort of summary of this, of why, of contemplating a framework of how exchanges should go, and because this is what they force you to do. They force you to, like, from first principles, establish a kind of a system that has basic integrity and virtue. And sometimes people don't do that because it's sort of, it's because no one's actually had to. No one's been compelled to do that, because it's there's basic sort of common sense built into the behavior that you've already basically thought was reasonable and the most reasonable, but having to try to reduce that into a kind of general summary reduction that you can spurt out, that you can then rely on as well. If you want to deviate from this generally reliable structure, then why are you forcing me to deviate from that? You obviously don't want a discourse. You just want to kind of sort of terrorize me. You're
derailing the conversation. That's the And when you try to point that out, they say, no, you just don't have your sources, and you're just trying to lie to me. It's like, no.
And you're just looking
just
for an
not-
excuse to make that very shitty argument that you've just made. You know, like that I don't have the sources. You know, or
Exactly. That's the whole point. And I found that that's common, especially obviously as I've been saying, I've been talking to a lot of women about these sorts of topics, and that's one of their go-to things, especially the professional ones, especially the ones with the PhDs, as Kevin Samuels would put it.
they leverage skepticism. I mean, like their whole worldview essentially is built on being able to leverage the kind of the hard like. Okay, do you have a claim that can actually surmount hard skepticism? Oh, you don't. You know, does having a source or not having a source do anything, you know, in terms of making something viable against hard skepticism? Because even if you did have the source, they could point to something about the source and say, oh, that's problematic about it. Like you can literally come up with any kind. Hard skepticism is literally you can generate hard skepticism from nothing. Like there's nothing stopping you. So like, you know, looking for an excuse again, like, so I mean, I would just say, you know, like I would make something about hard skepticism, but also, you know, it's interesting because I mean, a lot of the time, you know, it's the source of a fact is not even that. I try not to have arguments that rely on facts. I try to have arguments that are based on just pure principle and values and reasoning, and then you also avoid that.
Exactly. That's the thing I'm trying to get to, is that perhaps the problem here is the overemphasis due to some of the people who've come from the sciences on empiricism instead of logic. You know, it's like logic has been thrown by the wayside in exchange for having this mindset of you have to have the stats, you have to have the peer-reviewed stuff. And it's like, imagine if you find yourself in a world where, say, our views, I think the whole peer review thing is a worse standard to have in a situation in the kind of situation we find ourselves in today, where the universities are corrupted. A lot of the institutions have biases towards and against certain views. So if that's the case, surely you should start to lean a bit more towards logic, and you shouldn't just immediately dismiss someone's argument based on the fact that they don't have at hand a list of, you know, peer-reviewed sources that you can click. And you probably, like what you said is so perfect, because I actually saved a meme where or like a response where someone was replying to this sort of thing, where a person says, do you have the source for that? I'd really like to see it. Like, I guess he had made an argument or something, right? And then he says, the guy responds saying, like, it matters if there's a source. You'll come up with some dim, illogical excuse or reason why it's not acceptable. You see? Yeah. And it's crazy because you basically said the exact same thing.
Yeah.
So it seems like we're not the only people who see the fact that the whole do you have a source response is dishonest. It's intellectually dishonest. It's just a way to try derail your argument instead of actually engaging the premises you're stating in your argument, trying to see whether the links between premise 1, 2, 3, 4 actually lead to the conclusion. Instead, it's like, your sources are not correct, therefore let's ignore everything you just said and dismiss everything you just said because you don't have the sources. You know? There's
a very good video that I saw about this guy. He's like a conservationist. He's in the middle of like the African savannah, and there are like elephants around or something like that. And he was saying about all the people that he got from the university to come and shadow him. And he's like a proper conservationist. Like, he's a proper sort of,
I think I've seen this. Is this the biological? He's yeah. But do jog my memory.
Yeah, so he says that a lot of these people come and they don't understand science, they don't understand intellectualism, like they can't think about things. If you say anything, they ask for peer. He literally said that they ask for does that come from a peer-reviewed paper? Like they can't believe something unless it comes from a peer-reviewed paper. They can't actually, and it's very interesting. I think that this comes from being plugged into essentially a narrative, like where there is a fundamental recipe, and they've got it's weird because I mean this is exactly I think the corruption in the sciences that essentially you've got these people who are like citing each other's papers and therefore it's peer reviewed, you know, and so there's a kind of it's literally amounts to a kind of a consensus, the idea that if you just kind of have a consensus that there's no such thing. These are people that also don't believe in truth. They just believe in essentially that there's a safe consensus or something like that, and that's
my response to these people, whenever they say these sorts of things, is that okay? If you were to have 10 people say 1 + 1 is 11, would that make it true? And most of them say, yeah, well, obviously not. I'm like, so what's your whole point about peer reviews and scientific consensus? I'm questioning logic here. This is a level beyond, above just pure consensus of, okay, this person agrees that I'm right. No, we're asking, are you in fact correct? You see? And once you have discussions on that level, the next thing is to try, like every strategy they have to respond to valid arguments is dishonest. It's trying to derail you. Either they trip you up or get you into a what you call them an epistemological argument instead of actually arguing what you're actually arguing. It becomes an argument about how you came to your facts instead of the facts, and that's how they keep shifting, the goalposts. And what happens is that in most situations, the person who's arguing with this dishonest person just gets exhausted. Like a good mother was saying, you should just wait for them to look these things up, and I'm like, but practically speaking, in a conversation, can you see how derailing that is? If you're trying to have a conversation, this person's spending 5-10 minutes looking up a source, and when you say, okay, cool, let's just move on to the point, it's like you're showing that you don't actually have the source.
I mean, this is why I think it is you're just wasting your time really at the end of the day, because I mean you see, even I would rather end the conversation this way, or when I not end it from your side, but this would lead to it ending, is that you say, are you so incapable of actually coming up with a reasoned response that you have to sort of make a factual, that you have to use skepticism in order to entrench your own worldview? Like why, like let's put skepticism aside or something like that, and then they will have to come up with a general retort and saying, well, there's a lot of fake messages out there that have been constructed in order to perpetuate, the evil thing or something like that. And then you'll be left with their rationalization of their, essentially insulated, sort of encapsulation of their bubble, of their reality bubble. And that little complaint at the end there will be, well, will substantiate that, prove that, and then they'll have their fake news essentially, or they'll have their purple heads, race and gender studies people have said this multiple times, so it's the conjecture of a whole lot of, very racialist, evil people, that in their consensus have now promulgated, a truth that is capable of establishing some orthodoxy, which they give themselves the permission to continue from that, to proceed from that terrible. Yeah, I mean, so I think that they're fundamentally plugged in, and people that are engaging you on such a superficial level, and really, I mean, they are literally trying to divert you and distract you and jostle you, and you have to be correctly upset about that. You have to. I would. You see what? Oh, here's a general tool in the toolbox, is radically reframe the subject matter of the contention to the immediate thing that they are doing. Like deconstruct immediately what they are doing, and explain it in their sentiments, and air your disgust at their intellectual dishonesty, and then acquit yourself and remove yourself from the situation on that basis. Or if they would concede or at least assimilate that claim that you're making on that point, then you can maybe bring intellectual honesty or have an authentic dialogue. It becomes possible. But that's what I would do is you reframe it about their diversionary tactic. And that's the only way to do it, is that you radically so jettison that. They've fucked around with that now, and they've created a red herring, and now spotlight the red herring, and be disgusted with them. And I think that's the only way that you actually embody bringing accountability onto their position. That's that is, I think, the only way to really do it.
It's unfortunate because I've spoken to quite a few women on this issue, because one of my passions, like trying to get some rationality back in the world, and this is the sort of response that I'm greeted with. Do you have your sources? What sources? What are they? And it's like, now we're going to have a whole conversation over whether and literally after even if you cite the sources, the next thing they'll say is, well, I don't trust those sources. And it's like, okay, now what now?
Yeah.
You've just derailed the entire conversation. You haven't won anything. You haven't proven your side to be correct. You've just proven yourself to be difficult to have a conversation with. That's all you've done, and they leave.
What I would set that up with is that I would say, is this just not a Trojan horse for you to indulge in your lazy, hard skepticism? Maybe not that flowery, but like, try to set it up so that then when it actually happens, that you've already predicted it, and you've already also said that what that prediction would be representative of. So you've basically said, make a prediction, but connect that prediction with a judgment on their intellectual dishonesty, so that at least then you can win that conclusion, even if you can't win the original conversation in terms of the actual matter that we didn't get to have, because and that's part of the prediction. Are you not just making it so it's impossible to reach any kind of sort of conclusion on a matter which is really quite like we could have a lot of coherent discussion around, but your views are so incoherent that you have to literally use hard skepticism, which anyone can use, lazy hard skepticism, in order to essentially you do kind of have to think nice motifs that condense it into a picture. So then at least then they have that they're left with some conclusion in that has been demonstrated to them. And you can just, and you can say that, I didn't finish that one sentence, but like that is exactly the overarching strategy of their entire, intellectual worldview, is that all it does is that, it doesn't make sense, but it always just kind of creates a red herring and sort of controls the lens of the narrative, and it can never allow itself to lose that kind of total control. But I mean, see, like, going through the motions, you kind of, you have to be so present, and you have to kind of be able to also, because I mean, see, it's hard for me to do it in the abstract when I'm talking about it here, because now I'm just talking about any one of these people. But when I'm actually when I'm talking to one of these ideologues specifically, I know that I can, because I don't use language in a perfect grammatical sense. I will, kind of use. I think I'm very good at expressing things to individual people. Like, I'm very good at sort of putting some spin on what I'm saying in terms of like the attitude and the emotion and the style, so that they can actually get an actual mental image about what I'm describing. And so then, basically what I'm just trying to do is show them how their whole ideology is like a kind of incessant, repetitive narrative and script. And so usually what I'll do is I'll interpret how they seemingly visualize it, because I can kind of psychologically empathize like that, and I can just kind of read how they're interfacing with the ideology, and then I describe it to them to prove to them that I know that what they're doing, and then I tell them the prediction about what they're doing, and I show them, and I try to illustrate the pattern to them, and using whatever they're talking about at the time. And then as they go from hopscotch from the one decontextualization to the next decontextualization, I thematically show that, yes, we're doing the same thing. We're doing the same bunny hop here, and it's all just more of the same. And then it proves my point. And then they're left with that worm of doubt, which still, you see, it doesn't even help you. Even if you can literally demonstrate to them that what they're doing is intellectually dishonest, it doesn't even, it doesn't mean a damn thing. They still have to choose to be a morally accountable, to any kind of self-consistency or not, because if you have an external locus of control, you don't have any inbuilt commitment to self-consistency or coherence. So now you've demonstrated that they're incoherent, but they can say that, well, there's no alternative, and they can come up with some excuse for themselves, and they can continue their juvenile delinquency, and that's and at the end of the day, you can't push that. So when you've reached that point, don't think that you can try to make moral progress by making an argument. At the end of the day, you can just say, I mean, the ball really is in their court. And, a lot of people are just, quite frankly, they don't want to be sovereign in any sense they don't want epistemic agency. They don't want an internal locus of control. They're happy being plugged into the matrix and being on the right side or something. Anyway. It's very depressing, because that's the face of evil right there. That's really that's the true.
Yeah,
that's why we can't have nice things as humanity. That's what's been holding us back forever. Is that?
Yeah. I think if we can get, I think certainly I'd need to build some sort of toolkit to respond to some of these dishonest ways of arguing, because I'm not used to having arguments with people who are purposely dishonest, and it makes it difficult, because if you don't have the toolkit, it looks like you're incompetent. It looks like you're actually struggling to get your argument out because it's flawed. So I need to gain some sort of toolkit if I'm actually going to engage in talking to these sorts of people.
But you have to learn all of their booby traps and their tripwires that they set up, because that's what it is. I mean, it's a non-direct form of kind of destabilizing and demoralizing, and because at the end of the day, even if you prove some points, it gets blunted because they've been raising things that have been completely irrelevant in some sense. They've just been kind of like they're not tracking the point. Like they're not interested in tracking the actual underlying point. They just like to sort of
they want to trip you up, and that's all they want to do. They want to make you look like you don't know what you're doing. And from there, state that must mean your argument is useless, like it's invalid, and it's like you haven't actually engaged the point.
I mean, this is generally because their whole argument is a sloppy utilitarian argument. It's not. It's the means are justified by the ends, which itself has a lot of compromise and fudging in it. So their system already is is fundamentally haywire. It's fundamentally it's got all this noise, but somehow it's redeemed because it's expedient and the means are justified by the end. So there's a lot of horse trading in their own worldview, right? And so, because they have this over emotional, moralistic, sort of consequentialism in their utilitarian calculation, they are prone to in some sense, technical issues. They are a glutton for technical issues, because they all get ironed out using their emotional logic heuristic of the means are justified by the end. So they like the technical sophistication. It's what they have instead of real credentials. It's what they it's how they make themselves seem unassailable to people, because they're so sophisticated. They say all these buzzwords and they say all these sorts of things, but there's no understanding animating them. They're just technical window dressing, and
You know who I've seen in politics who seems to be guilty of that? And this is just from the bits I've seen of him. What's his name? Moise Enclose, the guy from EFF. Uh, yeah, he seems to. I've seen him make a few arguments, have debates. I remember I saw him having a debate with an economist one time, and it actually got like heated. And he was playing that game, that game of destabilizing the opponents instead of actually engaging his arguments and just throwing out all of this, you know, vocab, all this mumbo jumbo, which actually wasn't really saying much, but like you could tell that his main strategy was, I need to make him look unstable instead of actually presenting a good, coming with a good argument. And I think a lot of these guys from the left are using that strategy. And if you're someone who's trying to engage with them, as you said, make it a thing to learn what sorts of booby traps you can expect. I think that's how they work. They work with booby traps. They don't actually make any. I haven't actually heard a proper coherent argument from a lot of these guys in a very long time. There are only a few left-leaning people who make left-leaning arguments that are actually engaging nowadays. The rest of them, if I were a leftist, I'd be trying to purge our side of the aisle of these people as well, because it's like they're making a mockery of your politics. You know, they're making a mockery of your positions. They don't actually stand for what you stand for. They just happen to be on your side. They are a poor representation of left-leaning politics.
I just
I think a lot of left-leaning. Yeah.
So this is a slight tangent, but it's related to the same thing. I just wanted to point out that Sam Harris was trying to do this to Jordan Peterson when they had one of their debates. I mean, this is why their one debate between Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson went so badly, and then Brett Weinstein was kind of the mediator of a later debate, and he kind of got Sam Harris's position to have to kind of substantiates itself better, because essentially this is what all of these narratives end up relying on, is they end up having to essentially excuse their own existence, and they use hard skepticism against their opponents, but somehow, you know, like they aren't prone to the same problem, because like, you know, they have a kind of heuristic that saves them, and they're allowed to use that heuristic. And so it's this kind of exceptionalism for their own side. And I mean, it's very nasty, but in some sense, that exceptionalism is always grounded in that they hold the orthodox morality. They have a default. They own reality. Like by default, it pertains to their framework, and like that is a kind of epistemic chauvinism, or a kind of I mean, which to me it's incredibly conspicuous when people are using hard skepticism against other people. Like it's just, you know, it's
They don't even actually get around to proving a genuine reason to be skeptical. They sort of just destabilize you and then get you to, you know, be, you know, in a situation where you're trying to you know, get your head around things. Like, okay, wait, what sources does she want? Wait, how am I supposed to word this so that you can actually listen to what I'm saying instead of finding offense? You know, and while you know, wrestling with these ideas, they're like smiling, thinking, yeah, I'm already winning, because, you know, you're in my, you know, what you call habitat. I'm, you know, it's a home ground advantage now, you know. And that's, I found that to be the most annoying thing that I've come across when talking to a lot of these people, is that it's not honest. Like, I'd rather have a discussion with someone who is far, far, far to the left, but who's actually trying to be, you know, get to the truth, than one of these people who plays these games. Like even the game of semantics, when they start telling you about, yeah, but that depends on how you define this, and now you've got to define every second word that you say. because they're going to be asking you for a definition, you know?
I mean, in general, the real problem is just that they lack real integrity in terms of how they treat intellectual matters entirely. Because if you belong to a narrative, or if you see the world through a narrative, it's like, well, these studies are reporting facts which are problematic to my worldview, and therefore they should be given skepticism and they should be doubted, and essentially, you know, and so you kind of you've got this kind of this fudging propensity that you're allowed to indulge in, and sorry, I'm just trying to think of my point now. What's my general claim? Sorry, I'm getting slightly tired, but what was my general point? What was the last thing that I said? The conclusion of this?
We're basically talking about how they're shifting, you know, the gears, like shifting the goalposts, so to speak, and yeah.
Just trying to think
You're
of the
kind of in
last
the middle of the
phrase.
sentence. I was, yeah.
Sorry, my mind has just gone blank. It was an important sort of ideological point of about integrity. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Because they don't care about what is fair for the individual, and they don't care therefore what is fair in reasonableness in some sense, because in some sense it's a kind of Darwinian, it's a kind of, you know, that you don't believe in reason and rationality, you believe in Darwinianism, for instance, like from the evolutionary theoretical perspective. So it's not something isn't, there's no such thing as true. Something is just like it confers an adaptive advantage, you know, it confers a kind of, you know, so like, you know, if you are a proper sort of Darwinian, you know, you can't have kind of philosophical truth. You know, you only have that things confer a kind of so sorry, there's just a kind of metaphor there, but essentially in their narrative, it's not that something is true or false. It's something that is useful to precipitating the ends that are that justify the means. So it's like it's all about reaching their moral utopian formulation, and that is what goodness is. That is what truth is. And so it's like, you know, the question is not whether it's been peer reviewed. It's kind of that if it was correctly peer reviewed, it would have already been thrown out, because for ethical concerns, no one would even try to frame a study like this, because even trying to look for the answer to this question is problematic for their worldview. So it's like you know, so it's such a fudged, they don't have integrity on the level of the individual. They don't have integrity on the level of reason. It's all only ideological integrity. It's the only integrity that they're sensitive to. And so in some sense, you know, asking if that has proper sources is already winning. They're already
Actually, it's like they're calling on a higher power that already is on their side.
Yes.
If you are someone who already has that mindset, and you know that the universities have that mindset as well, or captured by that ideology, and then you say, in order for me to believe what you're saying, your source has to come from the captured universities, and you refusing to cite sources from captured universities automatically means that you are dismissed. I know that my captured universities already have a bias to me and against you.
Yes.
Therefore, I'm already winning. Like,
yes. Yeah. And so if you have a source that is not captured, then it should already be captured, and therefore the people that made the study are part of the evil radicals on the fringe. You know,
the people who don't believe in the science, the conspiracy theorists.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like, how dare you contravene the consensus that we have as the experts, the people who come from. That's the general air that you get from a lot of the arguments that or let me say that the way
it's a self-referencing like program. It's a so they can't. I mean, that's what I just consider it proto-fascistic, because, you know, it doesn't have any criteria other than its own sort of investment in its own self-righteous. It's just self-reference.
That is so true. It's like, okay, I'm willing to argue with you, but only if the people that you cite are from institutions that agree with me.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait, so you want me to essentially agree with you? Like you're making this entire thing unfalsifiable. You're not giving me room to prove that your statements are false, because the method with which I'm expected to prove that something is false already proves that your statement is true.
I mean, here, this is all a consequence of a general, let's say, theme in their ideology, which I think they inherit from postmodernism, which is basically playing a very, very simple trick, and it's all variations of the same trick, which is that they should not have to rebel against society. Society is rebelling against their preferred reality and their relative subjectivity, which they can unilaterally regard as the default position or a kind of prospective orthodoxy. And so they are basically saying, we have, like, it doesn't matter, that's not, if you go look in the dictionary, the word means something different in the dictionary, but don't believe the dictionary, believe my semantic jargon, believe my ideology. So it's like, that's not, so they'll correct you on what words actually mean. They will get into the, they will redefine reality and words in front of you as if they have inherent, they naturally have those powers. And in some sense, they want you to have to voice a kind of, what's the word? You have to dissent against their orthodoxy. Like that's how they, and this is, they're incapable of having any other kind of interaction. This is why they can't do debate. All their debates devolve into like, comedy. They revolve into, it's like the debater for their side ends up being a kind of comedian. I mean, you can see this in the Dyson-Peterson debate, and you just see Peterson, he just says, that's I can't remember exactly what the phrase that he said, but that's something to say in a debate. Like, wow, like that's just, I can't believe that you could even say something like that in a debate. It's like you just immediately character assassinate and dehumanize, and that's the whole premise of your whole, that you create an emotional sort of caricature of the person that you're debating against, and that's your position in the debate. It's because they can't substantiate themselves. Like they have to rush to the conclusion and then reverse engineer sort of backwards, and guilt people and excuse themselves into holding that kind of the default chairmanship, that they chair reality, and they can't negotiate for it because then they would have to show their shoddy incoherence. They have to, and the only way that they can really excuse themselves is by pitting themselves as being the underdogs and being a kind of a victim of the structure. Anyway, I'm really giving myself a headache and repeating myself, but I think those are maybe some useful points.
You made perfect sense. I especially the point where you talk about how they essentially reference themselves and the dishonest ways in which they say if you take the whole thing of them referencing themselves and how they did to what they did to what's his name, Dyson did to Jordan Peterson, where they position you as fundamentally flawed, and normally this comes from some sort of emotional appeal. Either you're an oppressor, you are white, straight white male, you are Christian, you are privileged, all of these things, and then from there, once that's established, they've already sort of like, I don't know, tainted the jury. If you have like an audience that's watching it, because it's like they're appealing to that emotional thing, right? And then from there, all they need to do is just take moments to try point out, make pop some jabs at your character, and that's their way of arguing. And to anyone who's actually ever tried to have a legitimate debate or make serious scientific, propositions, that's foul play, to use a sports reference.
It's narrative witchcraft.
Yeah. I think the sooner we get rid of these people, the better. I hope one day that with the, say, in the context of South Africa, where you're having individual, let me say, private parties trying to establish universities and things like that. I hope that's the way to go, that people who see the rot in a lot of these institutions try to establish private ones that are safeguarded away, have safeguards against this sort of thing. Because I like, these sorts of people shouldn't go into companies, man. Like, if you can avoid hiring people from these sorts of universities, or at least have a set way of filtering, or at least trying to filter them out. I know I've said this before, that there's a company in America that I forget what the name of the company is, but it essentially has a platform for people who to get employers and employees to get to. It's like a career site, but it's specifically dedicated for people who are not woke. And I think this is the sort of these are the sorts of inventions that need to innovations that need to come about in order for us to cleanse ourselves gradually, slowly, of this nonsense. It's the fact that these arguments are taken seriously, even right up to institutions like Parliament or courts, and I mean that's some serious decay. That's decay at the founding, at the foundation of a society. If you're having your courts entertaining this sort of argumentation, when people say, where people use these dishonest ways of arguing, and that they entertain them because, hey, he's got the right skin color, the right, genitals, the right whatever category they, working with, or criteria. It needs to be purged, man. I don't know, because I guess you watched the video that Good Mother, she also sent it to me, the Coach Red Pill one.
Yeah.
And what he had to say about, like, obviously he talked a bit about South Africa, and he was talking about how people from the West who see this coming should make plans to leave to go to the poorer nations, not because the poorer nations are better, but because they don't have the the means to maintain this nonsense. So at least for the time being, you'll be able to avoid it.
I mean, I think that there's a lot of political fights that can still happen in America. So I think that, if anything, I think his argument maybe pertains more to South Africa. But I mean, I'm still hopeful that that there might be some. But I just wanted, in what we were just talking about before, I just to generalize this, I think that watch the standards that they're imposing on the discourse. And sort of and if they're trying to impose a standard, you will find within that a reproduction of the general corruption anyway. So I think that you can sort of transplant the focus of the conversation onto the standard that they're trying to impose, and then you're making the exchange more immediate. But again, the sad thing is that even if you defeat the ideology, in the end, you still don't necessarily get a person freed. You Cypher in the Matrix, he wants to go back inside the Matrix. He wants to be plugged back in, because he would rather have the illusory comforts that it provides, and the simplicity and the convenience. Just to we were talking about Coach Red Pill. I mean, I think that the West in general, or Western style democracies, we have to, which South Africa is certainly, I think, one. This identity politics stuff and this woke stuff and the leftist stuff is really, I mean, you can see it quite clearly in sort of the vaccine passports, how we are going towards having like a social credit system like China does, you know, and so that kind of theme is, I mean, I actually pointed this out in my NATO video. I made a video about NATO, and I said that essentially we have to clean ourselves up in terms inside our own liberal democracies, and there are a lot of problems with a lot of continental European countries and things like that. But because if we don't get it right on a structural level, on the justice system level, then we're not going to be able to at least also politically band together, because not only do we have to defeat this ideology, which is very much like Russia and China, you know, like the top and the bottom seemingly coming together against the middle and destroying the middle and having a kind of oligarchy or plutocracy, which is what Russia essentially has, and China, which I believe China will eventually become a kind of caste system, because whenever you have a coordinator class, whenever you have a leadership caste controlling things, you end up demeaning the people that you control. I don't think you can do it's a natural correspondence, because if you control people, you have to think that it's right that you're controlling them. And there's a fundamental denigration when you are controlling the lives of other people. And so I think that there's a natural tendency for those structures to end up being separate societies. You end up having, you know, the cream at the top of the leadership, and you end up with all the worker drones at the bottom. And I think that China might be destined to develop in that kind of way. You know, the kind of the complete totalitarian nightmare in some sense, or the 1984 kind of nightmare. But so if we get ourselves together, because also on a geopolitical level, look, China is going to be slightly weaker, because it is going to have internal tensions, because as it becomes a more middle income country, its ruling system is going to be more costly to the growth of the economy. But obviously it doesn't help that the rest of the world has also had its economy decimated by a kind of self-harm from this ideological poison. So, you know, if we get our act together inside our countries, then we also need to probably band together, because China is going to have so much power in the coming years, and they're going to have soft power. They're not going to have the power where they have to declare war against someone. They're going to just flex their muscles in diplomatic channels. They're going to say, you do this, or
else.
And we control the belt and the road. We control the flow of all, you know, because China and Russia together is like a third of the world's surface area. I mean, if the two biggest countries in the world is China and Russia. I mean, it's insane. Like, they geographically, but you know, they are a powerhouse, and in some sense, liberal democracy is not going to be able to survive against that kind of might in the future unless we can band together and have some kind of, unless we can act as a bloc, essentially. I mean, America is not going to be enough even by itself. You're going to have to say, we are liberal democracies. We care about these things. If you do these things to one of us, it's as if you did it to all of us. And, you know, it's very hard. And that's going to be the only way, because otherwise, if you say something bad about China, you're going to get fired in America, because the corporation is somewhat connected to the distribution system or something like that. The soft power is going to become a tyranny unless we start updating our constitution, start having proper justice systems that properly entrench liberal democracy and an open liberal society, and that properly confronts the problem of the liberal intolerance paradox. And until we do that, we are at the mercy of the ideological variant of China and Russia, which is identity politics, essentially. But also China and Russia itself in the future, we have to start to orientate ourselves into something like a new NATO, a NATO that is more about morality and values and ethics. But in some sense, we have to clean up our own act inside each country as well before that. But obviously, if one country does it, then maybe other countries will start to follow suit. And I do think that maybe the watershed moment in history might be South Africa, standing up against identity politics, standing up against tyranny and authoritarianism, and having a constitutional order and a supreme constitutional framework that will be a model for essentially a proper civilization that will actually develop and transform and be real moral progress on the appropriate level, which is on the level of the individual, not imposed by the state, but with protections to keep the supremacy of the Constitution and to keep the sanctity of the open liberal society, which has been betrayed in the South African national policy and sphere. Anyway, okay, I'm talking a lot.
Yeah, but I do get what you're saying. What would you say of the? I mean, you mentioned South Africa, but besides South Africa, which country would you say is showing the most promise? They're
too far behind. Everyone is way too far behind, because you are in a democracy and in any republic. The way that republics are very hard to change. You set them up, and then that's what they are until you have a revolution, until you have a huge watershed historical moment. It's hard to have a constitutional reconvention. Okay, like many countries would probably be quite dangerous to try to do it under the current cultural and historical conditions. It's probably very, very risky. But so I do think that the best chance that the world has is that South Africa has to be an example. It has to be a symbolic, which it has. If you look at what has happened in South Africa in recent history, South Africa sets the trend. Everything that has happened in the world has, in some sense, ideologically happened in South Africa. And the rest of the world has been imitating it to some degree. South Africa has been at the center stage of the general themes that have driven our recent history. And we are coming into a very dark chapter of our history. And either, the dawn will come and there will be some kind of, hopefully, vindication of the South African constitutional order and the new South Africa. It needs to be recovered. If it isn't recovered, I do think that, maybe I'm slightly overstating the point. The thing is that Britain, for all of its, you see, like Britain and America are both interesting cases. I consider both of their systems to be suboptimal. They're not as good as our system, but they can approximate a liberal system within some constellation of things. But the problem is that America cannot have a proper justice system, that America's justice system is fundamentally deficient, and it can't be resolved without a constitutional reconvention, in my opinion. And Britain, almost quite similar. Britain actually has probably a proper justice system, but the political situation has always been open, because technically there's nothing stopping Parliament, the House of Commons, from saying now we're a tyranny, now we're an authoritarian regime. Exactly how like in Star Wars, the Republic becomes an empire. Britain could become an empire and have a single. It's so all of these things are technically possible, and in some sense the mystique of their system, with their unwritten constitution and their general jurisprudence that contains these things, is a good approximation that has worked, but it doesn't put it down in paper. It keeps it unspoken. It keeps it as a kind of, and in some sense that kind of works on a lowest common denominator, because in some sense it keeps the plebs from thinking that, because in some sense, if you have a structure, if you have, like, the South African constitution has its structure fully laid out, well, if you have a constitution laid out, it's also vulnerable to being corrupted, because now you actually, if you can get your hands on that piece of paper, you can do whatever you want with it, so it's like keeping it hidden, keeping it unwritten, then keeps it beyond corruption to some degree. It keeps it beyond so Britain has some charm in its setup, but it's not going to be a useful symbol for the world because it's opaque. It can't. You have to be part of that body politic, and you have to be part of that society to feel what's going on, because it's not express. It's not conceptually laid out like it is in the South Africa is on the pinnacle. It's on the cutting edge of ethics and politics and everything. I do think that we have set the tone for the world, the ideological tone for the world. And as our system has been bastardized and betrayed by our authoritarian, wannabe, government, that same rationalization has been used everywhere. That same fudging of the moral equation. The same corruption. So we've been a model of corruption, and maybe we can also be a model for a kind of rectification of these contradictions. So yeah.
I guess I'll just ask this lastly. What are you making of Australia? I'm not sure. I'm not too familiar with its legal system.
It's shit.
Is it similar to?
They have a common law system, so that they're the same. We have a very mixed system. What makes our legal system so much better than everybody else's, before even the Constitution, was the Roman Dutch substantive law, which was received by the Dutch, which was so we received the Roman law through a Christian lens, and we filtered out everything that doesn't sort of conform with basic Christian substantive values to some degree. So we've got a variant of Roman law, which means that the Roman law was designed to work in every possible. This is actually a very long topic. I have actually got like 4 hours talking about this, which I'm about to upload. But essentially, there's an argument to be made that America is actually the kind of inheritor of the Roman political system in terms of how, but it's much worse, because in some sense, in the American sense, the democracy is the emperor. And that means that the law itself is fundamentally beholden to the democracy. And so the republic is overshadowed by the democracy in America. Whereas we have a proper republic, and our substantive principle, our law is complete. We could never have, with just the Constitution and just the and just the common law, which has at its substantive core the Roman Dutch principles and values and general criteria. All the actions in Roman law are all general actions, which means that they're all like philosophically coherent and complete, and they all fit in with everything. And it is a beautiful system, and that means that the justice system can be completely independent from politics, and especially with the Constitution, that rounds that out perfectly to actually give the individual more teeth or more ammunition against abuse. Sorry, what did you ask me? Did you ask me?
I was asking you to bring this back to Australia.
Oh, Australia. Oh, yeah. So Australia doesn't have the Roman Dutch substantive law. Australia just has the British common law, which means that they have a sovereign parliament that gets to make the law, and that, or maybe they're still in the Commonwealth, but essentially the parliament makes the law, and essentially they have common law, which means that their criminal law generally, and also some contractual things, but they don't have the same substantive depth in their law that we have because of our Roman Dutch roots, which grounds everything in principles. The common law was just a kind of hodgepodge of like workable things that worked in practice that then become inherited and become developed and rationalized over time. But there's no deep coherence in the common law, although there is some concordance and conciliation, which is generally, that you want things to be working, sort of in a coherent way with one another. But it is all hinged on the legislature. So they are governed by their democracy in the same way that Britain is.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah,
the parliament is sovereign. So, they are getting exactly what their structure, what their constitutional framework essentially calls for. And so it's all it's a problem of their democracy, and they don't have any real way to fight against that kind of tyranny,
Jeez.
like we do. Although
Okay.
when the judges themselves are.
What sort of remedy do you think our laws, just to make it sort of make it clear for anyone who's listening, what sort of remedy do you think we have that Australia doesn't have in the particular situation that they find themselves in currently, with the whole lockdown and excessive force used to enforce those lockdowns, etc., etc.?
Well, I mean, this might be sort of seem like a point to make, because I mean, for example, when our government stopped people from being able to use the beaches during the lockdown, a high court judge overturned that and said it was unconstitutional. They said it was an unreasonable restriction. Didn't make sense, essentially. And so, the judges essentially could overrule the parliament. So if the parliament wants to institute these emergency rules and things like that, the courts essentially can override the democratically, sort of,
Elected,
so the individual is weighed against the the consensus of the collective is not good enough.
I think that's perfect. I think I guess that begs the question. Well, I guess you've actually said it, that the problem with South Africa is it's not our law. It's the guys who are, overseeing the implementation of that law, the enforcement.
Well, I mean, the law has been institutionally corrupted. Like once you start making bad decisions, and those decisions get followed by other courts, then you've got a systemic institutionalized corruption. And we have that around a few issues. I mean, which are important issues, which have also is what essentially protects state capture. And it is the moral corruption that facilitates state corruption. And those judges that have corrupted the law, I mean, I do think that they have perpetrated constitutional damages. They have, I do think that doing what they have done to the South African Constitution is a crime against humanity. And they have also aided in the toxic political rhetoric, and they have continued this charade of scapegoating, blame. The government, because the courts won't say to the government, no, you can't do these radical things anymore, and the excuse that that you're performing so badly that you need more radical power is a perverse argument. You should not be rewarded for your own failure. In some sense, you are scapegoating the Constitution. You're scapegoating the law for not giving you enough radical powers to do more things, even as you fail. And so, the judges have to say to the government, no, enough is enough, and you don't get to try to claim more power. And if you can't do your constitutional mandate, then you should give up government. You should dissolve your political party, or you should call an election or something like that, because it's incommensurate that you have this. Essentially, the failing of the government becomes shunted onto and diverted onto the standing of the Constitution, as if the Constitution, because it doesn't provide for expropriation without compensation, they blame that is why we don't have land reform in this country. It's a complete, it's gaslighting. It's just completely absurd. You have to be so corrupt to even sort of buy into that kind of thing. But the judges have essentially given that legs. The judges have essentially entertained that
They've
kind
entertained
of
it, yeah. They've what's the word? Tacitly condoned it. They've by not actually coming out and saying, look, this is unconstitutional. This goes against the founding principles of this country.
And this is the same logic of because they've also kind of tacitly promoted this, because this is exactly the same logic of affirmative action and Black economic empowerment, of being able to use the color of someone's skin as a proxy for disadvantage. Like that, that's there's no good reason to allow for that. That's obviously unconstitutional. That obviously contravenes the fundamental value of non-racialism. You know, there's no excuse
By
for
the
that.
way, Psych, that's one of the things that we were taught at UCT. Hey, yeah, this is on my second course that was like humanities driven. But at that time I was in my third year, and business ethics was basically. I still remember to this day and how I felt when the lecturer said this, saying that skin color is a good proxy for disadvantage. He literally said that. That was the position that was seen as the correct position and taught as the correct position to hold at UCT when we were being taught business ethics. So this goes to illustrate that these universities are literally brainwashing kids into. And I remember, thinking to myself, like, really, are you telling me that there's no decent way to get hold of, to get hold of more accurate ways of discerning disadvantage that don't rely on skin color? You know, I also find it funny that the same sorts of people who talk about, skin color is a decent, is an okay proxy for disadvantage, would have a lot to say if similar sorts of, I don't know, what can I
If
say?
other generalizations were lobbed at them.
Yeah, like, I mean, if we said the same sort of thing, say, on the using a new dimension of sex, of gender, saying that being a man is a good proxy of determining, whether someone is X,
Yeah.
people would call that, gender discrimination. They call that the patriarchy, etc., etc. But it's like, it's perfectly fine if you're using it for race, if it's the right race that we're trying to promote. You see, and these sorts of incongruencies at the time when I was listening to this person, and my lecturer was a white person. I remember his name. I don't think I should say it, but yeah, and I remember him saying this, and I remember feeling so uncomfortable with the idea. I was just like, no, this is not right. And my response at the time was, you know what, just get through this this course, and just ensure that you don't do any of the stuff that they're talking about, But I don't think anyone who goes to university should be trying to deflect, indoctrination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just disgusting. I mean,
Yeah. I remember him saying it, and I was so shocked because I was like, how is that in line with non-racialism? How does that go? When I was growing up in school, this was not what we were taught. I think the span of my upbringing it's just correctly, like, I fit just just in perfectly to see the progression from what I had in primary school in terms of non-racialism, embracing everyone, to what I got by the time I got to varsity, which was, no, these sorts of groups are inherently this. They have this. They need to have this taken away from them. And the shift from what I had from, say, grade 1 to my final year of university it's like if someone were to ask me, where do you think those were the same country? I'd say, no, this person can't be talking about the same country. Surely he's talking about a totally different country. The morals, the outlook, the just the way in which people view things, it's so different. What I was taught in school by my
Emmanuel,
teachers.
how old are you? How old are you?
28. I just turned 28.
Oh man, that
in
really
August.
depresses me, because I mean, I have been wondering about, just how much of the younger generation is essentially now almost like an ideological write-off. That they've been ingrained. It's been ingrained in them now. Like from a young enough age with this new identity politics stuff. Because so if you were at the cusp of 20 and you're 28, I'm just trying to think, like, at what age, is everyone completely naturalized into this bullshit? Like, is it
right?
I mean,
I could probably be
like maybe a 24-year-old has had no experience of like an alternative ideological paradigm.
Yeah, I'd say I would say, judging by some of the conversations I've had with, kids I went to school with, I would say that the last of people who think the way I do would be approximately 4 or 5 years younger than me. So that is people
23
born
or
in
24.
97, 98, people who are roughly by now, say 22, 23. Like further back than that, it's just all of this nonsense, all of this relative everything. It depends on how you define it. It depends on well, that's relative. That's what you believe, but I believe differently. Or all this nonsense, and yeah, you can't even talk to them. It's like some of them went to the same school that I did. It's like it's almost like we had different teachers. It's insane.
Yeah.
You can't make sense of it. The how they blame. Like I went to a private school, right? The school I went to in my hometown is a private school, but it's not like elite private schools like all these Catholic um, private schools you have in Johannesburg, Durban, etc. But it was a private school, and for our town, it was the top, if not top two schools in my hometown, and we had teachers of mixed races, mostly white. Our the kids were a mix as well, some white, some Indian, some all of that. So we had a very good mix to grow up in. And I think what's unfortunate is that as the years went by, the groups became more black. So I don't think they had the opportunity that I had to have a true non-racial experience where you could go to school and talk to someone and not have your race come up at all. At all. Like obviously it's sort of like hidden. You can read it between the lines when it comes to things like issues of culture and maybe language. Obviously then that's when you sort of feel it, but not in any significant way. Like it's no different from perhaps how I'd see another black person who's of a different culture. It's that sort of thing. So I don't think of it as race. I just think of it as culture more than anything. And I think the ones after that, they just had a lot of this nonsense given to them. And then obviously there's the issue of social media. I only got exposed to the likes of Facebook and stuff towards the end of high school, whereas these kids have had it from, early primary school, like grade 2, grade 3, grade 4. They're already on their phones, absorbing all of this nonsense. And then you look into music, you look at what the celebrities are saying and all these sorts of things. So they have this influence from a very young age, and I know because I had a little back and forth with someone I went to school with, and he was like trying to dismiss me as, dismiss my views as just you privileged, all of that. A black guy went to the same school as me, trying to dismiss my views as, well, you're just privileged. You don't understand the way people who are poor go through things. I think at the time I was essentially saying that a lot of these companies, state-owned entities, need to shed some jobs because they're overemployed, like, and it's a burden to everyone else. And the guy was saying, so what? Are you actually trying to promote more unemployment in this sort of context that we find ourselves in? And I was like, no, I'm trying to promote less of a burden on the people who are actually generating value. I'm trying to lessen the theft that's happening at a lot of these institutions. And he was just saying, I'm speaking from a point of privilege, and mind you, we're both black. This goes to show you, it's what I was saying earlier with the whole clever black thing. I'm white adjacent, given the views that I have. To them, I may as well be a white person, and they'll treat me with the same sort of disdain that perhaps white people feel when they're talking to some of these black people. And it's sad because when you actually try to scratch and you see if there's any substance to what they're saying, they use these deflection tactics that we were talking about before, and you quickly realize that it's all narrative. They're just going along with things. And people who've had privileged upbringings are also falling into this nonsense because of the fact that I guess it's sort of what happens with like white women in America trying to, talk about white male privilege. It's about let me divide myself from them. I'm not like those guys. So please don't cancel me. Don't criticize me. I'm not like the clever blacks. I'm with you guys, and yeah, this is what you're starting to see with that from say 98 going forward, 97, 98. Those kids are screwed. 96, dodgy, but 97, 98, that's when it starts to get really corrupt. And I don't even know, I don't even want to see what our universities look like now. You know, can you imagine having a conversation trying to push any sort of, you know, discussion? I remember looking at the numbers for the SRC elections for UNISA, and I saw that most of them voted for what's this thing called? SASCO? What's it called? I think it was SASCO, and then you had quite a few people voting for EFF and all sorts of things. I'm just like, there's no diversity of opinion here. And I'm not surprised why I'm hearing so much woke nonsense, because if those numbers are anything to, go by, then these institutions are captured. They filter out the people who have a different view, and they actively try to suppress anyone who happens to get through that filter from expressing their different view. They have, corrupt curricula, and why should we be surprised when you have woke people being churned out by institutions like these? It's unfortunate. Let me not say it's unfortunate, because it's really self-inflicted. I just hope these people wake up at some point. I guess that's all we can hope for, and perhaps try to recover some of these institutions, because the rot is deep, and it hits private school, public school. People think if you go into private school, you're safe from this. Nope. The universities, the social media, all of this wokeness is coming from every direction now. You're not insulated from it the way perhaps I was during my upbringing. It's like I'll talk to kids who are a few years younger than me, and they'll sound exactly like all of the woke people that I was hearing at UCT during Fees Must Fall. And they actually think they're saying something of substance. They think because I guess there's this thing of, if I'm getting applause from the crowd, then I must be right. I must be onto something. And that's again, that goes to the whole consensus thing. It's referring to the group, referring to consensus. If they all say that I'm right, then I must be right. Yeah, it's rubbish. Yeah,
I think I had a very my line on the Fees Must Fall thing, which I think was actually I don't know if I do this on purpose or subconsciously or something like that, but I usually come up with some kind of treatment which ideologically sort of gets down to the nuts and bolts of the hypocrisy, in things. And I think my view was already what you vaguely outlined, which is essentially, government should not be spending more money on tertiary education. Like, government should be spending more money on trying to develop a quality secondary education, because that, is what is going to lead to, the most sort of development and transformation. And, that's going to be the most sort of distributed advantage that could be given to anyone, essentially giving free education to someone who is already on the basis of getting a credential from a university is going to be able to potentially repay a student loan that was taken, so it's like, and in some sense, the student debt that corresponds to people that don't have a degree, in some senses, is the real insidious problem. There's someone hidden by here. There's there's such a big intake of first-year students, and there's such a huge attrition rate, and that is essentially because the standards are wrong. Like they are, when you're letting in people that aren't good fits or something like that, without, my vision for affirmative action and things like that should, I mean, first of all, I think that the whole affirmative action structure is unconstitutional. Like, this is, if you wanted to do affirmative action, it has to be along these lines. Only government can do it. Government can't impel other people to do it. It might be able, government with a partner might be able to do it, but government is the only one that can dispense affirmative action. It can't mandate that other people do certain things like have quotas. So that's just first thing, because you can't get private citizens to break the non-racialist binds that you have to have. You have, so what you do is you have to, if you want to fudge the outcome of things and you want to uplift people, what you do is you have to create a project that targets a particular disadvantage and ameliorates that disadvantage. So if you want to say that we want to increase the attendance of disadvantaged people at university, then you create a project that repairs their educational, that selects people that have, you know, based on maybe IQ testing or based on something that has some kind of way of filtering people or applicants, and then it accepts those applicants, and then it basically fixes their secondary education, perhaps, you know, so that they're ready and stable to enter a university, and then you have them apply to university essentially based on maybe some kind of amended criteria, but essentially that's what you do. And so essentially you're not creating a separate system, that you are raising people up to a standard. You're not, you know, tilting the playing field, you know, and so that we can conserve the standards of the system. Because, you know, what's the point of having artificial transformation and development, which is fundamentally hinged on an ideological illusion, which everyone has to continue to, you know, kind of pay lip service to on threat of hate speech or something like that, you know, like, and you just live a collective lie or something like that, and you never have proper development and transformation. You know, so we've lost the ability to even detect authentic transformation and development because of the artificial means that we're using to facilitate it, you know. And so and also because we don't target disadvantaged people. But then you could actually have programs that you could actually know what the success rate of the programs are. You could actually know this is how many people were accepted and this was the outcome of it, and then you can actually work out if that program should be replaced with a different program or how good it is, you know. And that's how you develop, is you have to target. But there's no targeting and there's no specific disadvantage, because it's not even that you target disadvantaged people, but that you actually need to ameliorate disadvantage. If you're not ameliorating disadvantage, you can't just provide a general benefit. You know, like the benefit, you know, like then you're not tracking what progress you're making. You're not even trying to make progress, and you can't just make a welfare system that's unsustainable. You have to. It's not about increasing people's welfare. It's about literally removing disadvantage. And so if you,
I think what you're touching on is sort of like the parable. The parable is it of giving a man a fish instead of teaching him how to fish.
Yeah,
you know, it's along those lines, where they would rather have the surface appearance of, look, I've done this great thing of actually giving him the food, instead of doing something that's way more substantive, way more you know, of way more quality, which is to teach someone to not ever find themselves, to have the means to not ever find themselves hungry again, you know.
And sadly, you can imagine the politically cynical argument of not empowering people, because then you can always promise them liberation in the future. You know, you can always.
Yeah. I was actually going to ask you, do you think, okay, I can see from the ANC side how, you know, they could benefit from this, you know, if you take a more cynical view of that. And from the university's point of view, do you think universities stand to make more money from having a huge intake of first years, knowing that they're probably going to drop out by second, third year, and meaning that they won't, you know, impact the number of people who have a particular degree, therefore they won't flood the market and perhaps lower the wages for that particular degree, and at the same time they get to make a whole lot of money from, you know, these failed university students?
I mean,
perhaps there's a perverse incentive for universities there?
Well, there was an ideological incentive before there was a financial one, because Zuma was the one who promised that there would be a larger intake.
Yeah, I remember.
And they followed suit, and then that also led to these ideological issues, were kind of happened precipitously after that extra intake, because the attrition rate, I think, was capitalized, or was galvanized into a kind of political dissatisfaction. So I think the fees must fall sort of thing was also sort of first year political students, anyway. But I mean, a lot of the protesters, I think, weren't even students. There were a lot of weird things that also sort of happened
certainly
around.
in Johannesburg. Yeah.
But I mean, the structure. I mean, there are perverse incentives already, because like as soon as you have subsidies, public subsidy, but also the subsidy of having guaranteed, state guaranteed, sort of student loans and things like that. There is. I mean, I guess, I mean, my answer to the question is, I guess I don't know. But I mean, I guess that they must make money from it, because, I mean, obviously it's a lot more expensive probably for their second and third year students, because, the classes are smaller, the attention is more individualized, and in some sense, probably the faculty that is tending to those students is potentially more specialized and have like a higher rate, in terms of their cost. And obviously having a lecture hall full of 100 first-year students and 150 first-year students doesn't really change the overhead that much of the university, apart from needing to have a bigger venue, which they may or may not already have. But so yeah, I mean, I do imagine that it is financially
beneficial
to
for
them.
them too. Yeah, because I'm just thinking, because what you see at UCT is that they have a lot of first years. I remember going to lectures in first, second year. They were packed. If you didn't arrive like 10 minutes before the lecture started, there's a very good chance you wouldn't be able to even get in, because people be packed, right? Even sitting on the, what you call them, the aisles.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it was packed like right up to the door. And by the time you got to third year, it was empty. You'd struggle to find people in like a packed lecture hall, So there's that. And I know a lot of faces that I saw first year, second year that I didn't see third year. So granted, maybe some people are bunking lectures. Maybe it's just, us going in different ways, because first year we tend to take the same subjects in most, say, for example, commerce degrees, so that you will see a lot more people than in third year once people specialize. Accountants go their own way, economists go their own way, finance guys go their own way. So yeah, I can understand that, but still the numbers they dwindle once you get to third year. And then so I do think there's a perverse incentive. I think universities, stand to benefit from having more first year students. Excuse me. So I think it's spring. It's getting to me. Hay fever and all that. Yeah, I mean, the bursaries, they get money for that. Do they not have like incentives for excuse me, for transformation, all sorts of stuff like that? The number of black students that get to accept first year, and now I guess with the whole COVID thing, I guess that becomes even worse, with the distance learning and things like that, I think that would make the incentives even worse. What do you think?
I mean, there's so much innovation that I think has to happen in tertiary education. I mean, like, to me, it doesn't even make sense. I mean, with the level of sophisticated communications technology that we have, people should be able to virtually participate in lectures, and that perhaps there should be sort of more virtual universities, and and I don't even see why necessarily. I mean, I guess there are some values to. And I think that there could be such an interface where you could have the same level of engagement, that you could simulate the same level of engagement with a kind of virtual structure. And I do think tertiary education could very easily be democratized. There's no reason why all of the lectures couldn't be filmed. And I mean, there's some institutions. I mean, Stanford has some brilliant courses which all the lectures are available for, and
they have quite a few of them. They have quite a few universities that do that in the States. I remember I still do go onto YouTube, etc., and YouTube, the actual university websites, and look for university courses to actually boost, to what's the word, supplement some of the stuff that I'm learning. And I think that would that's them inadvertently destroying themselves, because it's like the record companies introducing MP3s and all these things to the world. That's essentially what they're doing. And so they're killing the golden goose.
I mean, the real difference is that when you watch the lectures, you still haven't got the accreditation. So, you still need test conditions somehow. And so, I don't know, there needs to be some way to do that. And I'm not sure if there is a way to kind of have the fidelity of that checked. I mean, ideally what you could have is an examination hall, which was, sort of sponsored by a group of people, and that you would have a professional invigilator, and then that you would get the test under those conditions, and then maybe you could get an accreditation from Stanford. You would start racking up credits, because that's the difference, is that although you might assimilate the same knowledge, you can't be accredited or have the same credit. So I mean, that is a technical challenge on some level, but UNISA, I mean, is revolutionary. I mean, UNISA is known throughout the world, and sadly, some of the subject matter, or some subjects, just don't translate that well into UNISA subjects. Like, I mean, there are some things that probably you do need a kind of more lateral, scholastic, sort of purview of things. I must say, I tried to study law through UNISA. And the amount of sort of rote learning and having to regurgitate long lists of criteria and not even understand them, like literally it's just a memory test, essentially. I must say, I was, I guess, I mean, I went to Rhodes University for a year, and I was doing my Bachelor of Arts there. It was in 2008, I think, or 2007.
Okay.
The quality of that education was really blew my mind. Like just how the exam questions were phrased, just how heavy they were in terms of the understanding of the subject, and not just in parroting things. And I thought that coming from a UNISA background, that really blew my mind, or coming from a UNISA law background, because I haven't studied bachelor. But I mean, this is the problem, is that I know that law gets the least money from any subject at UNISA. In some sense, they almost want to maybe discourage people from studying law through UNISA, and they a lot of the people that mark the tests are all English teachers. They're not actual law people, and so they have to create. What? Yeah. Oh. So at least for maybe not for the honors and not for the higher, maybe not for the last year subjects, but essentially they've got what's it called, like a mark read. So they've got model answers, and they need those model answers to match what you write. And they need an English teacher to correspond these things. So, like they can't ask questions that are based on understanding, because they can't deviate from the model
from
answer.
The memo.
From the memo.
Yeah, I'm actually studying through UNISA right now. And
If
Yeah,
you're
I'm
doing
doing.
STEM, it's probably fine because
Yeah,
see,
I'm
like
doing.
the problem is that they
Yeah.
don't have the purse to purchase lawyers or legally minded people to mark the exams. So they use English teachers to mark the exams because they're cheaper, and so that
Right.
and so you end up with weak questions essentially. But
Yeah.
I think that the STEM, they probably have a lot more rigor and money as well.
Okay. I'll illustrate some of my experience. I think maths is inherently something that is more concept driven. So yes, there is that, but at the same time, having looked at some of their past tests and stuff like that, there is a bit of regurgitation. So it's almost like they're lazy to set new tests, but it's not for all courses, but for some of them, right? I did a course in first year, philosophy of science, and that was like humanities side of things. It was philosophy, and that was a bit of a challenge because obviously that's more writing essays, responding to questions in a more flowery way than what a mathematically inclined person is used to. Luckily, having done ecos and a few humanities courses at UCT, I'm able to engage that sort of thing. But I'd say depending on the courses, UNISA it does lean towards parroting, and um, that's unfortunate because that obviously erodes the value of the degree. Yeah, I mean, the eyes of people who perhaps know the way UNISA does its thing, and if anything, they should be the guys who are seen as as you said, the innovators, because they're the ones who pushed for a more futuristic way of teaching, the long distance teaching. Now, what they have now is everything is obviously long distance. The tests are also long distance, so they're remote. The exams I've been writing over the past few days, weeks now, have been I write it in my home. So I write it in my room. I have to make sure that certain things are in order, and then I write it. But depending on the courses, they're invigilated. Some of them won't be invigilated. They use cameras and all sorts of other technology to track your how what you're doing while you're writing and stuff like that. And then yeah, that's how it's done. But I think that's the future. I think right now there is teething problems, but I think that's the future for universities. I don't understand. I don't think there's a point in having universities that are like UCT, UJ, VITS. Just for the audience, I'm naming some South African universities, contact universities where you actually go to lectures and stuff like that. I don't think there's a point to that for quite a lot of the degrees that are offered in university. I think a lot of them can do with a UNISA type setup where it's distance learning, and I think that'd be great for scale and perhaps for cost. I think that's another reason behind them, going with the online testing as well. Because can you imagine having to have venues all over South Africa for students to be able to write exams and having to, I mean, the admin of having to get all of the exam scripts in, I mean, the question papers in the different venues, making sure they allocate correctly, all of these sorts of things. It's a bit of a nightmare. So the way
But
they're
that is
doing it now,
oh,
yeah,
oh, I mean that is what UNISA used to do. So do they
yeah.
now do it on a computer form that has an internal timer or something like that? And
Yeah,
that's
you have some multiple choice questions which are like that, and then you have what they also have is you write the question, you write your answers, you scan them, and then you send them through, and then they'll mark it and get back to you. But then, in order to ensure that, at least try to ensure that you are not cheating with things like that, they have the invigilation with the cameras and all these things, and then it's timed and all of that. So there's
sorry,
that.
your cameras.
Yeah. So the way we are talking right now,
Okay.
they'll record me like writing my exam. So I'll have they have an app, Iris they call it, and uh, I forget what the acronym stands for, but it's an invigilation app, and then you click on it, the exam starts, and then they time you that you sign in with your uh, proof of identification, take a picture, they take a picture of you, all sorts of things like that, and then you fill in the form, whatever, and then from there you write the exam, and then it's timed, they're recording you in the whole everything you're doing, and then you send it in. If you don't use the invigilation, I think that's automatically dismissed. I don't know if you actually fail the course if you pushed to the supplementary exams or whatever. I don't know what happens with that, but yeah. So that's how it works currently.
That's very
I actually
interesting.
think, yeah,
I just said that's very interesting. That's is obviously
yeah,
incredibly innovative, and it probably saves them on a lot of costs as well. Because I mean,
yeah,
when I was doing UNISA, you went to an exam venue,
yeah,
and yeah,
yeah. I haven't actually written in an exam venue because when I started this degree, it was just after COVID hit. So that was last year, beginning of last year, and then so now I'm completing my second year, moving on to the third year, and then hopefully taking it all the way up to masters. But yeah, I find what's difficult with this long distance learning is obviously it takes more discipline. Um, it's kind of difficult because, like say with mathematics, where you're supposed to be grasping concepts, if the textbook you're using or your whatever you're using is not written well enough for to have a good
Mm.
take up rate for students, then I mean you're kind of screwed. That's when you need to go and rely on other resources, try to look at other courses, but then it's difficult because the curricula aren't the same and things like that, so you kind of got to
I mean,
navigate that.
that's something that I was a little bit. I mean, UNISA has its positives, and I mean, the thing that you say about the self-discipline. I mean, a lot of people prefer UNISA candidates for job applications because they have more self-motivation and discipline to do things. But I'm gonna say, like the actual. I mean, I know that, for example, if you study mathematics at university, it's
Mm,
taught usually at a very high conceptual level. And I
mm,
mean, I would say I love that. And, and it can be, it's chalk and cheese sometimes, in terms of assimilating knowledge, because if you just
mm,
understand it conceptually, then it's sort of, it just, you can breathe it. It can become like second nature to you very, very
mm,
quickly. Whereas if it's taught to you in some kind of sort of methodical way that is kind of procedurally bound or something like that, and so you don't actually understand as deeply as you could, I feel like
yeah.
you're missing out on something. And that
Oh
also
yeah.
is probably the case in law as well, that there are, which is why I think that I don't know why UNISA has not tasked itself with creating a lecture library, like, because they
Mm.
could even have multiple, so you could even choose the lecturer that suits your
Your taste,
proclivity for
exactly.
learning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that I don't understand. They have all of this like potential right
Mm.
here, and they're just choosing not to work with it. And you spot on with the thing about having learning things on a conceptual level and how it can differ. I'll say for example, at UCT, we sort of touched on linear algebra, that's the matrices and all of that stuff, and it never clicked until I read through the study guide that I read through for the exam I wrote the other day. Until I read that on my own through unis and all that stuff, it just didn't click. I was sort of going with what the lecturer said, and it worked because I got the marks, at UCT. At first year as well, we do a bit of linear algebra, but the second year linear algebra textbook just made everything click, and I think that's kind of the benefit of using things like UNISA. But I guess you could do that if you were to read through the same study guide, but going through a contact university. But I guess yeah, there is a problem with not with conceptual subjects being taught in a very rigid way and not having options in terms of styles of teaching. Um, this is such a huge, I don't know, space or opportunity for UNISA to make gains without any risk. What you call them? What's the word? There's a word for this in finance. Um, I'm forgetting the word right now, but it's basically making risk.
I can't hear you.
I was saying it's making risk-free profit, and I forget the words on the tip of my tongue, but I'm
Wait,
forgetting.
isn't it something like a no-cost investment or something like that?
It's not that it's a no-cost investment. It's that you're taking advantage of, say, like price differences between different exchanges, or for the same asset, and that means you're just selling something that, like, it's like if I were to buy something from person A and sell it to person B, knowing that they want the same thing but the prices are different. So the word's just escaping me, but yeah, um, that's the sort of thing that UNISA could be making. They could be making profit on an infrastructure that they already have in place. They should have been front and center of teaching all of these other universities. This is how you do long distance education, and coming up with all sorts of innovations. Maybe previously we were limited from doing ABC because we don't have as much of a budget allocation as perhaps we do now. Can we at least try implement some of these ideas that would have pushed UNISA to the forefront of distance education? I think that's the way to go, especially when you start to factor things like, cost of studying. Like a huge component of going to university is accommodation. If you are trying to go to, UCT, WITS, or whatever, and you're not from Johannesburg or Cape Town, that's a huge cost that you have to go through. And with a lot of these first year, with this, expansion of the first year intake, a lot of people are just being booted out. Like you don't fit into the, student accommodation there. So you've got to make ends meet. You've got to make plans to find accommodation elsewhere. And I think UNISA could be the go-to option as someone who's as a university that's able to bridge that gap. But they're not. I don't think they're taking advantage of that. And talking about law, I think they were going to have their license or whatever revoked a few years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like we're going to essentially strip them of the we call it license to teach law. And I think they actually they opted to just keep them, to allow them to continue. But this was an actual discussion that was being had. I think it was UNISA and another university that was being considered. They were considering stripping of their license to teach law. Let me just try and look this up. It's something that was happening a few years ago. But like, this is what happens when you don't take advantage of the opportunities you have. They could have been the forefront of let me see. I'm forgetting this thing. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I'll look it up and maybe send it to you via Discord or something like that. But this was something that was happening a few years ago, and yeah, I think this is the future of universities. You go and study on your own using the resources you have. We have a standardized test, and the degree is to show that you meet the standards of this test. It's the same way in which the CFA and other postgraduate qualifications, especially those that are international, that's how they're done. They give you the books, and then there's meet you. They'll see you again come exam time. You pass the exams, you qualify. You become a chartered financial analyst. You become a whatever accountant. You become a what's this other one? Actuarial actuarial sciences. Those guys as well have their own board exams that they do as well. So I think that's the future. And heck, most of the things, most of the studying I did in university anyway came from YouTube. Like that was the majority of my study material. You know, you go to a lecture. This is what lecturers do. Lecturers in most of these universities just go there and read out the slides that you were reading anyway. At best, what you have is someone to reinforce what you learned yesterday, instead of someone who's actually teaching you a concept. That's the experience I had at UCT.
Oh man, when I was at Rhodes University, all of my lectures were like I hardly read my textbook.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would only have to read my textbook when I was answering tutorial questions, essentially. Like that was the only reason why I read my textbook. But I mean, I understood the subject based on the lectures.
Yeah. And I think I guess that kind of alludes to some of the lack of quality of teaching at UCT for some of the courses. I know not all of my lecturers are like that. Some of them were the types of lecturers where you wouldn't need to pick up a textbook. You just nail the exam if you're actually paying attention,
Yeah.
But then the rest were sort of like, and I mean, you can't blame them. They have 400, 500, 800 kids in a lecture hall. I mean, maybe I'm exaggerating, but it is multiple hundreds of kids in a single lecture hall, and you can't ask questions. You don't really have. I mean, if you're at the back of the lecture hall, you can forget asking questions. They don't have time to take all the questions. I mean, when I compare this to the type of education I got in high school, primary school, it's the gap is. I mean, it's like a totally different world, The only time we start to have that one-to-one interaction is with tutorials, but even then it's rushed because it's sort of like you should know this already, and we're just trying to get through the TUT. We're not really trying to teach. My overall experience with UCT was not positive, if I were to say. I had a few lectures that I actually genuinely liked. One of them actually was the one who taught the business ethics. The one who said race is a good proxy for disadvantage. He was actually good at teaching. It's just what he was teaching was rubbish. Yeah. So because he taught accounting and he nailed that. I remember acing that, and and then my maths at UCT was taught by, I don't even know if was she Russian or some, I guess, Eastern European lecturer. And then we had a few lectures from the States. I think we had one from Romania, if I remember correctly. This is for ecos now. And yeah, a lot of it was slide reading. It was this factor affects that in this way. Let's move on. You didn't get that depth, that quality, that real engagement that like sticks in your brain and says, okay, yeah, this is what ecos is.
I mean, I don't want to be cynical, but I wonder. Sorry to throw shade on your subject matter of education, but I mean, like, I feel like maybe this might be a symptom of the fact that the stuff that you were studying was just maybe fundamentally. I shouldn't say this because I know that's not true. Every subject, has its own sort of special dynamics and mechanisms that can make it exciting. But I mean, I think that when you're an art student and you're learning things like philosophy and classic civilizations, or even I was studying history. Actually, I did one of the famous history courses at Rhodes. I did History: A World in Crisis, which was 50 lectures, and each lecture was its own example of what makes us fucked, essentially, like why modern society is like about to go off an edge. It was interesting. That was a fundamentally important subject. In fact, I mean, I went to Rhodes for that subject basically, and it was just basically I mean, all the stuff that Jordan Peterson talks about, sort of like, but on different angles, Dostoevsky, the Wolf Tribe, each lecture was a standalone sort of explanation as to, like why. So, I mean, the subject, I don't know if you've heard about this. It's quite a famous subject. I don't know. I think they've probably messed with it now, because I think that Cobbings was the professor that made it, and I think he's retired now. But the course was called A World in Crisis. And he basically, his general thesis was that we are living a mega crisis, but it has lots of different subdivisions. So we have all these little crises, but they're all the same crisis as well. So it's one crisis, but it can be independently seen on all these different levels. And all the gender politics stuff, he completely anticipated it. In fact, that was what I did. So, I mean, I got in at the ground floor, that I read Vance Picard's The Sexual Wilderness, which is a book this thick about sex differences, about all the scientific data on sex differences, which is why, like, I couldn't be gaslighted when they said, there's no difference between the male and female physiology, brain, or, it's like complete nonsense. Like, you can know the difference between a male and female at 9 months old. I mean, this is, I always say this, there's more testosterone when you're in the womb, and when you're an infant under the age of 1, you have the same testosterone level as like a boy going through puberty, or like a bodybuilder. Like you have, and that testosterone is forming your brain. Your hormones are a huge part of brain formation. But anyway, sorry, there's a bit of a, but
you're talking about the course at Rhodes.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I mean, so it was really interesting, because I mean, there were some interesting things which I later learned about that contradicted, like, because he talked about the Gaia hypothesis and the global warming, but I think he framed it not just about the CO. I mean, he added that in the Gaia hypothesis lecture, but it was, you could make it about pollution, or you could maybe make it about global warming, but and he did mention the controversy around global warming. But anyway, I mean, his environmental lecture was all based on James Lovelock wrote a book called The Gaia Hypothesis, which is kind of like, I don't know, I think it is a bit of sort of propaganda. I think the person to listen to on the environment is really the former founder of Greenpeace. In that interview, you should really watch that interview if you haven't seen it. It's amazing, with that modern wisdom guy, because he really just takes he completely refutes all of the dogma that's flying around the environment.
Wait, who's the one who's doing the refutation? Is it
the former founder of Greenpeace? So I shouldn't. He founded Greenpeace. He was one of the founding members.
He's no
of
longer
Greenpeace.
there.
Yeah. So so I shouldn't say former founder. He was the first person who ran it. He was the leader of Greenpeace, and then he eventually left it after he describes exactly how it was taken over by leftist ideology, essentially. And then he also describes how, they are promulgating these false messages. He calls out David Attenborough, because like there's this David Attenborough has said these things which are basically dishonest, which are basically untrue, and he called him out on it, and he was right. And it was interesting, like David Attenborough filmed all these walruses or seals, I can't remember, that like jumped off a cliff, and he was like, these walruses are jumping off a cliff because they're committing suicide because they're running out of ice because of global warming. And it's actually because there were polar bears that were going to eat the seals, and the seals or the walruses decided that it would be better to commit suicide than be eaten by a polar bear alive. That they'd rather be dead and eaten than alive and eaten. But
wow, and these guys took it as an opportunity to be, to spread their propaganda.
And he also says, sorry, all those pictures where you see that they're all the plastic inside of the birds. He says that those are all fake. Those are all faked.
I need to watch it.
You must watch this. I'll find it for you. But it's an amazing.
Yeah,
video.
I think the point you were making before you started talking about the subject is that perhaps the content of what I was learning is, I guess what you're trying to get at is that it's more procedural, and it doesn't allow for the conceptual, or let me rather say it's intellectual exploration that perhaps
Yeah.
the arts tends
Yeah,
to or
it's like
tend to
you're
allow.
learning a method. You're not
Yeah,
learning. Yeah,
I understand. That's actually practical, but I mean, economics is different from, say, accounting.
yeah, yeah.
And
And
I think
I
in a
do get that.
fundamental way, mathematics, economics is actually from, it's actually a philosophical discipline. It comes
Yeah,
from that side of things. It obviously has commercial implications, but I mean, it's a philosophy.
yeah,
And yeah, so already from that side of things, it has to have, you have to get that intellectual stimulation. Um, and I didn't get that from my a lot of my lectures at UCT. I remember it got to a point where it was so bad that I was just like, I'm just not going to go to lectures. What's the point? I'm just going to watch YouTube videos because this guy's going to say exactly what I read today, tomorrow. So I don't get the point. I don't even have the chance to engage with him. Um, yeah, it's just I didn't see the point. And now to
I mean,
compare
I
that,
feel bad for you that you weren't also studying some liberal arts subjects, because I mean, I had debates with all my lecturers in all my liberal arts subjects.
hmm,
And I would ask interesting questions. I was like a mini celebrity always, because I could
hmm.
always sort of create controversy around interesting things. But
Yeah, I think that's how that's how education should be done. It should be in the environment of genuine inquiry, people just asking questions, that back and forth. And the classroom setup that you have of walk into class, bam, 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 bam. It's not good, especially I think for male students more than anything. It doesn't go with the way compared to my physics teacher in high school. He was my by far my favorite teacher. I think, including my lectures from high school, from what you call from varsity, and every time I go into his class, I know I'm in for a debate. You know, um, I remember him saying one time, because I was refusing to acknowledge one of the things he was saying. It was especially in physics, and it was just like, bro, just accept. And I remember it getting to that level, but like the fact that we were allowed to get to that level in terms of like
yeah,
back and forth, but this doesn't make sense because this you said this should mean that at this point in time. How is this? I would expect it to land there, blah 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 blah. And because of that stimulation, I never studied for his tests, and I used to ace them. I remember the one time I went to class after having been sick, got to class, and then I was told, "Hey, man, there was a test yesterday. Are you prepared to take it?" And I was like, "What?" And I took it, and I got an A for it. You know, this is the sort of stimulation that needs to take place, and I think that's what's missing in classrooms. I think that contributes to a lot of the, I know, apathy, or I guess lack of interest that you're seeing from young boys when it comes to education. Um, yeah, these are all sorts of things that we need. These are all things that we need to address if we're trying to resuscitate the West. It's the
yeah,
way we teach our kids. It's what we teach them. It's who we allow to teach them. It's the just the morality that's the framework around all the stuff around which all of these institutions are built. Um, what are our founding principles, and how can we ensure that people stick by them and don't start indoctrinating our kids to be radical activists, feminists, or whatever. um maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I think that in general, partially maybe what some of this cultural decay and the identity politics stuff is a symptom of is that people actually do want a doctrine. They do want an understanding of a structure. They do want a coherent system or something like that. And I mean, maybe that's kind of part of that they want to understand some system or some model of conceptualization of the world, or a way to model things like morality. And this is the only thing that's being offered them. There's no alternative that's kind of in the mix, or that's on the table. And I do think that, like, if we did have a civics education module in schools, that I mean, I just want to say, I mean, I do wish that, like, all subjects could be taught like physics is taught, like in that, because, it's very palpable. It's very, it's very compelling, on a kind of, you really feel like you can master and understand something, and that, it's got a weird combination of almost philosophical understanding, but also kind of, how it relates into practical examples, and so it becomes, very actionable as well as very cerebral. And so, and these things coincide with one another quite nicely, that it's a very holistic, kind of thing. I mean, I almost hope that if civics were taught, it would be taught like physics is. But I mean, I do think that, a basic legal education, or an education about justice and about the structure of the state, is something that it's very sad that that hasn't been inculcated into the education system. Is that we've only had a bastardized kind of displacement of that.
Yeah.
Anyway, but Emmanuel, it was wonderful. Touching bases with you again. I haven't spoken in so long, so it's good to hear that. It's good to see you finally as well.
Yeah, I'm alive. Grandmother was like, "We need proof of life." I was like, "Yeah, sure."
So, were you busy doing your exams and stuff?
Yeah, I'm writing exams now. Yeah, I've got. And what's happened is that they've essentially put the 2 semesters into one. So we're writing all of our exams now, and so I'm writing 10 exams over the span.
Oh my word!
Next few weeks, yeah. And obviously, because it's mathematics, it's it's concept loaded and all these things. And what was a bit of a challenge during the year was juggling courses where the work is expected to be submitted now, but you're expected to have known the first semester's content, but it's all being taught simultaneously. So you sort of switching between textbooks, like, okay, for this course, which perhaps needs, like, you find yourself oddly having an assignment for a second semester course being due before the one for the first semester course, and yet you'd need to know the entire first semester's content in order for you to have a good grasp of what's happening in the second semester.
Or so are you saying that you didn't actually do your studying when the exam was cancelled last year or something like that, that then you postponed, and so you're actually...
No. I'm saying that they merged the 2 semesters into one.
Oh, okay.
Essentially saying that all of these courses are now whole year courses, and they're being, the material and all the stuff is being done over the course of a year. So in order to get second year done, you'd have to have what were previously split into first semester, second semester. You are now doing both those courses concurrently.
Okay.
So you can imagine if you're doing, let's say, ecos second semester and first semester at the same time, but you need to have like first semester is a prerequisite for second semester, and that makes the learning process a whole mess. But it was a bit of a challenge, but I guess we'll see from these results how I fared with it. But yeah, it's going well so far. It's just it's annoying because a lot of the stuff is packed and some of the dates have been shifted. I know for one of my courses they shifted. It's been admin. Unice is not easy, and they make
Yeah.
it more difficult than it should be. But we're doing what needs to be done to get through this stuff. Hopefully, I'll be taking photos next year at graduation. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. So is this to finish off your degree, or is this an honors?
This is another degree. I have ecos and finance. I'm doing applied mathematics and statistics, with the aim to be strive more towards data science, quantitative finance. So I'm essentially trying to take my qualifications and make them fourth industrial revolution proof.
Huh.
Yeah.
I saw a funny picture about data scientists. I think it was an elephant, and the elephant was named Statistics, and there was a snake called Computer Sciences. And then the snake starts eating the elephant, and the elephant puts up its trunk, and the snake says, "Teach me statistics." And then eventually you see a dinosaur, because the snake has swallowed the whole elephant, and so the end of the trunk looks like the head of the snake, and it looks like a dinosaur, and then it says data scientist. So it's a combination of computer sciences and statistics.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And obviously they break some of the rules of statistics, and in some ways I guess what they do is more geared towards data mining than actual statistics. But yeah, that's essentially what's happening. It's got its uses, and it's proven to be quite powerful in quite a lot of fields. And I mean, there's some revolutionary thing that happened, was it this year, where people were using data science, where essentially they got to a point where they created a whole thing that could predict the sorts of proteins that would come out from once given particular bits of information. They could actually predict the shape of the protein that would be formed from whatever. I'm not good with biology, but yeah, I guess that was basically, before this was done, it was basically damn near impossible to do. And thanks to the technology we have, the graphics cards, the all these things that have enabled scientists to get to the point where they can predict some of the most computationally onerous things. And yeah, these are some of the great things that can be done with data science and a lot of the innovations that are coming out of universities. I just hope these guys don't get captured by the wokies as well, because God forbid if our engineers and our mathematicians and our computer scientists are trying to push a narrative when building bridges and setting people into space. The last thing you want is someone who's going to fudge the numbers because they don't represent the right demographics, etc. Yeah. So
I mean, I don't think there's that much scope for abuse in engineering, but I mean, I guess you're already being abused by the Google algorithm and all those algorithms that are essentially, and I think anything. I mean, I've made this argument in one of my videos that the real problem is curatorship. Is that if you are being curated by something that you don't understand the components thereof, you're in a game, like you're in a simulation, and in some sense, there's a blind stimulus response that you can't be responsible for because you don't know that you haven't chosen it, or you can't sort of elect away from it. And so I think that's a very fundamentally dangerous sort of authoritarian thing, because essentially then people are going to be enslaved by a kind of automatic curatorship. And there's this thing. I mean, there's almost. I think there's a conservative sort of heuristic here that, generally speaking, if you are in receivership of something, it's hard to distinguish between that and enslavement. And so, the only, you need a kind of independence. Otherwise, you're going to be undercut, because you're going to sort of be conditioned by a kind of sort of by just the expectation of a recurring experience that's going to be I don't know, just because of its regularity, that somehow then you can't distinguish between that and a law of nature. And so you just kind of, you ideologically are inculcated within it, but in some sense it's blind to your internal locus of control. And so like that is very poisonous or toxic on that level. Anyways, I've actually, some people are interested in a general solution that I've come up with this, which is that if someone just uses YouTube or uses Facebook, this was the person who I told this, who was talking about this with, applied the same logic to Facebook, where essentially you still use YouTube and Facebook, but you don't use their search function. You have your own index of all the videos, and so you have a client that channels YouTube, but it kind of cuts out their suggestions. So you're not pelted with any of their suggestions and any of their algorithm. That when you search for something, the only thing that comes up is actual relevance to the string that you search for, and that when you watch a video, you only see similar videos to the content that you clicked on, so that it's relevant by subject matter. It's not by construction of their algorithm of what's popular and what they want or
what they
promoted.
deem more reliable, more what's the word they use? All these things, basically saying that this is a better source, this is a better person or program or whatever to listen to. And I think that's, I was actually going to ask that because other people go for transparency. They say perhaps we need to have these guys disclose what algorithms they use online, but that's basically asking people to give their secret recipe. I think that goes against some I think that's a violation of their intellectual property rights.
Well,
So
I mean, it depends
more,
if it's patented or if it's a trade secret. If it's a trade secret, then they're not going to want to reveal it. But if it's patented, they might as well reveal it. But in some sense, the algorithm is meaningless without the categories that they have, because the algorithm is not going to specify it's going to have labels in it, and you have to know the lists that those labels correspond to and those category systems. So without that category system, the algorithm itself is irrelevant. And so
I think your solution seems more promising. The idea that you get to click on something and say, I just take all these suggestions away.
Or at least if you can choose your own suggestion stream, that you choose to subscribe to something, in the same way that, I mean, this is how content used to be found by people, is that people would go on off site and your friend would send you a link, or maybe you would be part of a newsletter, or maybe you would look on a website, and so you would choose, you would direct yourself towards the thing. You would self-curate essentially through some methodology or another. And if you didn't like the suggestion that your friend was giving you, then you could stop being friends with him, and then you would stop getting his suggestions, or you would stop going on that website, and then you would stop seeing those links. So it's like you would be self-directed, and just removing that into just an automatic receptivity or something like that. That's when you get. Rebel Wisdom has made these really bad arguments. I mean, I've also railed against them because they've spoken a lot about, sort of the duty of care, the duty of public safety, that we have to control these anti-vaxxers and things like that, because people are being encouraged to, do bad things for the health of their children or something like that. That some crackpot will say bleach cures this or that, and then somebody else will feed it to their child and kill their child. And it's like, it's a hard argument to make, but essentially, you can't fall for that sort of slippery slope. I mean, that's why you have a justice system, is that people must be responsible for their actions, and you can't use this to sort of police freedom of speech based on proportionary safety, because otherwise you just end up with a more insipid, stupid populace that is more infantilized. People, the correct counter to this is to make people know that they are on the hook for child abuse if they do something dangerous with their child's health. That's the function of a justice system. The idea that you're going to save people from, if people are that prone to following, sort of, in some sense, there's an expectation that people are just waiting to be programmed and waiting to be primed, but that is itself something that you can't just let that assumption in, because then you've got a fundamentally sort of authoritarian, top-down society. Anyway, there are complicated facets to this which I didn't just mention. But anyway, I should probably go to sleep.
Call it day, night, depending on where you guys are right now. No, this was fun, and it was good to catch up. See that everyone's still alive. It hasn't been, as your mother was saying, genocided. Wait, it's kind of scary that is actually a prospect. Like, that's actually a possibility.
Yeah.
In my home country.
I'm very interested to see if by the end of the year we haven't sort of devolved into a full sort of tin horn banana republic with an authoritarian sort of leader, because there's a court. There are two bills. There's one to amend the constitution, and there's one to implement this parallel court system of land courts, which are all political appointed people, and they don't have to be judges, and they don't have to use proper stricture and proper evidentiary rules. So I know that's going to be very scary.
This means essentially that these guys can just walk into some kangaroo court and say, hey, that piece of land belongs to that person. We've set the rules up in a way that means we don't even have to produce any, significant evidence. And therefore, now we have power to essentially take land from anyone, rendering title deeds, pointless.
Yeah. And you can't appeal to the normal courts. You can only appeal to a land court, I guess, a Supreme Court of Appeals at the land court.
Oh man.
So yeah, it's interesting because if they try even to do that, it'll be very interesting to see if the